Chapter 3299, The Devil's Disgust. Boom! The vast blood spread out, immersing thousands of miles of chaos. The world is vast, a black color. The bull demon king stepped on the sky, bathed in the blue and black divine glory. The proud and domineering intention between his brows was undisguised. Falling into the perception of a group of strong people, it is as if an ancient fierce beast screams up to the sky, exuding a wild aura that dominates everything. All the powerhouses who saw the bull devil had their heart beat. The existence under the giants of the heavens, the moment they saw the bull demon king, their minds trembled for no reason, and they trembled from the soul to the body. Even, could not help but kneel to the ground. Humph! The three Emperor Richin and Daejun Yuanyi snorted together, working together to block the momentum of the new demon king. The three realms treasure wheel on top of the head rotates, dropping wisps of breath. The three realms treasure wheel trembles and is in harmony with the chaos of thousands of miles, returning to the void, seeming to open up a red dust in the three realms between heaven and earth. When the treasure wheel rotates, the avenue seems to be mobilized, making a huge sound of praise, as if there are billions of gods and demons chanting worship. This is the Quasi Tianzun tool that Yuanyi Daiyu and others master. The powerhouses of other realms moved their minds and recognized at a glance that this was a Quasi Tianzun implement, that is, the Quasi Tianzun implement in the mouth of the Tian Huangdao monarch. Yes, this Quasi Tianzun implement appeared in the eastern frontier 20 epochs ago. It is broken and was part of each of the three Taoists of Yuanyi. Combining three into one, can reproduce the powerful power of the peak period. Tian Huangdao nodded. A group of giants from other realms looked at the three realms Bailun, full of fear. Although the three realms treasure wheel had been broken, it was after all a quasi-celestial sacred device, and its foundation was still there, far from being comparable to the average peak emperor. Even if Yuanyi Daejun and others are willing to burn its origin, it might not be impossible to burst out with a terrifying power comparable to the Quasi Tianzun. It's a realm after all, and there is such a background. A giant could not help but sigh. Not to mention other things, with such a Quasi Tianzun tool, as long as Tianzun doesn't make a move, Yuanyi Daejun and other three can work together to sweep the entire eastern frontier. Even if the Quasi Tianzun of other realms enters the eastern boundary, it may not be defeated by the three members of Yuanyi Daejun. After all, the road closure has not completely dissipated, and it has suppressed the existence from other realms to a certain extent. One trades and the other grows, and other realm units, Zunshenzun, are naturally not opponents. Hey! A Buddhist weapon. The bull demon looked at the three realms treasure wheel, frowning, and a deep disgust surged in his heart. He just glanced at it, and he saw through the essence of the three realms treasure wheel. This was not a Quasi Tianzun artifact from Buddhism. For Buddhism, he doesn't have much favor. In the mythical world of Journey to the West, the decline of the monster clan has a lot to do with Buddhism. Buddhism people like to suppress the powerful monsters and turn them into mounts. Most bodhisattvas and Buddhas have a monster mount. Under such circumstances, how can he have a good impression of Buddhism? Had it not been for the two Hunyuan saints who were jealous of Buddhism, he would have led the demon clan, rushed to Mount Sumi, and broke through the great Laiyan temple. The sight of the three realms treasure wheel this time also aroused his dissatisfaction with Buddhism. The anger rises in my heart. Crack! The bull demon king slowly twisted his body, and the void suddenly made an overwhelmed cracking sound. From all around his body, millions of miles spread out in a flash. Chapter 2, What should I do if my subordinates don't work hard? Wait online, very anxious. The person who insults the young master is my enemy, and I will do my best to split the thorns for the young master. Byakuya's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his words were full of murderous intent. It fell in Qin Yi's ears, but he was very satisfied. This is his subordinate, never have to worry about betrayal. Byakuya, I will kill this prince, but not now. However, Qin Yi shook his head and rejected Bai Zai's proposal. Our current opponent is not the prince, but the Black Wind Thief. The Black Wind Bandits are the largest group of bandits around Yuanzhong City. At the same time, it is also the culprit that disturbs the stability of Yuanzhong City. I didn't want this reason, but the prince attributed it to me. Qin Yi knew that Bai Zai was eager to protect him, so he would say this, but their main opponent right now is not the prince. These bandits are really hateful, they don't dare to face their subordinates head-on. Instead, he always took advantage of the absence of his subordinates in the villages around Yuanzhong City of cholera. Had it not been for the subordinates who could not find their lair, they would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. Hearing this, Bai Zai couldn't help but said with hatred, obviously he was still angry at the Black Wind Thief. Bandits, fighting harassment is what they do best. What's more, the Black Wind Pirates are the best among them, so naturally they won't head on with us. However, it is now time to take the opportunity to draw them out and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Qin Yi glanced across the edict, a slight smile appeared on his face. Master wise. Byakuya complimented. Bai Zai, you are here for the first time, and the top priority should be to restore your strength. You are the main force in destroying Black Wind Pirates. As soon as the conversation turned, Qin Yi talked about Bai Zai's injury again. Thank you, young master, for your concern. I have probably adapted to this body, and in 3 days, I can fully adapt. Bai Zai replied. Good. Qin Yi was overjoyed immediately. He knows the strength of Byakuya, and Byakuya in his peak state is terrifyingly strong. And because Byakuya came to this world, his physical body was reshaped, and his strength fell into a low period. During this period of time, he would lie down and try his best. He was unwilling to start the incident, only waiting for Byakuya to recover his strength. Now I heard that Bai Zai had 3 days to recover his strength, how could he not please Qin Yi? However, after the subordinates came to this world, they could no longer hear Senbonzakura's voice. Even if he called his real name, he could not start to understand. Byakuya shook his head at this time and said. I can't start the solution, can't even start the solution. Qin Yi frowned and asked Bai Zai. Yes, and my spiritual pressure has also been suppressed to the point of being an official. Byakuya nodded slightly and replied. No wonder it will be displayed like this on the system. Qin Yi frowned and said in a low voice. Master, what would show this? Qin Yi's words fell in Bai Zai's ears, but he couldn't understand them. Nothing, you go down first, take a good rest, I will find a way to solve your problem. Qin Yi made a haha and changed the subject. Yes, master. Seeing Qin Yi didn't say anything, Bai Zai didn't ask. Immediately, Byakuya gave a respectful salute, and the next moment the whole person had disappeared in place, like a ghost. Qin Yi was not surprised, frowned, and whispered from the bottom of his heart, System, display the operation interface. Ding! With a soft sound, a square transparent colored light curtain appeared in front of Qin Yi. This is the system setting according to Qin Yi's habits, and it is also Qin Yi's most acceptable operation method. Moreover, the people around the light curtain of this system are invisible, only he is visible. Chapter 3, Boy, don't be afraid, you deserve to have the killing point. When the system light curtain appeared for the first time that day, he thought he had hallucinations. It was not until the appearance of Byakuya that he believed all this. After Qin Yi called out the system operation interface, he looked at the operation interface in a familiar way. Host, Qin Yi. Cultivation, acquired 5 layers. Experience, 0/100. Martial arts. 1 Qingling Gong, high-level character, beginner. 2 Chongxiao swordsmanship, intermediate swordsmanship, beginner. Secret method, none. Supernatural powers, none. Treasures, none. Killing point, none. Tasks, 1 Behead the prince of the fallen dynasty, Difficult task. Explanation: both belong to the royal family, and the prince of the dynasty of Fuluo has framed the host repeatedly, and the host should kill the scorpion, with a righteous reputation. Reward: Wangjun Dragon Sword. To destroy the Black Wind Pirates, simple task. Explanation: the Black Wind Thief has long infringed on the peace and tranquility of the host's subordinates, and the host should step down and destroy these vicious and evil people, and still settle down the people under his command. Reward: summon a chance. The Supreme Conquest System. This is the name of Qin Yi's system. As the name suggests, the purpose of the system is to assist Qin Yi in conquering the enemy, conquering everything, and conquering the world. The biggest function of the Supreme Conquest System is to summon various characters to become his help in conquering everything. These characters may come from animations that Qin Yi has seen in previous lives, or even novels read in previous lives. Qin Yi had already seen the mystery of the Supreme Conquest System, and Baizhe was summoned through the Supreme Conquest System. Character: Kukaki Byakuya. Identity: Captain of the 6th Division of the 12th Division of the World of Death God. Realm: Captain Class, Weak State. Weapon: Senbon Sakura, Sleep State. Skills: Shallow Fight, Instant Step, Ghost Way. Talent: AA. Qin Yi's eyes swept across Baizhe's attribute interface, confirming his state. Weak State: unable to begin to solve. Is this the suppression of the heavenly law that the system said? Qin Yi pondered the words before the system. When summoning Byakuza, the system once said that because Baizhe's original world was contrary to the way of cultivation in this world, it was suppressed by heaven. However, because of the ability of the system, the suppression was eliminated, but Baizhe's strength was greatly reduced, and he needed to practice again. Qin Yi didn't care much about this. With Baizhe's talent, coupled with the fact that he had cultivated to the captain level, it would be much easier to restore the captain level. What he cared more about was Senbon Sakura's state. Qianben Sakura is Byakuya's Zanpaku sword, and his strength depends on Qianben Sakura a lot. Whether he can use Senbon Sakura's power, Byakuya's strength varies greatly. If Byakuya can use Senbon Sakura, it would be no problem to split the peak and break the river. And Byakuya, who cannot use Senbon Sakura, although strong, does not have the kind of terrifying power that overwhelms the river. How can the system help Baizhe recover his full strength? Qin Yi asked in his heart. Host: there are many methods. One of the killing points can not only improve the host's cultivation realm, martial arts realm, secret magic realm, etc. Similarly, it can also help Byakuya recover his strength. The cold voice of the system machinery sounded in Qin Yi's mind. Killing point: you always say killing point, how can this killing point be obtained? Qin Yi asked with a frown. Naturally, it is obtained through killing. The host only needs to kill the elite life to obtain the killing points. The system replied. Hearing this, Qin Yi pondered quietly, and from the system's words, it could be judged that this killing point had a huge effect. Chapter 4, Enchanting Concubine, not bad. Kill point. Whether it is the increase in his strength or the recovery of Byakuya's strength, it all depends on this killing point. How does the system judge whether the life I killed was an elite life? Qin Yi asked. Please explore by yourself. After speaking, the system no longer talks to Qin Yi. Qin Yi smiled helplessly. For some reason, the system never explained to him when it came to the judgment of elite life. Qin Yi was not resistant to killing, especially to his own enemies. He would not be merciful. But when he came to this world, it was not that he had never killed. By virtue of his own strength, he had killed a team of bandits. That team of bandits had a total of 10 people, but did not provide him with a killing point. One must know that there is also a bandit whose cultivation is at the same level as him, but he did not provide Qin Yi with a killing point. Could it be that those innate martial artists, those who have changed the nature of their lives, can be regarded as elite lives? Qin Yi's face was a little ugly. With his strength, challenging the innate martial artist was tantamount to looking for death. Unless Byakuya is allowed to take action, it is possible to defeat or behead the innate martial artist. With Bai Zai's strength, even without the help of Zanpadao, his strength should not be weaker than the innate martial artist. Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly, "System, Byakuya killed the elite lives, can I get the killing points?" "No." The cold mechanical voice of the system extinguished Qin Yi's joy. "Oh, I know it's not that simple," Qin Yi said, slightly disappointed. "If it can be so simple to get the killing points will not appear so precious in the system. Many functions in the system mostly need to be activated by this killing point." "Husband, the night is late, why don't you rest?" While Qin Yi was still thinking, an extremely soft and nice female voice sounded outside the door, calling him. This voice was very charming, soft and cut, even Qin Yi couldn't help but sway. "Husband, can I come in?" Outside the study, a soft voice was still calling out softly. "Come in." When Qin Yi heard the voice, his expression remained unchanged, but his eyes flickered. Crunch! The door of the study was pushed open, and a graceful figure walked into the study. Qin Yi lifted his eyelids slightly and stared at the visitor, a young girl. A snow-white long coat, the wrapped body is extremely perfect, the front is convex and backward, and the enchanting posture is vividly displayed. Looking up, the exquisite face, the big eyes with smoky waves, the abrupt nose, and the slightly opened cherry mouth make people linger. Anyone who sees it will be amazed, what a peerless beauty! However, Qin Yi's expression was indifferent, and he looked at the incoming person without sorrow or joy, and said nothing. "Husband!" As soon as this young girl entered the study, she screamed and walked quickly towards Qin Yi with a fragrant breeze. "Yi, don't come over!" Qin Yi said, stopping the young girl's movements. "What's the matter, husband, are you disgusting others?" The young girl stared at Qin Yi with big innocent eyes, and tears seemed to flicker in it. Seeing this, Qin Yi quickly smiled and said, "How dare I despise you, but my husband, I have been a little bit cold recently, and I am afraid of infecting you." "Why did your husband catch the cold? Let Yi diagnose him." The young girl suddenly exclaimed, as if she wanted to come forward and diagnose Qin Yi. "Stop!" Qin Yi drank in a deep voice, and berated the young girl. Chapter 5, Enchanting Concubine, Fake, all fake. "Husband!" The young girl blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Qin Yi suspiciously. "Let's say, who are you, why do you pretend to be Yi?" Qin Yi's eyes were deep, and his jet black eyes looked at the young girl without any emotion. "Husband, what are you talking about? I am your little concubine Lu Yi, don't you know me?" The young girl's big eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of mist, and she looked like weeping, which made people feel distressed. However, Qin Yi remained unmoved, the light in his eyes became colder and colder. The appearance of this person in front of him, although the same as his concubine Lu Yi, can even be said to be exactly the same. However, she is not Lu Yi. Yi doesn't know much medical skills. The news that Yi is good at medical skills is spread in Yuanzhong City, but it's just the name she got through the hands of Shuer. Qin Yi said lightly. When this person first came in, he noticed that something was wrong, and then he tentatively spoke to make sure that this person was not Lu Yi. It turns out that it's because of this reason, people see through the identity. Qin Yi saw through the identity of this person, not the slightest nervousness, but looked at Qin Yi with interest. Everyone in the world says that the 9 princes of the royal clan are dudes, who are unlearned and skillful, and insult the royal family. However, this insight alone still has courage. In my opinion, it is much stronger than the prince who is self-sufficient. This person also admired Qin Yi very much, and looked at Qin Yi and praised him. Then I would like to thank Bai Walangjun for his compliment. Qin Yi's eyes were calm and he looked straight at this person. Oh? I didn't expect the 9 princes to know my identity. This person is also Bei Walang Jun, and he raised his brows and was surprised. It's ever-changing. No one knows the name of Bei Walang Jun. In the Buluo dynasty, it has long been rumored that Bei Walang Jun was especially good at disguising as a woman. Not a woman is better than a woman. Qin Yi said quietly. Thank you for the compliment of the 9 princes. Bei Walang Jun smiled and agreed to the Tao, as if he did not hear the ridicule in Qin Yi's words. I didn't expect that in order to deal with such a waste of me, the prince would actually invite Bei Walang Jun. Qin Yi's tone was still unhurried, but the anger in his eyes was almost gushing out. Great prince, great prince! Having passed the imperial edict of the imperial dynasty, delegating him to the border for military service, now he is sent to rob him. Isn't he afraid of being spotted by others and not letting the king go to court? The cold light flashed in Qin Yi's eyes, his fists squeezed tightly, and the blue veins on his wrists burst. Out of caution, but the prince's caution is not unreasonable. There was a subordinate who stepped into the innate realm beside the 9 princes, which was really unexpected. Bei Walang Jun looked at Qin Yi with curiosity on his face. Before stepping into the study, he had met with Byakuza who had just left the study, and he naturally noticed the strength of Byakuza. The 9th prince, who has always been showing people as a fawn, has no background, and there is also an innate warrior hidden by his side. This is unexpected. This also made Bei Walang Jun sigh, Qin Yi's scheming. There is strength, but it is hidden, either with deep intentions or huge plans. Qin Yi had just left the king less than a few months before he had an innate warrior. If Qin Yi was given more time to win the support of some aristocratic families and sects, he said that he might not really be able to wrestle with the prince and fight for the position of the king. It is a pity that since the prince has asked him to take action, he will not do anything to smash his signature. Chapter 6, Young Birthday, Dying. Mingyan Zhongcheng, there will be news that the 9 princes hanged themselves for fear of military service at the border. Following Bei Walang Jun's words, the aura of killing filled the entire study in an instant, as if the temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. Great prince! Listening to Bei Walang Jun's words, Qin Yi was even more angry. He finally understood the plan of the prince, why he was sent to assassinate him after he was demoted to the border. This is not only to kill his life, but also to destroy his name. In the Buluo dynasty, there are countless martial artists, and countless loves and hatreds are derived. Because of the large number of warriors, this also resulted in an atmosphere in which fame was more important than life in the entire Buluo dynasty. If it were the original 9 princes who were so insulted by the great prince, they would naturally not want to live and die. Although Qin Yi was not the original 9 prince, he was also angry at the moment. However, the next moment Qin Yi's heart was full of bitterness. At this moment, Bai Zai is not by his side, and his cultivation is no more than the 5-layer acquired. How is this Bei Walang Jun opponent? It's not that he didn't think about running away, but that Bei Walang Jun's aura has been firmly locked in him, he is not sure to escape. Bei Walang Jun is a congenital warrior who has been famous for many years, and he is not considered a weak one among the congenital warriors. Facing such a master, he has no chance at all. Could it be that today is the day when my Qin Yi died in Huangchuan? I am not reconciled. Traveler? Without power and strength at hand, any traveler is a cloud. Sitting on the system? What about having a system? My own strength is too bad, and I can't wait for Bai Zai to rescue him. If he is strong, he doesn't need to be strong, he just needs to be able to block the Bei Walang Jun, and when Bai Zai notices it, he won't fall into such a dangerous situation. Qin Yi was full of regret. If it weren't for his rebirth too late, with his wisdom, coupled with the assistance of the system, how could he have fallen to this point? Unfortunately, there is no if in life. Qin Yi was demoted to Yuanzhong City just after he was reborn. With the help of the system, after working hard for several months, the power has improved slightly. But who would think that the prince couldn't tolerate him at all, and even his ultimate move made him unable to recover. Hateful, if there is enough time, this prince would have been trampled under his feet long ago. The matter is over, and regret is useless. That being the case, even if he died, he would stand and die. Qin Yi's blood is not cold. It's not that easy to take my life. Although I am weak, I am afraid of a battle. Qin Yi took a deep breath, suppressed the regret in his heart, and his expression became calm again. He slowly stood up, stood proudly, and drew out the saber leaning on the chair. Zhang! The sound of the sword was sonorous, and the cold sword light reflected on Qin Yi's firm and calm face, appearing solemn and aloof. Fight! Qin Yi drank in a deep voice, and pointed his sword at Bei Walangjun. Okay, 9 princes, I appreciate you more. Bei Walangjun was taken aback, and then burst into laughter. Then I will send you on the road. Suddenly, the smile at the corner of Bei Walangjun's mouth became colder, and with a wave of his right hand, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth fluctuated, turning into a sword energy, and blasted towards Qin Yi. To control the aura of heaven and earth, this is the might of the innate warrior. OM. The sword flowed around and swelled to a full length. Qin Yi has not had time to move in the future, and this sword aura is already coming through the void like a streamer. Chapter 7, Dying, it doesn't exist. Is this the power of the innate warrior? Sure enough, it's not a level, but Qin Yi, is not so easy to kill. Qin Yi's face remained calm and whispered. Puff! The sound of the sword qi penetrating the flesh and blood sounded, and with Qin Yi's figure, he flew backwards. Boom! Qin Yi's body slammed into the bookshelf collapsed, and the books on it were scattered, burying Qin Yi all at once. Pity! Bei Walangjun stood with his hands behind, looking at Qin Yi who was buried after falling to the ground, shaking his head and sighing. Then, just as Bei Walangjun stepped forward to check the situation, he was stunned by a strange sound. Wow! I saw the pile of books covering Qin Yi suddenly scattered. A palm stretched out from it, and it was Qin Yi's palm. Okay. Bei Walangjun frowned and looked at Qin Yi in surprise and doubt. Ahem. Qin Yi clutched his left arm and stood up from the pile of books, his face pale and blood was vomiting at the mouth. Bei Walangjun's must-kill move actually only abolished Qin Yi's left arm and did not kill Qin Yi. It turned out that Qin Yi couldn't do anything about it. In the end, he tried his best to dodge, and this was a dangerous escape. Interesting. Bei Walangjun's eyes flickered, and he became more and more interested in the 9 princes. Bei Walangjun naturally knew the power of his trick, but he didn't expect that the 9 princes who had been cultivated to the level of the acquired 5 levels would avoid him. How could this not surprise him? But that's it. He has already taken action and will surely return with the head of the 9 princes. Bei Walangjun's eyes were cold, and he was about to make a move, but he saw the 9th prince on the opposite side suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, showing a slight smile. Why are you laughing? Bei Walangjun said angrily. Bei Walangjun was quite dissatisfied with the original trick that did not win Qin Yi. Now the smile at the corner of Qin Yi's mouth made him even more angry. His appreciation of Qin Yi has already been thrown out of the sky by him. I want you to die. Bei Walangjun said angrily, about to make a move, beheading Qin Yi. When they saw it, Qin Yi chuckled, you have no chance. What? Hearing this, Bei Walangjun was taken aback and did not understand what Qin Yi meant. Master means you have no chance. At this moment, Bei Walangjun heard a cold and murderous voice. Okay. Bei Walangjun was shocked, and he knew not well. A sharp blade of light flashed, cutting through the sky, and attacking him from the right side. The speed of the knife is too fast for people to react. Fortunately, Bei Walangjun, as a veteran congenital warrior, had rich combat experience and had an extremely quick response on the spot, so he quickly turned sideways. The light of the knife almost wiped Bei Walangjun's face, and the tip of the knife even cut off Bei Walangjun's hair. Bei Walangjun saw clearly that there was a cold man wearing a black robe and holding a weird long knife in front of him. It was the innate martial artist he had noticed before. "Dare to hurt young master, you deserve to die." Bai Zai held the Zhanpaku knife in one hand, with indifferent eyes, looking at Bei Walangjun with murderous intent. In Bai Zai's heart, he was terrified. If he hadn't heard the movement and rushed over, the young master's life would be in danger. This person actually hurt the young master, and almost hurt the young master's life. It is an unforgivable sin. Then, he can only pay for it with his life. Chapter 8, The Powerful Byakuya, the 100 Blossoms with Bare Hands. An extremely suppressed wave escaped from Byakuya. A black robe clashed violently without any wind. It doesn't seem to be true qi, but it is more oppressive than true qi, and it faintly reveals a little bit of coldness. This is the spiritual pressure, or what it looks like after it has mutated. Qin Yi looked at Bai Zai in surprise, and said with interest. Since Bai Zai's arrival, Qin Yi has completely relaxed. With Bai Zai's presence, he has no life concerns. Although Byakuya is not at the top, defeating or even beheading this 100-flower Lang Jun is not a problem. This is Byakuya's strength. This person cannot be beaten. Go. Bei Walangjun's pupil shrank, and such a thought flashed in his mind. Whether it was the knife just now or the aura that Byakuya showed now, it was far stronger than he thought. The 9 princes actually have such a powerful warrior. What does the intelligence department of the prince do? This matter, he never finished with the prince. Bei Walangjun thought bitterly, and immediately stopped hesitating, turned and left. With a movement, Bei Walangjun has flew away from Zhu's window. Want to go? No way. Byakuya yelled coldly. I saw that Byakuya didn't have any other extra moves, just a little bit under his feet. In the next moment, the figure staying in place has gradually blurred, and he has appeared behind Bei Walangjun. Shantao. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. This is one of the Reaper's signature skills, which can greatly enhance the Reaper's speed. Moreover, Bai Zai is a leader in this way. Byakuya, leave his life. Suddenly, Qin Yi seemed to think of something, and said quickly. Not far away, Byakuya's figure stagnated, and the strength of Qian Ben Sakura in his hand could not help but weaken a little. What? The shadows of the knives split. Byakuya cut several knives and slashed them on the limbs of Bei Walangjun. 100-flower Langjun was protected by an infuriating shield, but when he encountered the spiritual pressure that enveloped Qian Ben Sakura, he would collapse like chunks. Chi. 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 With the sound of the knife piercing the flesh 4 times in a row, Bei Walangjun's tendons and hamstrings were all picked off by Byakuya. Immediately, Bai Zai took a step forward and slapped Bei Walangjun on the chest, and a burst of spiritual pressure rushed into the opponent's body, suppressing the opponent's true energy, unable to move. After doing this, Bai Zai turned around to apologize to Qin Yi and said, Master, Bai Zai is late. A little thing, don't get in the way. Qin Yi waved his hand indifferently, and didn't mean to blame Bai Zai. Had it not been for Byakuya's arrival, his life would have been long gone. What's more, because of Byakuya's strength, he was excited. He has overestimated Byakuya's strength enough, not wanting to underestimate it. With just one move, Bai Zai defeated Bei Walangjun cleanly. Among them, of course, there is a reason why Bei Walangjun wants to escape and neglects prevention. But Bai Zai's strength cannot be ignored, far stronger than the average innate warrior. Hiss! Qin Yi moved a few steps and pulled the wound on his left arm, causing him to grin in pain. However, he gritted his teeth and walked slowly to Bei Walangjun. At this time, Bei Walangjun looked lost and despaired. He originally thought it was a task that was tenable, but accidents occurred again and again. He did not expect that Qin Yi could avoid his mortal trick. What was more unexpected was that Byakuya's strength was so strong. Wrong step by step. Now it is making him jailed and reduced to Qin Yi's prisoner. Chapter 9, Angry Boy, Hit hard. 9 Princes, I underestimated you, and the prince underestimated you. Seeing Qin Yi coming, Bai Walang Jun came up and said in a hoarse male voice. This is Bai Walang Jun's real voice. By now, he has no power to pretend to be a woman. Why, where did the inexorable look before? Qin Yi sneered, eyes frosty, looking down at Bai Walang Jun. Feng Shui turns around. Just now Bai Walang Jun was very unbelievable in front of him, alms of his mercy, now it is his turn to look down on Bai Walang Jun. Bump! Qin Yi stepped on Bai Walang Jun's chest, and the weight of this foot made him spout with blood. Bai Walang Jun's hand muscles and hamstrings were severed by Bai Zai, and the true energy in his body was suppressed, making him unable to resist Qin Yi's movements at all. 9 Kings. Your Highness 9 Princes, please let me go. At this moment, Bai Walang Jun finally panicked, he didn't want to die here. He doesn't want to die in the hands of the waste prince, Qin Yi, he still has great years. Therefore, he begged Qin Yi for mercy. Oh? Why, do you know you are afraid? Qin Yi sneered, bending slightly, and Huo Ran stretched out his hand to slap Bai Walang Jun's face heavily. Snapped. This slap was clear and loud. Bai Walang Jun's left face swelled instantly, the corner of his mouth was bleeding, and several teeth in his mouth were fanned and fell to the ground. You! Bai Walang Jun's eyes were about to breathe fire, resentment and shame flooded his mind. He is an innate warrior, and was actually slapped by the famous waste prince in the capital. What a humiliation this is! I slapped Yi for this slap. She is my concubine. You cannot pretend to be. Qin Yi said with a cold tone and sneered. A hint of anger flashed across Bai Walang Jun's face, and he opened his mouth as he was about to speak. Snapped. However, Qin Yi moved his right hand and slapped Bai Walang Jun's left face with his backhand. In a moment, the corners of Bai Walang Jun's mouth quickly swelled. This slap was done for me. I am the 9th prince of the imperial dynasty, and I am born noble. You can be insulted at will. Snapped. It was me who beat the damaged books in my study room. These are all given to me by my mother and concubine, how can you damage it? Wait, can't I compare to these tattered books? Hearing these words, Bai Walang Jun suddenly widened his eyes and struggled to say. He is a dignified congenital warrior, can he not even compare to these broken books? Bai Walang Jun's heart is humiliated to the extreme. In my eyes, you can't even compare to a mouse on the ground, disgusting sissy. Qin Yi kept moving his hands, bowing left and right, making Bai Walang Jun's face crackling. Ah, you are a sissy. When Bai Walang Jun heard Qin Yi's words, he became angry and wanted to struggle to resist. Oh, I want to resist. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows, and slapped him arrogantly. He threw them on Bai Walang Jun's face, leaving no effort at all. The crisp slap in the face sounded one after another in the study. Bai Zai was stunned. In his eyes, Qin Yi has always been the image of young Master Pian. Now, he looks so crazy. However, this look is even more appreciated by Byakuya. To the enemy, it should be so domineering. After a long while, Qin Yi stopped panting, and the suffocation in his heart was slightly vented. Chapter 10, Youth Murder Upgrades, do you still like it? In the study, Qin Yi was panting. Look at the Bai Walang Jun on the ground, his face is swollen like a ball, his anger is like gossamer, his head is shed, and his mouth keeps coughing up blood. No matter how weak Qin Yi is, he is also an acquired 5-strength warrior. Bai Walang Jun is bound by his continuous palm, and he is already staring at Venus. Ha ha ha, but with this person's strength, you can show off in front of me. With his own power, it is impossible to help you resist the prince. The power of the prince is not something you can resist. I am just one step ahead on Huangchuan Road. Bei Walangjun struggled to recover his sanity, looked at Qin Yi with fire-breathing eyes, and roared in his mouth. Bei Walangjun did not beg for mercy anymore. By now, he already knew that Qin Yi would never let him go anymore, and he was already ready to die. It was a pity that he couldn't see Qin Yi's death. That's right. Soon, I will send the prince to be a company with you on Huangchuan Road. Until then, use your life as my stepping stone. After finishing speaking, Qin Yi held his saber in his hand and stabbed him suddenly. The sharp blade fell below Bei Walangjun's chest and took his life. You! Bei Walangjun widened his eyes and looked at Qin Yi in shock. He didn't expect Qin Yi to do it. The red blood slowly overflowed along the sword wound on his chest, taking away the vitality of Bei Walangjun. In a daze, his eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, and he is shocked by a scene before him. The aura on Qin Yi's body suddenly rose. Acquired 5-fold, acquired 6-fold, acquired 7-fold. Is it an illusion? So unwilling. Such a thought flashed through Bei Walangjun's mind, and he finally lost consciousness. Puff! The saber in his hand pierced Bei Walangjun's chest, and a canopy of blood sprayed out. Killed. Regardless of the previous life or the present, Qin Yi still murdered for the first time. However, Qin Yi didn't feel the slightest panic in his heart, but became calmer. Perhaps it is because he has always advocated violence in his body. Even more because this is a world of great controversy. Here is the clash of all dynasties, only the powerful warriors can shine their dazzling light here. Weak and small will only end in a dead end. Only with strong strength and influence can you live freely in this troubled world. Therefore, Qin Yi chose to fight. Fight with people. Fight with the ground. Fight against the sky. Fight him in the dark. Fight out his dawn future. Bei Walangjun is his stepping stone into this world of controversy. How can he disturb his mind? The prince, it will be your turn soon. Qin Yi looked like a torch, looking in the direction of the royal capital, quietly said. At this moment, Qin Yi's mind again sounded a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading the elite life. The current elite life cultivation is triple congenital. Higher than the host's 7 realms, draw experience points and draw killing points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 experience points and 60 killing points. A trace of ecstasy flashed across Qin Yi's face, and at the same time, a stream of pure energy gushed from his body, swiftly flowing over his limbs. Suddenly, with the installation of this pure energy, Qin Yi's body was filled with qi, violently rising. In just a moment, there were only a few dozen strands of true energy, but it skyrocketed to hundreds, or even thousands. Like smoke and fog, Qin Yi's entire danshan was flooded. Then he launched a charge towards the unopened 7 meridians and 8 meridians. Chapter 11, Boy, Upgrade. Boom! 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 Several roars rang out from Qin Yi's body, which was shocking. The remaining 3 channels were opened up in a blink of an eye, the 8 channels penetrated through 6, and only the second channel of Rendu was not opened. Outside world. Qin Yi's aura also advanced from the 5th layer of the acquired day, the 6th layer of the acquired day, the 7th layer of the acquired day, until the 9th layer of the acquired day. This stopped. That pure energy also faded. Is this power? Is this the power of the system? Qin Yi opened his eyes suddenly, his eyes gleaming, and his eyes were full of fire. Suddenly, break through the 4 heavens. Qin Yi only needs to penetrate the second line of the governor and build a bridge between heaven and earth to be promoted to the innate warrior. This is the real power of the system. The ability that allows him to quickly become a peerless powerhouse. He only needs to kill all the enemies and conquer everything, and he can get everything. Hold the sword in your hand, cut through the thorns, and swallow all obstacles in front of me to the top of the 10,000 worlds." At this moment, Qin Yi had a clear mind and broke free of shackles. Although Qin Yi is still very weak, he has not yet been promoted to the innate martial artist, and only Bai Zai is a strong one. But the system gave him hope and gave him a chance to dominate the rest of life. Since he chose to be unyielding in war, then he has no regrets. He already has an advantage far beyond ordinary people. What else needs to be hesitated? If you live forever, when you are splendid and wanton, why be afraid of the first and the last? What's more, there is also the prince who is staring at him and may give him a fatal blow at any time. He can't take it lightly. Congratulations to the young master for making great progress. Feeling Qin Yi's soaring momentum, Bai Zai lowered his noble head to show his surrender. "Ha ha ha, my strength is not enough in your eyes." Qin Yi returned to his senses and laughed loudly. Before Byakuya fought with Bai Walang Jun, his strength was undoubtedly revealed. Defeating the innate triple martial artist with one move, this represents Byakuya's strength. I am afraid it is still above the innate quadruple. This is because Byakuya has been suppressed to the bottom in all aspects. He still has such a strong strength. Qin Yi's heart was fierce, and he increasingly looked forward to Bai Zai's strength after his peak was restored. It just so happened that he had just obtained the killing points, which could be used to restore Byakuya's strength. System: how many killing points do you need to restore Bai Zai's peak strength? Ding! To restore Kukaki Byakuya's deputy captain's spiritual pressure, 50 killing points are needed. To restore Kukaki Byakuya's captain-level reinforcement, 200 killing points are required. It takes 300 killing points to wake up the sleeping Senbonzakura. The systematic words made Qin Yi smile helplessly. He thought he had enough kill points for 32 points. Unexpectedly, it is not enough to restore Byakuya's deputy captain-level spiritual pressure, let alone restore Byaku to his peak state. Qin Yi had no choice but to give up this idea. Okay, let me see what good things are on this Bai Walang Jun. At this time, Qin Yi focused on the dead Bai Walang Jun. Bai Walang Jun is an innate triple warrior, and he must have some valuable treasures. Master, let me come. As soon as Qin Yi made a move, Bai Zai stopped him. Okay. Qin Yi smiled, and Byakuya was present, so naturally he didn't need to do such rough work. Bai Walang Jun is dead. Byakuya easily tore off his disguise. The true face of the Bai Walang Jun was also revealed in front of Qin Yi. He was a handsome young man with a slight feminine air. Chapter 12, It's impossible to kill the mobs and explode. Unexpectedly, this Bai Walang Jun is still a genius. Qin Yi said in surprise, feeling very surprised. Indeed, looking at the face of Bai Walang Jun, he is only more than 20 years old, but he is already innate with triple cultivation, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a genius. However, now that the dust returns to the dust, the soil returns to the earth, Bai Walang Jun is dead. No matter how genius he is just passing by. His only role was to strengthen Qin Yi's Dao heart. Seeing Bai Zai groping on Bai Walang Jun for a while, he took out a ring-like object. Immediately, Bai Zai took the ring, walked to Qin Yi's side, and handed it to him respectfully. This is the Chu Wuling ring. Qin Yi took the ring, checked it briefly, and raised an eyebrow. The so-called storage spirit ring is made of precious hollow stone, which contains a lot of space, and is used by warriors to store items. Because of the high cost, this storage spirit ring is also very valuable, and not everyone can have it. Even Qin Yugi, the 9th prince of the Buluo dynasty, only has one storage ring. Of course, this also has something to do with Qin Yi's being unwelcome in the royal family. Unexpectedly, this Bai Walang Jun actually possessed a storage ring, and when he thought of Bai Walang Jun's innate threefold cultivation base, Qin Yi was stunned. The ring is faint, exudes a bright light. Engraved on the inside of it is the word Xiaopin. According to the size of the space, the storage ring is subdivided into 3 grades. the lowest grade and the best grade. This storage ring in Qin Yi's hand, obtained from Bei Walang Jun, is a low-grade storage ring. The way to start the storage spirit ring is very simple: mobilize the true energy in the body, pierce the storage spirit ring, and the scene inside the ring is suddenly revealed in front of Qin Yi. Qin Yi glanced away, and there were several things neatly placed inside the ring. A pile of gold, a pile of square white stones exuding spiritual fluctuations, and 2 thread-bound books. Qin Yi skipped the pile of gold directly. Even though Qin Yi was lonely now, he was also from a royal family and had no shortage of gold and silver treasures. Naturally, he didn't like this pile of gold. It was the pile of white stones that caught his attention. With a move of mind, one of the white stones appeared in Qin Yi's hands. This is the spirit stone. Qin Yi played with his hands, but looked up and down with a white stone the size of a piece. The so-called spirit stones are objects used by warriors to assist in cultivation, and their value is more expensive than gold. Spirit stones are also divided into lower, middle, and upper grades according to their spiritual power. The pile of spiritual stones in the storage ring is a pile of low-grade spiritual stones. Looking closely for a while, Qin Yi also lost interest. He has the help of the system, so why do you need to practice hard? This spirit stone fell in his hands like a chicken rib. The aura contained in the spirit stone cannot be directly instilled in a system so fast. Why should he give up everything and pursue the aura in the spirit stone? Byakuya, is this spirit stone useful for restoring your strength? With that, Qin Yi threw the spirit stone in his hand to Bai Zai. If there are 1,000 more such spirit stones, I will be able to restore the strength of the deputy captain level. Bai Zai took the spirit stone, held it in his hand, felt it carefully, and said to Qin Yi, "Okay. These spirit stones are all given to you." A smile suddenly appeared on Qin Yi's face, and it seemed that the spirit stone was not useless. As long as Bai Zai can regain his strength, these spirit stones can be considered as good as possible. Qin Yi threw the Chu Wuling ring directly to Bai Zai. He already had a Chu Wuling ring on his body, and this Chu Wuling ring happened to be handed to Bai Zai. As for the 2 books, Qin Yi glanced at it and lost interest. It was just a secret book that Bei Walang Jun practiced to use to change his appearance, and it was useless to him. Don't watch it. Chapter 13, Boy, you have a great future. Night. The cold wind is blowing, cold and lonely. But Qin Yi's heart is fiery. At night, after a night of tossing, Qin Yi asked Bai Zai to dispose of Bei Walang Jun's body. Immediately, he hastily treated the wound on his left arm, went back to the bedroom, and went to bed early. That night, he had a dream. In his dream, he stunned the situation and looked down upon the heavens. With the help of the Supreme Conquest System, kill powerful enemies and turn them into killing points and killing experience. Really defeated. Cut down the gods. Boom the devil. Step by step to the top of the 10,000 worlds, become the strongest man in the world. In his dream, he won the throne of the king. By his side, there are countless characters from anime and novels he is familiar with. With the help of these people, he crushed everything, walked horizontally, and swept away all obstacles in front of him. Conquer all enemies who dare to resist him. What prince, what martial arts holy land, what peerless dynasty! In front of his invincible army, they are all ants, and they will collapse at the touch of a touch. The Buluo dynasty regained strength and prosperity in his hands. With the help of his invincible army, the entire Tianyao continent is bathed in the glory of the dynasty. In the end, even the heavens and all realms surrendered under his feet. The supreme princes from all walks of life all crawled under his feet and bowed their heads to him. Countless phantom-like pictures flashed in Qin Yi's dream, like reality and fantasy. In the end, the picture in the dream was frozen in a magnificent hall. This is a shrine built on the sky, magnificent and lingering. The white jade bridge, pavilions, and lanyuxiang stand around the main hall. Flocks of cranes, flocks of unknown beasts, fly freely in the sky. Wearing an imperial robe, Qin Yi sat on the dragon seat high above, looking down at all beings. And under him, standing his civil and military officials. Zhang Liang, a resourceful minister of the Han family. Peerless Kong Ming with outstanding strategy. The talented Lu Ji. The overlord of Western Chu who is powerful and arrogant. Zhao Yun, the unparalleled spear in white robe. There is Han Xin who is like a goddess. There is also a black robe guardian 12th division, and Bai Zhe is among them. There are also a large group of capable people and strangers who are familiar or unfamiliar with Qin Yi and come from fantasy time. These are all his help to conquer the heavens and worlds. Around these people, there are countless gods and immortals with amazing aura, with the same low and arrogant heads, and even prostrate on the ground, bowing to Qin Yuna. This is the power of Qin Yi. Look over the things in the hall, betting outside the hall. Qin Yi's eyes were deep and he saw the scene under the sky. On the ground, countless powerful legions are gathering. The dragon screams the sky, covering the world. Countless true dragons roared in the sky, sometimes falling on the ground, turning into human form. These are all from the dragon army, driven by Qin Yi. The demon gas soars into the sky, the wolf howls the moon, the tiger howls the mountains and forests. Countless strong monsters of the demon race looked up at the sky, with endless awe in their eyes, looking at the temple where Qin Yi was. These are the armies from the Yeozu who have overcome difficulties for Qin Yi. The devilish energy curls up, the devil its wings, and the demon strikes the sky. Countless soldiers of the demon race lined up under the leadership of the demon race, waiting for Qin Yi's instructions. This is the army from the demons, swallowing the world for Qin Yi's wail. The soldier with a solemn face, firm eyes, armored, and endless admiration on his face. This is an army from the human race, opening up territory for Qin Yi. Chapter 14, Come, System, Let's Talk. Sitting high above the 9 heavens, sitting and watching Yunju and Yunchu. This is Qin Yi's current state. Anyone in front of him will be inferior to him, bowing his head and claiming court, even the way of heaven is no exception. Countless goddesses, fairies, singing and dancing, just to win him. All enemies who stand in front of him will be crushed by the invincible army under his command. Within the heavens and 10,000 realms, I am invincible. The world is my minister. An indescribable sense of excitement surged into my heart. Qin Yi stood up from the emperor's seat and was about to speak to his thousands of people. Then I woke up. Early morning. Qin Yi was lying on the bed with a look of liver pain. Anyone who has such an experience will be like Qin Yi. Pretending to be forced in the dream, but halfway through the pretending to be forced, but woke up somehow. This feeling is like when you walk into the door of the bridal chamber during the candlelight night, you lift the red cover in excitement. It turns out that you are dreaming, and you have no girlfriend in reality. The two feelings can be said to be the same. Qin Yi is in this state now, feeling lost in his heart. Although it was a dream of Huang Liang, he was already obsessed with that feeling. Lying on the knees of a drunk beauty, awakening the power of the world. All the heavens and all realms are surrendered under their feet. Immortals, gods, and demon kings are just his courtiers. And he can order 10,000 realms, even heavenly Dao. The tentacles of his forces have spread across the heavens and all realms, and no place is not his territory. One word can tell the life and death of countless creatures. One word can cut the rise and fall of the world. One thought can disturb the situation of the heavens. This kind of powerful feeling made Qin Yi obsessed, or that anyone would indulge in it. The picture in the dream seems to have happened in reality, the illusion overlaps the reality, and Qin Yi's heart is lost. The real dreamland gave Qin Yi a feeling that all these things were what he had experienced. But Qin Yi understood that this was just a dream. Perhaps this dream is related to the system. A light flashed in Qin Yi's eyes, and the strong sense of loss in his heart had long been suppressed by him. System, honestly, did the dream last night have something to do with you? Ding, the host is right, it is a dream I built for the host. It's really you, can't you let me pretend to be forceful? The corners of Qin Yi's mouth twitched, and he immediately became calm. He didn't expect the system to admit it so bachelor. Thinking of last night's dream, Qin Yi went crazy. This system can't let him stay in his dream and force it to finish. If it were not for the existence of the system attached to his soul, he could not wait to pull it out and have a fight. Host, you can think about it. The dream of last night is not something you can get if you want it. The icy mechanical sound of the system was obviously stagnant, and he said helplessly later. What is special about the dream last night? The system's thoughtless words made Qin Yi startled, a little confused. Please check by the host. After saying this, the voice of the system fell silent. No matter how Qin Yi called, the system did not answer, leaving only Qin Yi with a confused face, and Zhang Er couldn't figure it out. Last night's dream? Dream. Qin Yi muttered and thought. Chapter 15, Yo, husband, you got up. The systemic words have already pointed out that the dream he had last night was not a simple dream. Not a dream just to make him pretend. It is not that the system is deliberately pitting Qin Yi. There must be a system that didn't explain it, and he didn't figure it out. The system wants to show him the future direction through this dream? No. He had never doubted the power of the system. With the help of the system, he will inevitably reach everything in the dream. There is no need for the system to spend a lot of time to construct a dream to explain it to him. So, what is not pointed out by the system? Ding! The host won the first battle, and the reward has been sent. At this time, the belated system prompt sounded. Reward? Dreamland? A light flashed in Qin Yi's mind. The dream last night was a reward. Moreover, it is a great reward. He has already felt a little bit of clues, just awaiting verification. If this idea of his is true, then the reward he received this time would be great. Qin Yi's eyes grew fierce, and he immediately put on his clothes and couldn't wait to verify it. At this moment, a familiar voice rang outside the door. Husband, I heard that an assassin came last night, so I came here to visit. The soft and glutinous voice is very provocative, exactly the same as the voice of Bei Walang Jun last night. However, the owner of the voice, not as polite as Bei Walang Jun, directly pushed the door in. Yo, husband, you are up. The voice was bright, and the owner of the voice also showed his appearance in front of the door. A poetic and picturesque beauty stood in front of Qin Yi's room. This woman, dressed in a light blue palace dress, looked exactly the same as Bei Walang Jun dressed last night. This is Qin Yi's nominal concubine, Lu Yi. A peerless beauty with an alluring look, has become Qin Yi's concubine. This incident caused a huge sensation in Yuanzhong City at that time. Although Qin Yi is a noble prince, he was born noble and born noble. But everyone knows that Qin Yi was demoted to Yuanzhong City. A slightly discerning person can see that Qin Yi is the prince who has been out early in the fight for the throne of the king. The losing 9 princes, even if they have royal blood, are not worth betting. What's more, it is known that the prince does not like the 9 princes, which makes everyone avoid Qin Yi. One is the great prince who is expected to ascend to the top of the dynasty. One is the 9 princes who were disliked by the king and were demoted. Anyone with a little eye will know how to choose. But the old man of the Lu family happily went to Qin Yi, married with him, and married the eldest Lu Yi of the Lu family to Qin Yi. Moreover, as a concubine, not in the main room. This caused many heads of forces in Yuanzhong City to wonder why the old man of the Lu family wanted to get close to a dying person. Yes, in the eyes of everyone, with the means of the prince, Qin Yi would die in Yuanzhong City within half a year. Even if the old man of the Lu family had any plans, it would be nothing in the end. It was not until later that news came out that Qin Yi accidentally helped the old man of the Liu family so that he could return home smoothly. The action of the old man in the Liu family was nothing but a gesture of gratitude. This made everyone startled and admired the old man Liu's conspiracy. This old man of the Liu family deserves to be the old fox who was once in the prime minister's position. Qin Yi is already immortal, and Liu Yi marries Qin Yi, and it won't be long before he will be free. This move can not only return Qin Yi's favor, but also win a good reputation for the Liu family. However, it is a pity that Liu Yi, the eldest of the Liu family, is famous. This made many young talents in Yuanzhong City itch with hatred. Chapter 16, Enchanting Concubine, Really? Qin Yin's admission of Miss Liu's family as a concubine can be said to have caused an uproar in Yuanzhong City. Miss Liu's family is the #1 beauty in Yuanzhong City. She has a good name and is the dream lover of countless people. Qin Yi is just a fallen prince, without power and influence. The combination of the two immediately made the countless young talents in Yuanzhong City who coveted Miss Liu's family hate Qin Yi. Even in Mijiang County where Yuanzhong City is located, no one in other cities cares about Qin Yi. This makes people have to say that Qin Yi made a good move. Offending the prince, but also offending the young talents of Mijiang County, isn't this a death? To be honest, Qin Yi didn't want to lie down in this muddy water. But the old man Liu family offered a price he didn't want to refuse. Therefore, Liu Yi entered Qin Yi's house. I heard that you were injured, I specially asked Shuer to see you. Liu Yi took Song Shuer into the room and closed the door, her attitude suddenly became cold. The bright smile on the corner of his mouth has disappeared, not cold or frosty, it is not cold or hot. Qin Yi didn't say a word, and he was already quite familiar with this situation. Liu Yi's marriage to him was nothing more than succumbing to the arrangements of the Liu family. She herself did not agree with this marriage, and even said she resisted it. But Liu Yi couldn't refuse the request of the old man from the Liu family, so she finally agreed. However, since becoming Qin Yi's concubine, Liu Yi behaves dignified and decently in front of outsiders, and is more affectionate with Qin Yi. But when she is alone with Qin Yi, she will be much colder. Cher, you are here. Qin Yi didn't care much about Liu Yi's attitude, but smiled and looked at the woman dressed as a maid beside Liu Yi. Uncle. Shuer gave a bow and said softly. As the personal maid of her own lady, she has dealt with Qin Yi more often than Liu Yi has dealt with Qin Yi. And because of the contact for so long, Shuer had no dislike for Qin Yi. Sometimes, she even thinks that her uncle is actually pretty good, not as unbearable as in the spread. Shuer, don't bother you, I have already treated the wound almost. Seeing Shuer busy putting down the medicine box on her body, Qin Yi couldn't help but speak. Auntie, you are a big man who doesn't understand medical skills. If the wound is not treated properly, it will be bad if the root of the disease is left. Surprisingly, Shuer said with a solemn face. Okay. Qin Yi smiled faintly, stretched out his left arm, and let Cher handle it. Shuer immediately took out the tools and carefully treated Qin Yi's wound again. For a while, the room fell into silence again. Shuer was treating Qin Yi's wounds, while the old Liu Yi was standing by, absent-minded. Qin Yi had nothing to do, so he settled down and studied the system. In this way, only the sound of Shuer turning the tools when he treated the wounds in the room. Hiss! Suddenly, Qin Yi gasped. It turned out that Cher accidentally touched Qin Yi's affected area when handling the wound. Qin Yi did not notice for a while, and exhaled in pain. Ah, uncle, are you okay? Seeing Qin Yi cry out, Shuer said quickly, and all of a sudden, the movements in her hands began to rush. It's okay, Cher is not in a hurry. Qin Yi couldn't help but pacify Cher. The warm smile at the corner of Qin Yi's mouth made Shuer calm down again. Just as Shuer wanted to continue treating Qin Yi's wounds, a pair of lotus-white arms took the tools in her hand. Miss! Shui was stunned, looking at Lu Yi in a daze. This is the first time that the young lady is actually caring about her uncle. Don't think too much, I don't care about you. Cher is sloppy, I'm just worried that she can't handle the wound. Lu Yi took the cloth and carefully bandaged the wound for Qin Yi, not forgetting to explain. Oh, I got it. Qin Yi smiled indifferently at Lu Yi who wanted to cover up. Laugh what to laugh, then laugh and watch me tear your mouth apart. Qin Yi's laughter made Lu Yi's face a blush, and Lu Yi couldn't help but scream. And you, dead Shui, don't laugh. Immediately, Lu Yi turned her head and stared, Shui who was covering her mouth and laughing. Don't laugh, I don't laugh. The smile on Qin Yi's face suddenly stagnated, and he said as he held back his smile. Auntie doesn't laugh, and I don't laugh either. Shui said with a smile in her eyes. Hey, girl, see if I go back to clean you up. Lu Yi glared at Shui again, as if to say. Chapter 17, Boy, the system won't trick you. Inside the room. Soon, it fell silent again, and Lu Yi was treating Qin Yi's wounds. With a small smile at the corner of Qin Yi's mouth, he felt warm when he looked at Lu Yi who was busy. However, Qin Yi didn't notice the look in Lu Yi's eyes, which fell on him from time to time, complicated and confused. After 2 months of buffering, Lu Yi still finds it difficult to accept her becoming Qin Yi's concubine. There is even a feeling of her in a dream. Which girl does not cherish spring, which girl does not look forward to? Looking forward to the future, how excellent my husband is, standing upright and covering the sky. In Lu Yi's mind, her future husband is not to be said to be a great hero, a great hero. At least it must be a martial artist with superior strength, or a writer with brilliant literary talent. In both cases, Qin Yi didn't touch him. Observing over the past few months, Lu Yi saw that Qin Yi was not as ignorant as the rumors outside, but it was nothing more. If you fail to succeed, you cannot succeed in writing. The only thing that can be taken is the identity of the 9 princes. In addition, Lu Yi did not see from Qin Yi what she imagined as the future husband. Do you really have to wait for Qin Yi to be killed, as the outside world guessed, and then remarry others? Lu Yi looked at Qin Yi with a complicated face, feeling confused. Reason tells her that this is the best plan. However, Lu Yi is not the kind of low-hearted generation. Marry a chicken with a chicken, marry a dog with a dog, this is the way of women. She is a wife, not to wait to see her husband be killed. However, Qin Yi really had a big gap between his future husband's image and what he expected. Lu Yi was unwilling. Suddenly, from the corner of Lu Yi's eyes, he caught a glimpse of Qin Yi's confident and open smile, and his heart trembled. Maybe to give him a chance, it's okay. Finally, Shui bandaged the wound for Qin Yi. Lu Yi took Shui away, leaving only a gust of fragrance. From beginning to end, apart from the initial words, Qin Yi and the two never exchanged too much. Looking at the backs of the two Lu Yi, Qin Yi sighed lightly. The prosperity of the world is for profit, and the hustle and bustle of the world is for profit. Born in this cruel world, Lu Yi is undoubtedly the victim of the profit bargaining between him and the Lu family. To be honest, he admired this strong woman. The appearance is charming, but the heart is resolute. Not any woman can silently bear all this suddenly married, and still married a famous waste prince. Even with the persuasion of the old man of the Lu family, none of this is something an ordinary woman can bear. No matter, wait for the future, you will be glorious for a lifetime. Qin Yi stood up and glanced deeply at the direction Lu Yi was leaving. Martial arts field. This is a wide square specially built by Qin Yi in the mansion for his martial arts training. A prince who does not fall into the dynasty, even if he is down, is not comparable to ordinary people. This house at Qin Yi's feet is the best proof. What's more, Qin Yi is also the nominal lord and supreme ruler of Yuanzhong city. A mansion in a prosperous area can also occupy an area that can only be owned by an ordinary mansion. Call. Qin Yi stood quietly on the square, taking a deep breath, not knowing when he held a stainless steel sword in his hand. Close your eyes and calm down. Recalling the swordsmanship in his mind, the swordsmanship in the sky. There are 9 types of swordsmanship, the most difficult to master is the last 3, Flying Star / Hong Kong Duan, and Scarlet Cloud 1000 Miles. Qin Yi has also practiced the sword technique of assaulting the sky for 4 years, and has not mastered the latter 3 styles. The difficulty of these 3 styles can be seen. Immediately, Qin Yi waved the stainless steel sword in his hand, and grasped the sword technique in his hand. Qin Yi moved, and the steel sword in his hand looked chilly as he danced. Qin Yi has practiced the swordsmanship of Chongxiao no less than thousands of times, and the 9-style swordsmanship has long been remembered in his heart. However, in this practice, the feeling is very different from the previous practice. Chapter 18, Cool Rewards, You Deserve It. This time, his feelings about the sword technique of rushing to the sky kept surging in his heart. What he didn't understand before is now clear at one point. The so-called bottleneck seems to be non-existent before him. The steel sword in Qin Yi's hand was constantly dancing, flying stars, breaking through the sky, and thousands of miles away. These 3 styles that Qin Yi could not master before are now naturally used in Qin Yi's dance, without a sense of stagnation, and it will be natural, as if he had completely mastered these 3 styles. Over and over again, Qin Yi was immersed in the world of swordsmanship, and his sword skills became more and more proficient. Gradually, Qin Yi's sword moves became faster and faster, and his movements looked like a flooding dragon. In the entire martial arts arena, the sword light was densely covered, stinging people's eyes. The sword glowed, and the steel sword suddenly uttered a letter like a silver snake, and clicked into the black boulder standing on the right side of the martial arts field. Click! With a slight tremor, the black boulder broke from the place where the steel sword pierced, and spider web-like cracks spread all over it. I did this. Qin Yi also returned to his senses at this time, staring wide-eyed, looking at the stainless steel sword pierced into the granite in disbelief. The granite in front of him was purchased by Qin Yi and used for cultivation. The granite is a kind of extremely hard stone body, and if you want to blast the granite with one blow, you must at least be a figure of the innate realm. Under Qin Yi's sword, he actually blasted through the defense of the granite. It can be seen that the power of his sword has reached the destructive power of the innate realm. System, display the operation panel. Qin Yi couldn't wait to call out the system. Host, Qin Yi. Cultivation, acquired 5 layers. Experience, 100/200. Martial Arts. 1 Qingling Gong, High-Level Character, Beginner. 2 Chongxiao Swordsmanship, Intermediate Character Swordsmanship, Enter the Hall. Secret Method, None. Supernatural Powers, None. Treasures, None. Killing Point, None. Tasks, 1 Behead the Prince of the Fallen Dynasty, Difficult Task. Explanation, both belong to the royal family, and the Prince of the Dynasty of Fuluo has framed the host repeatedly, and the host should kill the scorpion, with a righteous reputation. Reward, Kingly Dragon Sword. 2 Destroy the Black Wind Pirates, Simple Task. Explanation, the Black Wind Thief has long infringed on the peace and tranquility of the host's subordinates, and the host should step down and destroy these vicious and evil people, and still settle down the people under his command. Reward, Summon a Chance. Sure enough, my guess is not wrong. Qin Yi's eyes were burning, and the bottom of his eyes was hot, staring at the column of Chongxiao sword technique. According to the division of the system, whether it is practicing swordsmanship or other martial arts, the mastery of Kung Fu is divided into 5 levels. From the very beginning to the entry, and then to master, enter the room, perfect and superb. Remembering martial arts moves does not mean that you have truly mastered this martial arts. Only when the martial artist can demonstrate the power of this martial arts can you be considered a beginner. But Qin Yi ascended to the sky in one step, and the realm of the ascending swordsmanship went from the entry level to the level of entering the room. This is terrifying. Even the top genius of the dynasty, it is impossible to go against the sky. Just practice the sword once, you can step into the hall from the beginning. If this news spreads out, it will be enough to shake the entire Buluo dynasty. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with my guess. Qin Yi murmured, with a slight smile on his face. In one morning, the realm of Changxiao sword technique broke through 2 realms. This is something that Qin Yi didn't dare to think about before. Even a peerless genius who did not fall into the dynasty, it is impossible for him to break through like eating and drinking water. Chapter 19, Combination of work and rest is really king. It seems that the dream last night really improved his state of mind and made his savvy advance by leaps and bounds. After Qin Yi woke up before, he guessed the dream state created by the system, and the so-called reward was related to his mood. Although he is out of the dream state of seeing everything as ants and controlling everything is still there. Because of this state of mind, Qin Yi's vision has undoubtedly improved too much. Correspondingly, Qin Yi's comprehension is greatly improved. A trace of joy was uncontrollable on Qin Yi's face. In terms of cultivation, he is not worried at all because he is sitting on the system. You only need to do your best to kill the strong enemy, you can get the killing experience and improve your cultivation. What he lacks is his understanding of martial arts. Although the killing points are useful for improving the martial arts realm, Qin Yi doesn't want to spend too much killing points on this. Killing points are precious, and many functions of the system require killing points. Including the recovery of Byakuya's strength and the awakening of the sleeping Chiban Sakura, these without exception, require killing points. Therefore, Qin Yi wanted to accumulate killing points, but didn't want to spend it on himself for the time being. At this time, the improvement of mood and understanding is a timely reign, which intends to make up for Qin Yi's shortcomings. Qin Yi was quite sure that he would not need to spend killing points on martial arts for a long time. In this way, precious killing points can be saved for other use. Next, Qin Yi practiced the sword technique of rushing into the sky several times. This time, Qin Yi's comprehension of the Changxiao sword technique did not change much. In the later stage of martial arts, breakthroughs became more and more difficult. Even if Qin Yi's understanding soared, he would not be able to break through in a short time. Time passed quickly, and Qin Yi stopped practicing until the next person came to call. After lunch, Qin Yi sat quietly in the study. Called Byakuya, the two walked outside the mansion. Walking on the road, pedestrians on the road, seeing the two people, avoided one after another, looking at them in awe. When they look at the two, they are not ordinary people. Wearing a white robe, sword eyebrows, and starry eyes, he looked like a noble son, with a servant behind him. When traveling with your noble son, most civilians will choose to give way, not dare to collide. Master, where are we going? Baize followed behind Qin Yi, a black robe exuded the aura that no strangers should get near. Go to Ziwixianglu. Without looking back, Qin Yi led Baize to follow a familiar route. Ziwixianglu, the most popular restaurant in Yuanzhong City, the property of the Liu family in Yuanzhong City. Ziwixianglu is most famous for its delicious wine Ziwixiangniang. Many warriors who come to Yuanzhong City will choose to come to Ziwixianglu for a fine wine. Therefore, Ziwixianglu's business has always been one of the pillar industries of the Liu family, and most of the expenditures of the Liu family's disciples came from this. Since coming to Yuanzhong City, Qin Yi would come to Ziwixianglu to sit for a while every afternoon. Listen to the chats of warriors in Ziwixianglu and learn about some changes in the Buluo dynasty. Qin Yi's current power is still very weak, and there is no source of intelligence at all. In order to obtain information, he can only choose to come and investigate in this drunk and fragrant building. Drunk fragrant house. The voice is full of people, and there are countless warriors who come and go, and they all come here admiringly. Here, the 3 religions and 9 currents gather, and many warriors passing by Yuanzhong city will come to Zhuangzi Anglo to taste the drunk fragrant wine. This also made it possible for warriors from all over the world to talk about it every day. It also gave Qin Yi the opportunity to understand the changes in the situation of the entire Buluo dynasty. Chapter 20, Boy, you still have a sister who is a lure. Drunk Xian Glo. The warriors from various places in the Buluo dynasty brought news from different counties. Randomly found a seat to sit down, and asked Xiao Er for a pot of drunk fragrant brew. Qin Yi began to drink, and Bai Zai stood behind him. The appearance of Qin Yi did not interrupt the bragging of the martial artists. Although Qin Yi and the two seem to have good identities, they will not be affected by these warriors who travel north and south. Have you heard about the royal capital? At this time, a table of warriors chats caught Qin Yi's attention, and it was a thin warrior who spoke. About the royal capital, you mean that the prince ousted Princess Qingcheng from the title in front of the Minister of Civil and Military Affairs, forcing Princess Qingcheng to marry Wang Lei, the son of General Wang Chongshan? A warrior at the same table asked the interface. Yes, that's what happened. Now the entire capital city is full of storms. The skinny warrior shook his head and said. How about the wind and rain in the city? Another fat warrior, obviously hadn't heard of this, suddenly became interested and quickly asked. This wine? The skinny warrior kept silent, and pointed to the empty flask in front of him. Ha ha ha, little question, Xiao Er, another pot of drunk brew. The fat warrior twitched his mouth and cursed an iron secretly. However, the words of the thin warrior did scratch his heart, and the fat warrior had to shout loudly to the shop Xiao Er. He knew that the skinny warrior in front of him had been staying in the royal capital recently, and he probably knew some unknown secrets. Brother Feng, let's talk about it now. When Xiao Er brought the wine and filled the glasses of the 3 of them, the fat warrior couldn't wait to ask. Brother Ren, you are asking the right person. I happen to know some inside information about this matter. The skinny warrior had a drink, with a face of enjoyment, and suffocated the fat warrior's appetite, and then spoke. You know the 9 princes? The thin warrior said mysteriously. I know this is the 9th prince who was demoted to this Yuanzhong city. The fat warrior nodded his head. This incident spread widely at the time, so he heard a little. What does this matter have to do with Princess Qingcheng? The fat warrior asked with a puzzled look. You don't know this, Princess Qingcheng is the sibling of the 9th prince and a mother. The skinny warrior poured another glass of drunk fragrant beer, took a contented sip, and continued. It turns out that there is still this relationship. The fat warrior suddenly realized. Of course there are more than these relationships. Do you know why Princess Qingcheng would be nominated by Bai Ji? The skinny warrior continued. Why? Princess Qingcheng spoke against the prince because of her brother. In front of the civil and military officials, he scolded the prince. At that time, Princess Qingcheng was really a woman. The prince was speechless and angry on the spot. Only then will there be a series of things later. The skinny warrior then threw a blockbuster, confronting the prince in public and preventing the prince from coming to stage. The fat warrior glared and exclaimed. Now, the fat warrior can be regarded as understanding why Princess Qingcheng was deposed from the title of princess. You must know that the name of Princess Qingcheng was given by the old prince, not ordinary people. But who is the eldest prince? The old prince is seriously injured, and the prince is in charge of the government, almost can be said to be the future prince. Chapter 21, Gouda, dare to hit my sister's idea. Using the means of the prince, to revoke the title of Princess Allure is nothing more than thinking or not wanting. Now, Lao Wangjun is ill in bed, ignoring government affairs. It can be said that Buluo dynasty is basically the prince who has the final say. The prince wanted to remove Princess Qingcheng from the title, that was not a matter of words. Pity. The fat warrior shook his head and said with emotion. With so many ministers among the hundreds of civil and military officials, don't anyone stand up and speak for Princess Ching Cheng? The fat warrior asked. Yes, yes, Sima Grandmaster stood up to speak for Princess Ching Cheng. The eldest prince also gave the old lady Sima face to face, and promised that as long as Princess Ching Cheng admitted her mistake, she would also marry Wang Lei, the son of General Wang Chongshan, and this matter was exposed. But who wanted Princess Ching Cheng to scold the prince for being shameless, and even to make the prince angry? Even the old lady Sima couldn't keep Princess Ching Cheng. The prince ordered that within half a year, Princess Allure must marry Wang Lei. The thin warrior said regretfully. The most ruthless emperor's house. It was a pity that Princess Ching Cheng, such a stubborn strange woman, became the bargaining chip for the prince to win over General Wang Chongshan. The discussion at the wine table ended in this way, but their conversation caused a person's anger. Boom! The wine glass in his hand was suddenly squeezed and burst into pieces. The heart pierced the skin, and the blood mixed with the wine dripped down, but Qin Yi didn't notice it. Big King Son. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a sudden coldness in his eyes. As a warrior, Qin Yi's ears and eyes are clear, and the dialogue between the two warriors naturally fell into Qin Yi's ears without missing a word. Princess Ching Cheng, Qin Yuji, Qin Yi's sister in this life. Now, he was deposed as a princess by the prince. It was even used as a bargaining chip to win people's hearts and was forced to marry Wang Lei. This is really unacceptable to Qin Yi. Qin Yuji, the Allure princess of the dynasty, is known as the first beauty of the dynasty. She has a prosperous beauty that is a disaster for the country and the people. In addition, she has a gentle personality and generous demeanor, which has attracted countless talents in the dynasty. But Wang Lei is the famous dude in the capital city, how can he be worthy of his sister? He was suppressed by the prince and even sent someone to assassinate him. Forget it, the prince would actually pay attention to hitting his sister. Prince, you are looking for death. Qin Yi's eyes became more and more cold, and the killing intent in his chest was boiling. The dragon has inverse scales, and if you touch it, you will die. Qin Yuji is his sister in this life, and a family figure. Qin Yi would never allow her to suffer any harm. Even if he has only been in this world for less than a few months, and even if he and Qin Yuji have not lived for more than a month, his love of protecting the calf will never change. In January in the royal capital, Qin Yuji gave his relatives to accompany him. The deep sibling love between the two in my memory is extremely strong. Before leaving, Qin Yuji was deeply worried when she came to see him off. These had already caused Qin Yi to regard Qin Yuji as her own sister. Now, the prince deliberately tried to force Qin Yuji. It's so deceiving. Prince, I swear, within half a year, I will set foot on the royal capital and take your head. Qin Yi's eyes were hazy, and there was a cold killing intent in his eyes, gathering and churning. At this time, Qin Yi, with a murderous intent, only waits to bloom. It is the time of storm. When he returns to the capital, it will be the time when the great prince is dead. Chapter 22, Go, Byakuya, let's kill. Half a year, he only has half a year left. Qin Yi couldn't help but feel anxious, he was too weak now. And half a year later, Qin Yuji will marry Wang Lei. He must have enough strength and influence within these 6 months to be able to kill back to the royal capital, rescue Qin Yuji, and his mother and concubine. Since the prince dared to deal with him blatantly, he still has his political opponents. It can be seen that the old prince is already in danger, so whether Qin Yuji or Qin Yi's mother and concubine, life in the capital may be difficult. Therefore, Qin Yi must expand his power and strengthen his own strength as soon as possible. But in the final analysis, Qin Yi now only has such a strong man as Bai Zai. Although Bai Zai is strong, he is a person after all, and his strength is limited. Qin Yi was certain that if he relied on Bai Zai's strength, he would return to the royal capital. The final result will undoubtedly be a stronger warrior who will kill Qin Yi on the spot. Therefore, although Qin Yi was so angry, he did not lose his mind. Strength, strength! I need strength! Qin Yi roared inside. Never before has Qin Yi been so eager for power, eager to explode everything. If Qin Yi had the power in his dream last night, would the prince dare to insult him and persecute his sister? Not to mention other things, as long as Byakuya restores the captain-level combat power, he will dare to take Byakuya back to the royal capital. Huo! Qin Yi stood up abruptly, and walked out blankly. Master, where is this going? Byakuya followed closely, with some doubts. Usually his own young master, but will sit here for at least a cup of tea. Go, let's kill people. Qin Yi turned his head, looked at Bai Zai, and suddenly grinned. Yes, master. Qin Yi's smile made Bai Zai's heart tremble, and he could feel Qin Yi's inner suppressed killing intent. As a subject, you will die if you humiliate you. Qin Yi's anger is Bai Zai's sword. I will kill wherever the young master points. I am a sharp blade in the hands of the young master, splitting the obstacles in front of the young master. Xiashui Village. A quiet village outside Yuanzhong City. Outside Xiashui Village, a piece of silky water winds past, and the turquoise river flows quietly. This is a quiet and peaceful village, and not many people visit it on weekdays. Today, the peace here was broken by a group of bandits. Kill, all the money and food will be taken away. By the way, we will force a few women, and we will go back to the village and have fun. Little ones, take it to me. Kill. A burst of Suanza shouting and killing sounded not far from the village. Xiao Xiao Shan thief, dare to offend my Xiashui village. Amidst the shouts of the bandits, an angry shout suddenly came out. I saw that in front of Xiashui village, there were dozens of strong men from Xiashui village, holding knives and harpoons, and confronting the bandits. The head was a sturdy man with a short shirt and an egg-thick iron rod in his hand. The angry shout was made by this man. Ha ha ha, you grabbed it from Xiashui village. The leader headed by the bandit was laughing. Aren't you afraid, the officials come to trouble you? The strong man looked a little ugly and shouted in a deep voice. The strong man understood that it was impossible to repel these bandits by relying on the few peasants behind him. He can only carry out the official name in order to frighten off these bandits. Joke, now the new city lord of Yuanzhong City is already unable to protect himself, so there is still leisure to take care of you. I think these bandits don't buy it at all, or they don't care. Chapter 23, Bandit, run, you are going to die. Little ones, kill me, kill these ignorant men, and go back to the cottage to drink. The bandit leader shouted at the already excited bandit, and rushed away first. Kill. The bandits behind the bandit leader screamed, waving their sabers in their hands, and rushing towards dozens of men. Big guy, behind us is our home. These people are vicious bandits, what do you say we should do? The fierce battle was inevitable, and the strong man couldn't help grasping the iron rod in his hand and snorted. Only fight to death. The dozens of peasant men behind the strong man showed sorrow on their faces, but their eyes were firm, and they clenched their weapons firmly. Behind them is their family, and they can't retreat, nor dare to retreat. The bandits rode on their horses, and for a moment they came to the front, and handed over to the farmers in Xiashui village. As soon as the hands were handed over, the gap between the two sides became apparent. On one side is a farmer who can only handle some dealers. One side is a bandit who put blood on the tip of a knife. The result of the two sides fighting is obvious. The number of bandits who shot is twice as small as that of the farmer, but bandits have an absolute advantage. These peasants have no knowledge in martial arts, and they are not opponents when they are at least the first and second acquired bandits. In just a few fights, several peasants have died under the bandit knife. Mouse, dare you! Seeing another peasant man dying tragically in front of him, the strong man suddenly roared. The iron rod in his hand danced vigorously, and he smashed the head of the thief in front of him. This sturdy man has learned a few martial arts moves, and has a cultivation base, which is far stronger than the average bandit. "Hugh is crazy, Grandpa will meet you." As soon as this burly man was showing his power, the surrounding bandits looked at each other, abandoned their opponents, and besieged him. The next moment, the strong man fell into a hard fight. Over time, the scene became more and more unfavorable for the farmer. In just a quarter of an hour, 10 peasants had fallen in a pool of blood, and the bandit had only lost one. This is the result of the bandit leader taking 2 bandits to the show. The farmer is already in danger. 4 chiefs, 2 young warriors came from behind. Just when the bandit leader held his arms and watched from the wall. Outside the battlefield, a bandit who wandered around came to the bandit leader and reported to him. "Young warrior, which sect disciple is it?" Hearing this, the bandit leader felt tight and immediately asked. As a bandit, the most feared are those young knights who are heroic and righteous. These disciples who have just left the sect are young and vigorous and have a deep background. Not to mention the strong strength, even if the strength is weak, one cannot handle it well, it will bring disasters for them and endanger the safety of the stockade. No, they are not dressed in any sect costumes, like a rich prince traveling with a servant. The bandit under his command responded. "Rich son? Let's go and get rid of them. Remember, don't hurt their lives." The bandit leader groaned for a moment and exhorted to his hand. Now they are fighting with people from Xiashui village, and the bandit leader does not want to offend 2 unknown people. Take some means to drive away the opponent. However, he didn't want to offend someone, but the other party didn't think so. "What?" With a scream, another bandit scout died on the spot. Chapter 24, Boy, how about giving me face? An infuriating blast came and directly killed the bandit scout on the spot. Infuriate is released, and the incoming person is a good player with 7 layers or more. "Who? The Black Wind thief is working here, and he didn't leave quickly." The thief leader's face suddenly changed, and he said loudly. It's not that the bandit leader is afraid of coming, but that he doesn't want to cause trouble. However, the person who came across was silent and did not respond. Tread! 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 The heavy and slow footsteps approached slowly. What followed was a strange sense of oppression. The rhythmic footsteps seemed to have stepped on a strange node, in the gap between the heartbeats of everyone present. Boom! 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 Even the bandit leader, because of the heavy footsteps, his blood surged and his face flushed. The bandit leader is the person with the highest bandit cultivation level present, and he is like this, not to mention the other bandits. Tread! The footsteps stopped suddenly, and this sudden sense of difference made people too late to adapt. Several bandits with the worst cultivation bases opened their mouths and spewed blood. 2 people were already standing in front of the bandits. Each person has a white robe, wearing a gilt crown and a jade belt waist, and soap boots, dressed as a rich man. One person has a black robe, a weird headband, a long sword around his waist, and his feet come without touching the ground. The bandit leader's pupils shrank, and the aura of the 2 in front of him gave him a terrifying sense of oppression. Combined with the sound of footsteps before, he knew that they were not the opponents of the 2 in front of him. 2 heroes, the 4 masters of the Black Wind Pirates, do things here, please make it convenient. The bandit leader bit his head, struck forward, and said loudly to the 2 of them. Just like before, the strong man took the name of the official family, and the leader of the bandit took the name of his stockade, in order to scare the people away. Black Wind Pirates. Here, the headed rich son raised his head and looked at the bandit leader faintly. With indifferent eyes, the bandit leader's heart trembled. However, listening to what this person said, it seemed that he had heard of Black Wind Pirates, and that matter was easy to handle. Their Black Wind Thief is the most powerful bandit around Yuanzhong City. The big leader and the second leader of the Black Wind Pirates, both of them are innate strong, no one dares to provoke them around here. Even the Chengshao mansion in Yuanzhong City will give them face, not afraid that these two people will not give face. Yes, we are all Black Wind Thief, please make it easy. The bandit leader said loudly. Okay, I'll make it easy for you, and you can make it easy for me too. The rich young man smiled softly and said without delay. Okay. The bandit leader was taken aback for a moment and didn't react for a while. The next moment, a white arm suddenly appeared in front of the bandit leader. In an instant, in the horrified eyes of the bandit leader, this white palm easily broke through his infuriating defense and grabbed his neck. It was the rich young man who grabbed the bandit leader high. In a short period of time, the bandit leader was taken down by the rich man in front of him. The bandit leader was lifted in midair by the rich man, kicking around under his feet. His face turned red from congestion, and his hands were tearing at the rich man's right arm. But the palm of the rich man's hand, like an iron hoop, firmly gripped his neck, getting tighter and tighter. All this happened between the lightning and flint. When the other bandits reacted, the bandit leader had some difficulty breathing and his eyes turned white. Chapter 25, Domineering Boy, he burst. No, the four leaders are in trouble, so hurry up. The bandits finally reacted, yelling, abandoning the opponent in front of them, and gathered around the rich son. The rich man didn't realize it and didn't make any response. The burly man in Xiaoshui village opened his mouth to remind the young man. Humph! But I heard a cold snort, and saw the figure of the black-robed man swaying slightly behind the rich young man. With such a slight sway, the strong man only had time to see, as if a bright knife light flashed by. What? In the next moment, screams came and went one after another. The shadow of the knife is invisible, instantly cuts the bandit. Just like this, a dozen bandits screamed and covered their necks. The dozens of bandits trembled all over, and the scarlet blood spurted from the neck, forming a bright red picture. This scene seemed to freeze before the eyes of that strong man. Puff! A breeze blew by, and these dozen bandits fell heavily on their horses like fluttering feathers. The blood spilled and converged into a river of blood, flowing on the ground. So strong! The strong man looked at the black-robed man blankly, his expression was shocked to the extreme. With just one cut, none of these elite bandits died. For a time, the shouting and killing in front of Xiaoshui village abruptly stopped and returned to calm. The peasants in Xiaoshui village have their eyes widened and lost in a daze. There is only one thought in their hearts: are they saved? In the first moment, they were still desperate to die for their homeland, and in the next moment, they were miraculously rescued. Sometimes fate is so wonderful. Everything that happened around did not affect Qin Yi in the slightest. If these bandits are 10 times more numerous, they will not be Byakuza's opponent. That's right, the rich man and the black-robe warrior are Qin Yi and Bai Zai. After leaving Xianglu, Qin Yi took Bai Zai on a trip for several days, and he never even returned to the mansion. Bai Zai knew Qin Yi and was looking for Black Wind pirates. He didn't know why Qin Yi wanted to kill the Black Wind pirates in this way. He only knew what Qin Yi thought was what he wanted to do. Simply, they finally found a group of bandits next to a small village on a river. Even more smoothly, this is the Black Wind pirates. I ask, you answer. Qin Yi pinched the bandit leader by the neck and held him high. Quickly, I'm down, I'm the 4 leaders of the Black Wind pirates. The Black Wind thief, the chief leader is my brother-in-law. Kill me, my brother-in-law won't let you go. The bandit leader blushed, struggling to say. I ask, you answer. Qin Yi said with no expression on his face. You can't, The bandit leader was still thinking about what to say, and before he finished speaking, he opened his mouth with a scream. However, the palm of his left hand was thrown high and cut off from the wrist and arm. Tick! Qin Yi pinched the bandit leader's neck with his left hand and a saber in his right hand. The blood dripped down the sword. The bandit leader's left palm is broken, it is his masterpiece. I ask. You answer. Qin Yi's eyes were calm as water, as if he had done a trivial thing. You are the devil, you are the devil. The bandit leader looked terrified, full of fear at Qin Yi, and shouted crazy. Puff! Another sword light flashed, and the bandit leader's left arm was cut off. I ask you to answer. The faint voice seems to be blowing from hell. Chapter 26, Nice guy, thanks for leading the way. What? The bandit leader was still screaming, the wound on his left arm sprayed with blood. When the bandit leader caught a glimpse of Qin Yi, his eyes shuddered like a knife, and his heart shuddered again. Uncle, you ask, I will say everything. Holding back the severe pain, the bandit leader replied hastily. Tell me, where is the Black Wind Thief's lair? Qin Yi asked blankly. Our Black Wind Thief's nest is 10 miles away, on Qilian Mountain. Seeing Qin Yi inquiring about the Black Wind Thief's lair, this made the bandit leader hesitate. However, the severe pain on his body and Qin Yi's faint gaze made the bandit leader agitated and quickly replied. Qilian Mountain. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help frowning. Yes, it is Qilian Mountain. The bandit leader couldn't help nodding, as long as he spoke, he wouldn't hide it. In his opinion, the man in front of him is a murderous god, and his most important thing now is to save his life. Hearing this, Qin Yi did not comment, and slowly lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Get out! Just as the bandit leader was frightened, a voice without any color sounded. Then, he felt a firm grip on the arm around his neck, and suddenly he loosened, and his whole person fell to the ground. Thank you, uncle, thank you, uncle. The bandit leader showed ecstasy and kept kowtow to Qin Yi. Immediately, the bandit leader quickly got up and ran out in a panic, not even caring about his brother's body. Apparently he was afraid that Qin Yi suddenly changed his attention. Qin Yi and the two stood in place, without any intention of chasing them. Soon, the figure of the bandit leader disappeared in front of the man in Xiashui village. We survived. Farmers in Xiashui village burst into tears of joy and cheered. For them, surviving is a happy thing. Their homes are also preserved, and there is hope in the future. After the cheers, when these men were about to find the two benefactors to thank them, at some point, the two warriors had disappeared. After searching for a long time, I didn't see the two benefactors. In desperation, the peasants had to give up and put the corpses of their dead brothers instead. Only, the strong man stood quietly in front of Xiashui village, shook hands with the iron rod, not knowing what he was thinking. Dense woods. A figure was running frantically towards the distance, as if someone behind was chasing him. The only weird thing is that the entire left arm of this person has been broken, as if someone had cut it all with sharp blades. At the wound of the broken arm, as the figure ran, a little blood was spilled from time to time. After running for a long time, the bandit leader stopped panting until he couldn't run. Hey! The bandit leader leaned on a big tree, his face pale because of running wildly and losing too much blood. Boy, don't let me know who you are. Otherwise I want you to die. The bandit leader glanced in the direction when he was coming and going in resentment, a hint of resentment flashed across his face. No, I can't swallow that breath. I must hurry back to the mountain to find my brother-in-law and avenge me. Those two people will definitely not go far, no matter how bad they are. I also want to level the Xiashui village and let out this bad breath. The bandit leader has a hideous face and roars in his mouth. After making up his mind, he didn't stay anymore, looked for the direction and walked away quickly. Chapter 27, Boy, the enemy's nest has been found by you. Qilian Mountains. Strictly speaking, Qilian Mountain can be regarded as a small mountain range. It consists of 4 huge peaks and some scattered small peaks. Although Qilian Mountains are warm as spring all year round, blooming like brocades, and full of aura. But because of the intricate roads on Qilian Mountain, you will lose your way if you don't pay attention. Even the most experienced hunter can't say that he can move in and out freely on the Qilian Mountains. In addition, a few years ago, Qilian Mountain was controlled by a mysterious force, and people were not allowed to enter at will. This force's methods were extremely harsh, and anyone who broke into Qilian Mountain had never stepped out again. This also makes this Qilian Mountain become a bit eerie and terrifying, which makes people stay away. The bandit leader came to the foot of the Qilian Mountains without stopping, and found the way familiarly, and went along the way, looking very familiar with the road conditions of the Qilian Mountains. Turning left and right along the mountain road, I don't know how far I walked, the vision in front of me was suddenly bright. A huge stockade appeared in front of him. It can be vaguely seen that there are several groups of powerful bandits patrolling in the village. A wooden plaque hung on the wooden gate of the cottage. On it, Black Wind Village is written. This is the old nest of Hefeng pirates, Hefeng Jai. The Black Wind Thief is the most powerful bandit in this area, or the most awe-inspiring bandit force. First, the Black Wind pirates are extremely fierce, and for the benefit of their hearts, they can even use whatever means. The Black Wind Thief has done this kind of thing more than once or twice before slaughtering ordinary unarmed farmers. Second, no one can find the lair of the Black Wind Thief. The Black Wind pirates come and go without a trace, and their movements are erratic, making people unable to find their home. If it is only to eliminate the small groups of Black Wind pirates, many forces can do it. However, this will provoke the entire Black Wind Thief. Once, a group of people who had successfully eliminated the Black Wind Thief was taken care of by the Black Wind Thief. If you are not afraid of thief stealing, you are afraid of thief thinking. The same principle applies to Black Wind pirates. After being worried by the Black Wind Thief, that power was eventually harassed by the Black Wind Thief and suffered heavy losses. In the end, it was the power that bowed its head and admitted that it was wrong. This incident also brought Black Wind pirates' reputation to a higher level. Many forces are extremely afraid of Black Wind pirates. Before finding the Black Wind Thief's lair, no one had ever wanted to deal with the Black Wind Thief. Moreover, the Black Wind Thief chose the target of attack, and they are also very particular about it. They never take the initiative to attack a powerful force. Therefore, most of the forces that have the ability to stamp out Black Wind pirates have chosen to turn a blind eye to them. In addition, the strength of Black Wind pirates is strong. Therefore, the Black Wind pirates are now at ease. As soon as he saw the gate of the cottage, the bandit leader suddenly smiled, and for a moment even the wound on his left arm no longer felt pain. As long as he returns to the cottage, he can mobilize a large number of people to destroy Xiaoshui village and breathe a sigh of malice for himself. Thinking about it, the bandit leader couldn't help showing a grinning smile on his face. Just as the bandit leader was about to walk into the cottage quickly, his footsteps stagnated, his expression became panic, he turned his head in a daze and looked behind him. This is the lair of the Black Wind pirates, hidden enough, no wonder no one can find it. The indifferent voice floated from behind the bandit leader, but it made the bandit leader sweat. You. The bandit leader stammered. Thank you for leading the way. As soon as the voice fell, the sword light flashed, and the great head was thrown high. Chapter 28, the next step is to flatten the enemy's nest. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Everything that happened in front of the cottage attracted the attention of the bandits patrolling the wooden building. A group of bandits gathered in front of the gate. Bai Zai, except for the Black Wind pirate chief and the second chief. You don't care about the others. Qin Yi turned his head and exhorted Bai Zai behind him. Yes, master. Byakuya replied with a slightly lowered head. Bai Zai did not stop Qin Yi, whether it was to make Qin Yi vent his anger. In order to allow Qin Yi to adapt to the soaring power, life and death must be the fastest way. With him watching, Qin Yi would naturally not have an accident. The bandit in front of him happened to be Qin Yi's best practice target. "Who are you? What are you doing here in Black Wind Village?" The Black Wind Thief leader and the second leader did not appear. The bandit leader is the Black Wind Thief leader. The three leaders carefully looked at Qin Yi and the two, wanting to see some clues from them. The three chiefs looked solemn. The so-called good ones will not come, and the ones who come are not good. The two opposing parties dared to appear in Hefeng-Jai. They must rely on something, of course. Be careful. However, when he saw the headless corpse lying in front of the two, his face suddenly changed, and the little caution in his heart was instantly forgotten. Fourth. The three chiefs exclaimed, their expressions becoming extremely ugly. "So courageous, dare to kill the people in Hefeng-Jai. Brothers, kill me and avenge the four leaders." The three leaders shouted angrily, dragging the ring-head knife, and then killed them at Qin Yi. Whether it was covering up the position of Hefeng-Jai or avenging the four leaders of Hefeng-Jai, he would never let the two of them go. He really doesn't believe it. Two boys who are less than 18 years old can turn the sky in front of him. The acquired 9 warriors, not bad. Looking at the three leaders who showed their full momentum, Qin Yi closed his head slightly, and instantly touched the saber on his waist with his right hand. Clang! With a blast of swords, the sharp sword leaped into his hand. With the sword in his hand, Qin Yi's momentum changed, his eyes were like a sword, and he already had the aura of a swordsman. Dead! The three leaders roared and slashed out. The sturdy energy, condensed but not scattered, was completely gathered on a knife by it, and the air was cut through, making a roar. Qin Yi didn't insist on it, and shouted in a low voice, "The dragon's teeth flash!" The body and the sword are united, like a white dragon, blending into the clouds and mist, flickering and disappearing, making it impossible to distinguish the trace. This type of dragon tooth flash is the most suitable method to deal with martial artists who have a large number of martial arts. The three chiefs roared again and again, and his attacks were completely useless in front of Qin Yi. Qin Yi was like a slippery loach, cleverly avoiding all his attacks. Even if he is not careful, he will be swept by Qin Yi's sword light, leaving a sword wound. "Damn boy, don't hide, and fight me upright." The three chiefs were extremely aggrieved, and sooner or later he would be consumed by Qin Yi. The bandits around were unable to intervene in the fight between the two, and the situation became more and more disadvantageous for him. "Okay." Qin Yi chuckled lightly. Fighting is really the best way for people to adapt to their strength. The battle just now made him quickly adapt to his soaring strength. The three leaders of the Black Wind Pirates have thick skin, although they are excellent swordsmen. But Qin Yi and the two are still in the nest of Black Wind Pirates, and they cannot be taken lightly. Thinking of this, Qin Yi made up his mind, it was time to end this battle. Chapter 29, Boss or Something, Weak. Qin Yi chuckled lightly, turning the sword in his hand. His sword style became domineering, he went straight back and forth, and clashed hard with the three leaders. "Boy, look for death. Pick me up and open the monument." The three leaders sneered again and again. Qin Yi actually dared to face him head-on, this was undoubtedly seeking death. The three leaders let out a long roar, and the ring-head knife broke through the air. Unpretentious infuriating energy flashed across the blade, and the blade fell vertically like an indestructible stone tablet, and the air was shaking. The three chiefs smiled grimly. Qin Yi must not be able to dodge this trick, dare to face him head-on, this is just looking for death. Qin Yi's figure was stagnant, and the sword engulfed him abruptly, and the three chiefs' aura locked him firmly, making him inevitable. Since he couldn't avoid it, Qin Yi didn't dodge anymore. With a sneer, he turned into a meteor, slashed straight to the three leaders, and flew out with a move. Boom! There was a sound of gold and stone. Qin Yi's figure appeared in the distance, and the sword in his hand was carrying a little blood. How is it possible? How is it possible? The three chiefs looked incredible, and their pupils began to diminish. If you look carefully, you can vaguely see that blood is leaking from a sword wound on the neck of the three leaders. Three chiefs, die! Qin Yi glanced faintly at the three chiefs who fell to the ground, his expression as usual. With his sword technique of stepping into the hall and entering the room, if it were not for the purpose of tempering himself, the three leaders would have already died at his feet. When the three leaders died, no one among the bandits was Qin Yi's opponent. Qin Yi is like a wolf entering the flock, killing all the way. Every sword shows the power of swordsmanship. The suffocation in my heart also vented. Qin Yi was happy to kill, and the Black Wind thief who killed was retreating. Junior, Hugh is crazy. At this time, a roar came from a distance. The air seemed to be shaken by this roar. Be the first to win. Afterwards, a figure stepped on the void and flew from a distance. Lai Ren is an innate warrior. The visitor stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the aura of heaven and earth gathered in an instant, turned into a big hand covering the sky, and grabbed Qin Yi. The second leader is here, the second leader is here, we are saved. The bandits suddenly shouted, Qin Yi killed them just now. However, the second leader of the Black Wind pirates immediately made them soar. The second leader is a congenital warrior, killing this kid who doesn't know what is good or bad is simply a breeze. In fact, these two leaders also think so. Although Qin Yi's performance was very eye-catching, after all, he did not exceed his innate realm, and he would definitely not be his opponent. In the crowd, Qin Yi continued to slaughter the bandits without even looking at the two leaders. Good boy, dare to ignore me. Rao could not help being furious with the disposition of the two leaders. When did a junior dare to despise him so much? The two leaders laughed in anger and moved in their hearts, covering the sky with big hands and patted Qin Yi. If this trick is true, it will be like patting an ant to death, making Qin Yi a meat sauce. The two leaders grinned, seeming to have seen the scene where Qin Yi was photographed as fleshy. Humph, if you want to hurt my young master, pass me first. A cold voice, accompanied by a lightning-fast knife light, tore through the sky. This sharp light came in an instant, and the two leaders had no time to react. The pupils of the second leader shrunk, and now he is in a stage where the old force has just gone and the new force has not yet emerged. This knife was so fast that he had no time to react. It was Bai Zhe who made the shot, and this sword took the fate of the two leaders. Keep his life. At this time, Qin Yi's voice floated far away, stopping Bai Zhe's ultimate move. Chapter 30, Youth for the People. Byakuza's offensive stagnated, and the two leaders looked happy, seized the opportunity, stepped a little, and quickly retreated. Byakuza's eyelids were slightly lifted, without using the knife, he probing his palm and grabbing it. The figure shook, and the next moment he came to the second leader. Boom! Byakuza's right arm was lightly printed on the dantian of the second leader, and with a soft sound, in the incredible eyes of the bandits, the second leader was suddenly knocked off. Puff! A spurt of blood, the two leaders' aura suddenly wilted. The second leader's whole person, as if they were dozens of years old, fell heavily to the ground. The second leader's pubic area is broken. Bai Zhe's palm shattered his dantian. My cultivation base, my cultivation base. The two leaders lay on the ground with their eyes blank, and they no longer had the spirit of coming. Compared to death, the broken dantian makes a warrior worse than death. The two chiefs lay slumped on the ground, and he didn't even think of dealing with a kid of the 9 layers of acquired days, which would actually reduce him to such a point. Bai Zhe's palm not only broke his dantian, but also broke his meridians. If there is no accident, the second leader will be a waste in his life. Even if his injury recovers, he will only be an ordinary person, and no longer a superior congenital warrior. The might of Bai Zhe is fierce. The second leader was actually defeated. The surrounding bandits looked desperate, and the two leaders who were invincible in their eyes were actually defeated by Bai Zhe. Moreover, the defeat was so clean. Ahem, sir, there is no grudge in the past and no grudges in the past, why do you want to be cruel? The two chiefs of Hefeng pirates lying on the ground, holding on, asked bitterly. No grudges in the past, no grudges in the recent days? The Black Wind pirates disturb the peace of my territory. This is called no grudges in the past, but no grudges in the near future. Baizhe did not speak. Qin Yi, who was still fighting, answered the questions of the two leaders. 1,000 miles of red clouds. Qin Yi snorted softly, and the sword light circulated, turning into red clouds of smoke covering all directions. The crimson cloud smoke instantly encompassed the bandits around Qin Yi, while the sword light flickered, a little blood mist sprayed into the crimson cloud smoke. Just like the blood-colored plum blossoms, blooming in the clouds, looming. The red clouds dissipated, leaving only Qin Yi standing proudly. Thousands of miles of red clouds will kill countless bandits. You are the 9th prince. Looking at Qin Yi who stood still, the two leaders finally reacted. Ha ha ha, wrong, all wrong. It turns out that the soft persimmon in the mouth of the eldest brother is actually a fierce dragon. The two leaders smiled desolately, and they regretted the beginning. Regretted that he had accepted Yuan Zhongchen Xiaofu's entrustment and disturbed the surroundings of Yuan Zhongcheng, and gave the prince an excuse to deal with Qin Yi. In the end, misfortune came. Originally, Black Wind pirates, as a thief force entrenched in Yuanzhong City, would not touch the villages around Yuanzhong City again. In the end, Black Wind thief was still a group of bandits. If it really angers the big figures in Yuanzhong City and invites Yuanzhong City's army to suppress it, I am afraid it will not be able to resist. Secondly, there are many brothers in Black Wind pirates who also came from villages around Yuanzhong City. Therefore, the Black Wind pirates have been in peace with the surrounding villages of Yuanzhong City. Black Wind thief is more about starting with caravans. Until the people of Yuanzhong City guarding the mansion, they came to the door and asked them to take action around Yuanzhong City of cholera, and promised that they would not send troops to come and destroy them. Under the coercion and lure of the city guard mansion, the Black Wind thief finally made a move, and this caused disaster. Chapter 31, Conspiracy or something, not less. Puff. The saber pierced his chest, and the warm blood took away the last temperature of the body. The second leader of the Black Wind pirates smiled miserably and closed his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading the elite life. The current elite life cultivation base is innate. One level higher than the host, draw experience points and draw killing points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 experience points and 3 killing points. The prompt sound of the system did not make Qin Yi happy, but frowned. The chief of the Black Wind thief is not in this stockade. Qin Yi turned around and looked at Baizhe who had just walked out of the cottage. Yes, I searched all over the village, but I didn't find the leader of the Black Wind thief. Baizhe nodded slightly. Hearing this, Qin Yi frowned tightly, which was beyond his expectation. In the past few days, he has spent time and effort searching for the trail of the Black Wind thief, not for a moment. Qin Yi's purpose is to complete the task of the system. The task of destroying the Black Wind thief, for the reward of summoning. This is the fastest and safest way Qin Yi can think of to increase his power. The last time he was summoned, Byakuya came. If it is summoned again, the summoned character does not need to be stronger, and the strength only needs to be not weaker than Byakuya, then his power heritage will have a qualitative leap. 2 subordinates with at least 4 innate combat power, this is no joke. Even if the Great Prince sits on the position of the Crown Prince, I am afraid that the power that can be mobilized is no more than that. After all, the prince is not a king who does not fall into the dynasty, but just a prince. However, the current leader of the Black Wind pirates cannot be found, which means that Qin Yi cannot complete the system task. Qin Yi stepped out of Hefeng village, but the leader of Hefeng pirate still survived, which caused the system to default that he had not completed the task. For a while, this made Qin Yi frowned. Could it be that the leader of the Black Wind Thief sitting here is back? No, he has not returned to the mansion with Byakuya for several days. There are the running dogs of the prince, and the men and women of the castle mansion are staring at him. If they do not return to the mansion, they are afraid of trouble. Others don't need to care, but Lu Yi and Qin Yi have to care. It was about his plan with the Lu family, he couldn't take it lightly. Master, I found some letters inside the cottage, please have a look. At this time, Bai Zhe took out some envelopes and handed them to Qin Yi. Letter. Qin Yi took the envelopes suspiciously and opened them immediately. Qin Yi flipped through quickly, one after another. But his expression became more and more ugly. Good, great. Qin Yi squeezed the letter in his hand, gritted his teeth and said. These letters, the content is very simple, they are the letters of Yuanzhong City guarding the mansion, and the Black Wind Thief. The content of the letter revealed that the Black Wind pirates and cholera around Yuanzhong City were instigated by the castle mansion, or the prince. Qin Yi had always wondered why the Black Wind Thief harassed the surrounding area of Yuanzhong City like a mad demon when he arrived in Yuanzhong City. The original reason was here. Prince, you really don't die. Qin Yi's eyes were cold, and his fierce killing intent was almost overwhelming. At this moment, his killing intent on the prince became even more intense. Go back to Yuanzhong City. After a long while, Qin Yi took a deep breath and said slowly. His top priority now is to find the leader of the Black Wind Thief, behead him, and complete the system task. After he is full of wings, he has a chance to find the prince to settle accounts. And this last letter also pointed out the reason why the leader of the Black Wind Thief was not in Hefengjai. He was invited to Yuanzhong City by the people of the city guard. Chapter 32, What to do if the wicked bullies the door. Yuanzhong City. In front of the city lord's mansion. Two parties are facing each other. One side was headed by a tall young woman, followed by a group of domestic servants. One party was headed by a man dressed sturdy, whose eyes were like a stern vulture. Behind this man, followed by a group of well-equipped soldiers, murderous. No matter how you look at it, the women's side is at a disadvantage. Some people onlookers gathered around, and they talked a lot. Chengshao Mansion is on the bar again with the city lord mansion. This is the first few times this month. As long as there is a chance, Lu Chengshao will trouble the 9 princes. However, why hasn't the 9 princes appeared this time? I think it is the 9 princes who are afraid of 80%. They are hiding in the mansion and dare not come out. This 9 princes is a foolish species, unexpectedly asked Miss Lu family to come out and top the bag. Miss Lu family, let the 9 princes come out and see you. The stern man leading the elite soldiers of the city guard mansion said loudly. The young woman was Lu Yi, and her eyebrows were raised, and she coldly shouted, "Who are you, dare to encircle the city lord's mansion? Ha ha ha, introduce yourself, the next is the leader of the Black Wind Thief." The stern man laughed, looked around, and said lightly. Black Wind Pirates, they are actually the people of Black Wind Pirates. He is the leader of the Black Wind Pirates. Why are the Black Wind Pirates mingling with the people of the city guard? The words of the leader of the Black Wind Pirates just fell, causing an uproar. The onlookers around were shocked and looked at the leader of the Black Wind Thief in awe, leaving far away, like avoiding snakes and scorpions. Recently, the Black Wind Pirates are very famous around Yuanzhong City. The cholera surrounding villages in Yuanzhong City and the massacre of villagers all scared the civilians in Yuanzhong City. The Black Wind Pirate leader suddenly appeared here, still mingling with the people of the city guard. How can this not make people uneasy? Even Lu Yi frowned slightly, her eyes flashing with worry. The Black Wind Thief actually joined forces with the city guards. Moreover, the Black Wind Thief leader also brought the people from the city guard mansion to come to the city lord mansion for important people. Anyone can see that the other party is not good. However, Qin Yi has been invisible for a few days, how can this be good? Well, you, the leader of the Black Wind Pirates, you dare to appear in Yuanzhong City. Don't you be afraid of being beheaded on the spot, will the city guard mansion be with you? Lu Yi was anxious, but on the surface he was calm as water, and shouted. Ha ha ha, this eldest Miss Lu family is worried. We Black Wind Pirates have changed their evil and returned to righteousness. Under the persuasion of Master Lu Chengshao, I led the Black Wind Pirates up and down 100 people and returned to Lu Chengshao. From now on, the Black Wind Pirates will no longer exist, only the Black Wind Army of Master Lu Chengshao. The Black Wind Thief Chief laughed and shook his head. Wow! As expected, Master Lu Chengshao actually persuaded the Black Wind Pirates to surrender. Lu Chengshao is really amazing, much more powerful than the 9th Prince of Waste from the capital. The 9 princes have been in office for so long, and the banditry in Yuanzhong City has not been reduced. As soon as Master Lu Chengshao took the shot, he hit the spotlight. Yes, that 9 prince is just a dude, it's no wonder that Wang Jun has to please him. If I want to say, these 9 princes are not worthy to be the lord of Yuanzhong City. The words of the leader of the Black Wind Thief surprised everyone a little. He Feng Thief, who had been entrenched around Yuanzhong City for more than 10 years, was unexpectedly recruited. In an instant, Lu Jinshao's prestige was pushed up a lot in everyone's hearts. In addition, the guidance of a caring person brought Qin Yi out for comparison. For a time, everyone complained about Qin Yi. Not good. Lu Yi secretly said. Lu Yi was clever and could see through the methods of the Black Wind Pirate leader. Take advantage of the situation to suppress people. Take advantage of the crowd to suppress the prestige of City Lord's mansion and Qin Yi's reputation. Moreover, once the opponent makes a move, the ultimate move is bound to be connected. Sure enough, the leader of the Black Wind Pirates stepped forward. I have only one purpose here. On the order of Lu Chengshao, I will take away the 9th Prince Qin Yi. Chapter 33, What to do if public opinion oppresses. Take the 9 princes. As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar around him. The people around, talking, never thought that Lu Chengshao would dare to order the 9 princes away. In any case, Qin Yi is the lord of Yuanzhong City, and he is also the 9th prince of the dynasty. The son of Wang Jun, aloft, this is not a joke. According to the law of the dynasty, even if Qin Yi could not ascend the position of king, he would still become a lord with real power. Just like now, Qin Yi became the lord of Yuanzhong City. Unless Qin Yi did something extraordinary, Lu Chengshao had no reason to take the 9 princes away. And now, the Black Wind Thief Chief said grandiosely that Lu Chengshao gave an order to take away the 9 princes. This made the people around him hesitate. Presumptuous, can my husband be caught as you say? Lu Yi suddenly raised her eyebrows and exclaimed. This is the order of the king himself, because the 9 princes are not good at governing the territory, and bandits are in danger. It is hereby ordered that the 9 princes be demoted to the border of the dynasty for 3 years of military service. The Black Wind Thief Chief said with a sneer. I advise Miss Lu family, it is best to let the 9 princes come out and follow them to the dynasty border. The Black Wind Thief warned Lu Yi coldly. The people around were a little dumbfounded. They did not expect that the king of Beluo would personally order the 9 princes to the border. Soon, under the impetus of the caring people, public opinion once again shifted to Qin Yi's unfavorable direction. Long live the king, we don't need an inactive city lord. Yes, I support taking away the 9 princes. It should have been this way, take away the 9 princes. For a time, Qin Yi, the 9th prince, seemed to become a heinous wicked, causing all chaos. It seemed that if the 9 princes were not taken away, Yuanzhong City would never have peace. Miss Lu family, is it possible that you want to resist the decree? The Black Wind Pirate leader looked at Lu Yi indefinitely, and said with confidence. Lu Yi fell silent for a while, she did not expect that this was actually ordered by the king of Buluo. Now, Qin Yi was not in the mansion again, and she suddenly disappeared. Or, the 9 princes have got the news and fled in advance. Suddenly, the leader of the Black Wind Thief raised his voice. At this time, the servants behind Lu Yi changed their expressions first. Qin Yi hasn't appeared in the past few days, is it true that he has already ran away, as the leader of the Black Wind Thief said. Humph, let alone whether my husband is at home. You said that you want to take my husband away, or Wang Jun himself ordered it. Can you tell me your imperial order? Lu Yi snorted slightly and said with some arrogance. Whether she wants it or not, this is already her home, and she can't tolerate these people here. Ha ha ha. Miss Lu family, are you talking about this? The leader of the Black Wind Thief looked up to the sky and laughed, and took out an emerald edict from his arms. The word Buluo in the big fight indicates that this is the highest imperial order from the Buluo royal family. A paper edict appeared, and the faces of Lu Yi and others changed and became pale. Miss Lu family, do you have any questions? In front of the city lord's mansion, the leader of the Black Wind Thief is pressing harder. Lu Yi was silent, letting her be so smart, she couldn't cope with the current situation. For one thing, the edict in the hands of the great leader of the Black Wind Pirates is indeed the highest imperial edict of the dynasty. Lu Yi won't admit wrong with this point. She has seen it many times in her grandfather's study. Secondly, she knew better than anyone if Qin Yi was in the mansion. Lu Yi bit her silver teeth secretly. Did Qin Yi really abandon them? No no no. Lu Yi quickly overturned this statement in his heart. For some reason, Lu Yi has confidence in Qin Yi and believes that he will not do anything like this. Lu Yi didn't know where her confidence came from, but she firmly believed that Qin Yi did not escape. However, the current situation is not optimistic. Chapter 34, What to do if the enchanting concubine is being bullied. Miss Lu family, what else can you say? In front of the city lord's mansion, the leader of the Black Wind Thief sneered again. Then, please also Miss Lu family's convenience, let me wait in and search. Whether the 9 princes are present or not, it's clear to you. The leader of the Black Wind Pirate grinned and said maliciously. Lu Yi didn't answer, and stood stubbornly on the spot without moving half a step. Miss Liu's family, it's really hard for you to do that. The Wind Thief frowned and said, shaking his head. I'll ask again, Miss Lu family, do you want to let it or not? If you do not let it, don't blame it for being rough. The Black Wind Thief chief looked solemn and shouted coldly. Dare you? Lu Yi gritted his teeth and said coldly, if you dare to break into the city lord's mansion today, I will kill you. As Qin Yi's concubine, he must be close to his duty. If, let this Black Wind pirate leader lead people into the city lord mansion today. Not only will the city lord's mansion be discredited, but the news of Qin Yi's absence will also be exposed. At that time, it will not be a sentence or two, which can be explained clearly. Not only will Qin Yi be unlucky, but even the entire city lord's mansion will be devastated. Therefore, Lu Yi cannot retreat. Ha ha ha, it seems that Missy has not figured out the situation. The leader of the Black Wind Pirates laughed wildly, and the aura of the innate double warrior suddenly emerged, surging, and went straight to Lu Yi and the others. Lu Yi and the others turned pale, and the servants behind them were like falling into an ice cellar. Innate warriors, in this small city of Yuanzhong City, are already top masters. The leader of the Black Wind Pirates is still a congenital double warrior, which is the existence that a group of servants can resist. It's not over yet. It seems that Miss Lu Yi is going to resist the decree and disrespect. The Black Wind Pirate chief took a step forward and said loudly. You said, if anyone dares to disobey the king's will, what should be done? Immediately, the leader of the Black Wind Thief turned his head and said to the soldiers of the castle mansion behind him. Kill on the spot, with the king's prestige. The city guard mansion seemed to be prepared long ago, as soon as the leader of the Black Wind Pirates spoke, he took a step forward and shouted. The voice is deafening, and the words are extremely sharp. At the same time, an iron-blooded army burst out like raging waves. This is an army that has truly been on the battlefield, and is the most elite army in Yuanzhong City. Lu Jinshao's private army, the Armored Army. Facing the mighty force of the Armored Army, the servants of the city lord's house on the opposite side remained silent, only Lu Yi was still standing stubbornly. Everyone, you guys also talk about what you should do if you dare to disobey the king's will. The wind thief's eyes flashed, he looked around at the people around him, and said loudly again. Kill on the spot, with the king's prestige. Kill on the spot, with the king's prestige. Kill on the spot, with the king's prestige. The people around first looked at each other, and then shouted in unison without knowing who was leading them. At this time, the whole scene was completely biased towards the leader of the Black Wind Pirates and towards the city guard mansion. The leader of the Black Wind Pirates took a step forward, staring coldly at Lu Yi and others. Boom! 3 momentum, menacing. The leader of the Black Wind Pirates took the general trend and pressed against Lu Yi and others. In front of the city lord's mansion, the cold wind is icy, making people fall into the abyss. Now, Lu Yi couldn't hold it anymore, her face pale. In the face of the general trend, she has been unable to recover. Lu Yi and other people in the city lord's mansion, in front of the violent momentum, are like a flat boat in the storm. May overturn at any time. At this time, everyone knew that Lu Yi and others were at an absolute disadvantage. Strength and momentum are on the side of the leader of the Black Wind Thief. I see who dares to bully my woman. At this moment, a clear voice came from 9 days like a god. Chapter 35, What else can I do, him? Everyone looked back. A seat of white robe, the crown of the clothes wins the snow, the outstanding, extraordinary bearing. The king's appearance, his own tolerance. Everyone looked up, and the rising sun was in a straight line with the incoming people. The halo was shining behind the visitor, like Ling Chen. Qin Yulong stepped forward and walked far away, followed by Bai Zhe, who is not close to strangers. In the crowd, a road was automatically separated, and Ren Kainyi walked by. Qin Yi came to Lu Yi, looked at her, and smiled slightly. I'm back. A faint word contains strong self-confidence, dispelling the gloom in Lu Yi's heart. Okay. Lu Yi smiled, and the sweet smile also made people comfortable. As soon as Qin Yi appeared, the city lord's mansion instantly had the backbone, and the spirit were different. Qin Yi came to Yuanzhong City for a few months, and other things may not have been achieved yet. However, the people in this city lord's mansion were really firmly in his hands. The reason why these servants were panicked before. Mainly because Qin Yi is not there, they don't have a backbone. Now, when Qin Yi returned, his natural bearing was quite different. Since the 9 princes have already appeared. Then, please follow along with the 9 princes. Send off the 9 princes and go to the border for a journey. The leader of the Black Wind Thief stepped forward and gave a pretense. The appearance of Qin Yi made the head of the Black Wind Pirate look a little ugly, but he soon calmed down. The appearance of Qin Yi prevented him from taking the opportunity to rob the city lord's mansion. But as long as he catches Qin Yi, then his goal has been achieved. Please take the 9 princes to the border. As soon as the voice fell, the people who guarded the palace also roared. With a sound like a bell, the leader of the Black Wind Thief wants to take advantage of the general trend to crush Qin Yi. When is it for a bandit to call the shots in the city lord's mansion? Is Chengshao Mansion already degenerate to this point? In the face of the turbulent momentum, Qin Yi was not afraid. This aura, how could it be compared with the army he had seen in his dreams? It's nothing short of it. 9 princes, don't take advantage of your tongue. Under Lu Jinshao's persuasion, return to Yuanzhong City. I am now the leader of Yuanzhong City Black Wind Army. The Black Wind Thief chief said with a sneer. It's interesting, what a well-designed persuasion. Qin Yi sneered after hearing this. 9 princes, what do you mean by this? The Black Wind pirate leader looked surprised, frowned, and asked. What do you mean? Do you want me to find out? You colluded with Lu Chengxiao and staged a good show in order to drive me to the border of the dynasty. Qin Yi said disdainfully. 9 princes, you must speak truthfully, and don't spit people. The head of the Black Wind Thief flashed a trace of panic, and soon calmed down. Really, evidence? I have everything in my hands. As he said, Qin Yi shook his right hand lightly, and a large stack of envelopes appeared in his hand. How? The Black Wind pirate chief's pupils shrunk and exclaimed, then he thought of something and closed his mouth again. You want to say, it's not that it's been placed in Hefengjai, how can it appear in my hands, right? Qin Yi smiled faintly and joked. It's very simple, that is, the Black Wind pirates have been destroyed by me. You are the only one left for the bandits in Yuanzhong City. Suddenly, Qin Yi looked cold and shouted. Chapter 36, How to Fight, Fancy Hanging Fight. Black Wind Pirates, it's gone. Qin Yi shouted loudly, and the news he threw out was like a pebble falling on the surface of the lake, but it made waves. Black Wind Pirates were actually destroyed by the 9 princes. It turns out that the 9 princes are not in action. If you don't make a move, it will be a blockbuster. The people around are excited. In the final analysis, the Black Wind Pirates, as a gang of thieves, slaughtered many people in the surrounding villages of Yuanzhong City. This makes many people in Yuanzhong City not very good for Black Wind Pirates' senses. What's more, their relatives or friends, and those who died in the hands of the Black Wind Thief. Recruiting the Black Wind Pirates couldn't calm their anger at all. But now, Qin Yi said that he had wiped out Black Wind Pirates. How can this not make the people excited? Nonsense! The leader of the Black Wind Thief shouted angrily, suppressing the comments of the surrounding people. In Hefengjai, there are 300 brothers and my second child, who is an innate warrior. 9 princes, with your strength, you can't destroy the Black Wind village at all. 9 princes, why bother joking at this time? The Black Wind Thief chief said with a gloomy face. The words of the leader of the Black Wind Thief suddenly silenced the people around him. There is actually an innate warrior guarding Hefengjai, isn't that the 9 princes are joking? Congenital warriors, but Yuanzhong City's top-level warriors, very few. The only person who can match the innate martial artist is the innate martial artist. And Qin Yi is just a down-and-out 9 prince, with no dignitaries under him, how could he step down the Black Wind village? Are you kidding? Qin Yi shook his head lightly, I don't have the time to make a joke with you. I don't have the time to make a joke, since the 9 princes are all talking about it. Then ask the 9 princes to follow along. I don't have the time to be joking with the 9 princes. The Black Wind Thief chief said eagerly, looking carefully, there was still a trace of anxiety in his eyes. The Black Wind Thief leader is now, but he is not so calm on the surface. He knew whether the letter in Qin Yi's hand was true or false. And these letters appeared in Qin Yi's hands now. It can only explain one thing, what Qin Yi said is true. Hefengjai has been destroyed by him. Although, this makes the leader of Black Wind Pirates unbelievable. But even if there is only a slight possibility, he can't take it lightly. In Qin Yi's hand, he may have the trump card that can kill the innate martial artist. However, now he has the general power, he does not believe in Qin Yi and dares to resist. The imperial edict in his hand is not deceitful. Noisy. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his deep eyes showed that the leader of the Black Wind Thief had straight hair. Stop him, Byakuya! In the next moment, Qin Yi had already spoken out, and he had lost interest in arguing with the leader of the Black Wind Pirates. What he has to do is to restore the whole thing, make it public, and return himself and the city lord's mansion to innocence. Anyone who stands in front of him, he is not stingy with a sword. Only blood can make people awesome. Zhang. With the sound of the knife is out of its sheath. The shadow of the knife was like light, drawing out a bright light. After the light, blood blooms. When everyone returned to their senses, the leader of the Black Wind Thief had collapsed to the ground, screaming bitterly. If you look carefully, you can see that the hamstrings of the leader of the Black Wind Thief have been broken. Even the Danshan, the leader of the Black Wind Pirates, has been blown up. Chapter 37, Domineering Teenager, Mighty. What? In the blink of an eye, the leader of the Black Wind Thief has been abandoned. Everyone seemed to be stunned, their faces were incredible. The Black Wind Thief leader is a congenital warrior, how could he be seriously injured in an instant? To know that the innate martial artist is the first step for the martial artist to leave the mortal body. The warrior who has broken through the innate realm already possesses power beyond ordinary people, and can come and go freely among 1,000 armies. Such a martial artist in Yuanzhong City can be described as a superior warrior, but now he was severely injured in front of everyone. Only some of the martial artists with outstanding eyesight can see some clues. This is behind the 9 princes, the black robe warrior has shot. These warriors looked horrified and looked at Bai Zhe in shock. The layman looks at the excitement, the insider looks at the doorway. Unlike ordinary people's thinking, ordinary people can only understand that Byakuya is very strong. But those with superb eyesight look more solemn. It is precisely because of their superb vision that they understand the horror of Byakuya. A single-handedly abolished an innate dual warrior, these terrifying characters would actually be the subordinates of the 9 princes. A warrior who is also at least 4th innate, let the 9th prince send him. It is not that the 9 princes have no power, no background. Where did this powerful warrior emerge from? Everyone looked at the indifferent Qin Yi and felt more and more unpredictable. On the side of the city lord's mansion, Lu Yi and the other servants were also dumbfounded. It was not that they had never seen Bai Zhe. However, they never expected that this cold man who had been following Qin Yi was so strong. Especially Lu Yi looked at Qin Yi inexplicably, the more she could not understand Qin Yi. It seems that Qin Yi is covered with a layer of mystery, making people unpredictable. Lu Yi still remembered that when Qin Yi first arrived in Yuanzhong City, he was alone. Bai Zhe also appeared mysteriously shortly after Qin Yi came to Yuanzhong City. At that time, Lu Yi didn't care, thinking that Qin Yi had recruited an ordinary martial artist. It now appears that her thoughts at the time were a bit ridiculous. A congenital quadruple warrior, even the number 1 martial artist of Yuanzhong City, was actually regarded as an ordinary warrior of the rivers and lakes by her. Even if he was in the Lu family, he had never seen a few of these characters. It is precisely because of understanding Bai Zhe's weight that Lu Yi feels that Qin Yi is extremely mysterious. A congenital quadruple warrior actually obeyed Qin Yi's words. Perhaps, he can become the heroic hero in her mind. Lu Yi looked at Qin Yi with a complicated face, thinking wildly in his heart. The city guards one side. The leader of the Black Wind Pirate fell to the ground with a slash, causing many soldiers in the castle mansion to lose their color and panic. Many soldiers, although they criticized the leader of the Black Wind Pirates as the leader of Lu Jinshao's army. But no matter who it is, there is no question about the strength of the leader of the Black Wind Thief. Now, the leader of the Black Wind Thief was cut off his limbs, smashed his danshan, and howled miserably on the ground. This scene undoubtedly impacted the psychological endurance of the soldiers of the city guard house. These soldiers, without turning around and fleeing, are already considered elite. 9 princes, what do you mean? The captain of this group of soldiers bit the bullet and stood up. I'm helping Lu Chengxiao to clean up an eye-catching figure that he wants to clean but can't clean up. Qin Yi smiled, and the smile outlined at the corner of his mouth made people cold. Chapter 38, You Don't Know What Fear Is. Boom! Qin Yi stepped forward and stepped on the head of the great Black Wind Thief, Now, I can ask you a few small questions. That being said, Qin Yi's tone didn't mean anything to ask, but there was a trace of indisputability. You think. The leader of the Black Wind Pirate struggled under Qin Yi's feet. The Black Wind Pirate leader's eyes were about to breathe fire, and all of a sudden humiliation filled his chest. His decades of hard work were actually abolished. Now, it is stepped on by a nine prince who is famous for being a dude. This kind of humiliation made the leader of the Black Wind Thief almost vomit blood. I don't have much patience, you better tell me honestly. Qin Yi could ignore the anger of the leader of the Black Wind Thief, and continued to speak coldly. Impossible. The Black Wind Pirate leader yelled unyieldingly, and it was impossible for him to give in. The leader of the Black Wind Pirates sneered again and again. He wanted to see what means a ninth prince could do to force him to submit. Do you think I have no means to force you to submit? Qin Yi's eyes were deep, as if he could see through people's hearts. My methods are not what you can imagine. For example, did you know that there is a criminal law called skinning? Qin Yi smiled suddenly and said slowly. This kind of criminal law is very simple, it is to peel off a person's entire skin until he bleeds to death. Qin Yi smiled and explained this criminal law. The faint words are like the boy next door talking to you, but the deep meaning in the words makes people chill. Listening to Qin Yi's narration, the head of the Black Wind Pirates widened his eyes in horror and looked at Qin Yi in horror. He did not expect Qin Yi's methods to be so harsh. How could this be a weak-textured dude, but a demon in human skin? Generally speaking, after a person is skinned, he does not die directly. It takes at least 3 days before he dies. If I add a little more material, for example, put a few ants, it will feel like a real enjoyment. Qin Yi's slow words were like a cold wind blowing through the heart of the chief Black Wind Pirate. His Royal Highness the Nine Princes, I said, I can say everything. The Black Wind Thief chief suddenly got a spirit and shouted quickly. The head of the Black Wind Thief looked terrified. He didn't want to try the criminal law that Qin Yi said. This criminal law falls on him, that is, life is better than death. You dare! The captain of the city guard mansion was startled and shouted, trying to stop the leader of the Black Wind Thief. Noisy! Qin Yi raised his eyes slightly, his gaze directed at the head of the army. What followed was a gorgeous sword light. Puff! A great head was thrown high. Chief, die! The crowd onlookers couldn't help but shudder, looking at Qin Yi in disbelief. If you say kill, kill, the nine princes' methods are too harsh. Lu Yi's eyes widened too, and Qin Yi felt that he was a supreme king who killed and decisively. In one word, let him die. See life as a must. However, Lu Yi's heart was filled with inexplicable excitement. This is the hero in her imagination, the Geshifu in her dream. Involuntarily, Lu Yi looked at Qin Yi's eyes and became obsessed. Soon, Lu Yi came back to his senses, blushing appeared on his face, and he sipped in his heart. After the shock, it was worry. Qin Yi killed Lu Jinshao's people in public, and Lu Chengshao would not give up. How could this be good? Lu Yi's heart sank suddenly. Chapter 39, to treat his body with his own way. Qin Yi beheaded Lu Jinshao's subordinates in public, undoubtedly beating Lu Chengshao in the face. Lu Chengshao will definitely not give up, and will definitely take action against Qin Yi. Although Bai Zai is strong, Lu Chengshao is not a vegetarian. 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. Lu Chengshao still has 3,000 elite soldiers, brave and good at fighting, all soldiers who have been on the battlefield. The innate strong are very strong and have already stepped into the first step of transcending the mortal body, but after all, they have not surpassed the mortal body. In the face of 3,000 elite soldiers, the congenital warriors can only hate on the spot. Qin Yi confronted Lu Chengshao, and I am afraid that Qin Yi will suffer. What's more, Lu Chengshao still has Wang Zhao in hand, and the situation is even more unfavorable to Qin Yi. It really doesn't work, ask Grandpa to come forward, and Lu Yi slams. With her grandfather's prestige, it should be able to eliminate the impact of this incident. Now I ask you to answer. Just when Lu Yi was thinking about it, Qin Yi looked down at the leader of the Black Wind Thief. His Royal Highness the Nine Princes, you ask? The leader of the Black Wind Pirates quickly responded, and Qin Yi's determination made him frightened. Then I ask you, why did the Black Wind Thief attack the villages around Yuanzhong City? Qin Yi said. We Black Wind Thief are bandits, attacking the village, isn't it justified? The Black Wind Thief chief hesitated, his eyes rolled, and he said. Okay. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then how do you explain the letter in my hand? Qin Yi raised the stack of letters in his hand and looked at the leader of the Black Wind Thief indifferently. This. The Black Wind Pirate chief was speechless for a while. Laugh. A sword light flashed past, and the entire right arm of the Black Wind Pirate chief was smoothly cut off. Everyone looked at Qin Yi with an indifferent face, holding a saber, and his indifferent eyes were cold. The sword just now came from Qin Yi's hand. Do you say it or not? Qin Yi's tone became more and more impatient, and the longer the delay, the worse the situation became for him. It is estimated that Lu Chengxiao has now received the news and dare to come here. Qin Yi must rush to reverse the situation before Lu Chengxiao arrives. Thinking about it, Qin Yi's eyes looked at the leader of the Black Wind Thief even more cold. I said everything. The Wind Pirate leader touched Qin Yi's eyes, and he was suddenly excited. This look is like a beast waiting to be hunted, and it can swallow him all in a moment, and there is no bones left. This kind of words felt more and more clear, and the leader of the Black Wind Thief knew that if he didn't say it, Qin Yi would definitely kill him. We were instigated by Lu Chengxiao to slaughter the villages around Yuanzhong City in order to blame the Nine Princes. The Black Wind Thief chief said in a panic, shaking everything out. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, everyone gasped. What we have seen today can be described as twists and turns, and things are volatile. But this time it really shocked everyone. I didn't expect Lu Chengxiao to instruct Black Wind Pirates to slaughter the people around Yuanzhong City. This really made the people onlookers angry. The anger of being deceived and the anger of the death of their loved ones erupted together, causing their impression of Lu Chengxiao to collapse suddenly. For the defense of the city, not for the welfare of the people under his command, but to slaughter wantonly and act as a defense of the city. Qin Yi sneered even more and continued. The fire is not strong enough, he will continue to add fire. Don't you want to ruin my reputation, then I will ruin your reputation first. Destroyed. Chapter 40, It's Punishable. I think Lu Chengxiao has done more than one bad thing. Qin Yi smiled and looked at the leader of the Black Wind Thief, seeing his straight hair. Yes, right. Lu Chengxiao has instructed Black Wind Pirates to do a lot of things over the years. Some things he was inconvenient to do were all solved by Black Wind Pirates. The leader of the Black Wind Thief immediately understood, and quickly spoke. What Qin Yi meant was obvious, that was to pour dirty water on Lu Chengxiao. Now, the leader of the Black Wind Thief was stepped on by Qin Yi, and if he wanted to survive, he could only say according to Qin Yi's ideas. Although his cultivation base has been abolished, the leader of the Black Wind Thief still doesn't want to die. The leader of the Black Wind Pirates can only pin his hopes on Qin Yi. If he follows Qin Yi's ideas, he might not be able to survive. 6 months ago, the disappearance incident that affected the entire Yuanzhong city. It was Lu Chengxiao who instructed us to do it in order to tribute these beauties to the dignitaries. After gritting his teeth, the Black Wind Thief chief threw out the crimes he knew of Lu Chengxiao. The crowd was in an uproar, looking at the leader of the Black Wind Thief in surprise. 6 months ago, a major event happened in Yuanzhong City. That is the countless young girls who are to be married living in and around Yuanzhong City, who are a little bit charming, and have mysteriously disappeared one after another. Not one or two, but dozens or hundreds of waiting words disappeared in the boudoir. This incident caused a huge sensation in Yuanzhong City at that time. At that time, everyone was in danger, especially those families with a girl to marry. They were extremely nervous. In this matter, it was not until Lu Chengxiao mobilized a large number of troops to arrest him overnight, and then he caught the so-called culprit. A flower picker. Immediately afterwards, he was beheaded in the afternoon market, and the incident gradually subsided. But the leader of the Black Wind Pirates said that Lu Chengxiao instructed the Black Wind Pirates to do this. Qin Yi had also heard of this incident, but he didn't expect it to be Lu Chengxiao's method. Seeing the determination on the face of the leader of the Black Wind Pirates, it is obviously not without a target. This matter was also not mentioned in the correspondence between the leader of the Black Wind Pirates and Lu Chengxiao. A sorrowful smile was drawn at the corner of Qin Yi's mouth, and it seemed that he didn't need to add fire. With a word, the leader of the Black Wind Pirates has pushed Lu Chengxiao into the endless abyss. Lu Chengxiao's move is no different from trafficking in human beings, plus it is dedicated to high-ranking officials and nobles, which is another crime. Trafficking in human beings, bribing dignitaries. According to the law of the Buluo dynasty, it was enough to remove Lu Chengxiao from the official position and kill him on the spot. This is no trivial matter, but a terrifying crime. This is really a good guard of Yuanzhong City. Qin Yi's eyes suddenly sharpened, his aura sank, and the streets in front of the city lord's mansion seemed to be gloomy. Trafficking in human beings is one crime. Bribing high-ranking officials, this is the second crime. Fornicating Black Wind Thief, cholera Yuanzhong City, this is the third crime. Frame up His Royal Highness the Nine Princes and harm the royal family. This is the fourth crime. Lu Chengxiao is not worthy to be the guard of Yuanzhong City. At this time, a soft drink sounded, clanging, not to lose. Qin Yi turned his head to look, and it turned out that Lu Yi was screaming, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Lu Chengxiao is not worthy to be the guard of Yuanzhong City. The servants behind Lu Yi also shouted loudly with the master. Just now, they took a breath, and now they can finally vent. In an instant, the situation in front of the city lord's mansion had been completely reversed. The whole situation is extremely unfavorable for Chengxiao Mansion, and it can even be said to be perilous. Chapter 41, Angry Public Opinion, Obligatory Boy. Lu Chengxiao is not worthy of being Yuanzhong Chengxiao. The dog official Lu Chengxiao is not worthy of being Yuanzhong Chengxiao. The pity of my family, Ruhua, was actually sold to high-ranking officials by the guardian of this dog day. I said, how can a flower-picking thief commit such a heinous crime? It turned out that Lu Chengxiao directed and acted himself. My poor girl, I don't know where to suffer. Without additional guidance from the servants of the city lord's mansion, public opinion has completely changed. The people of Yuanzhong City are already shouting loudly, like crazy. Especially those old fathers and mothers who lost their daughters, some even cried and fainted. Excitement. Many men in Yuanzhong City have already clenched the utensils in their hands, their veins violent, shocking. Don't believe it, it's bloody. The soldiers who guarded the palace were also shouting loudly, trying to restore public opinion. However, these people are not blind, they can judge right from wrong. Whether the words of the leader of the Black Wind Pirates are true or false, they have their own conclusions. More importantly, the people originally had doubts about the big case 6 months ago. Now that Qin Yi helps them solve it, they will naturally not believe the nonsense of these city guards soldiers. These words aroused a strong killing intent and hatred in their hearts. The guards the city, I can't help it anymore, I'm going to set up the city guard mansion, and Linger, who just turned 13 years old, was sold by him like this. Go with it, shit, this dog official won't let us live, and I won't let him live. For the sake of my dead family, I will not let go of this dog city guard. Good village, just because of this dog official, no more, ha ha ha. More and more people gathered on the street, and many Yuanzhong city men dared to come after hearing the news. As soon as I inquired about the whole story, I immediately became angry. Kill! 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 The men in Yuanzhong city never lacked bloodliness, and the boundless hatred in the roar is the best proof. Everyone's eyes were filled with blood, and this killing intent was directed at Lu Chengxiao. Don't underestimate these men in Yuanzhong city. If they don't fall into the dynasty, they are still martial arts. Those men living in Yuanzhong city also have martial arts skills. Not strong, but not weak. Among them, there are many good players in the acquired realm, and even the acquired 9 warriors have some. If these people attack the city guard mansion, without innate warriors, they might even succeed. But Lu Chengxiao was an innate warrior, and these guys must have gone there. Everyone, please be quiet. Naturally, Qin Yi would not let them go to death. He shouted loudly, and under the blessing of the internal force, his voice suddenly overwhelmed everyone's voice. Everyone was quiet, and they all looked at Qin Yi. What Qin Yi did before won their hearts. It was precisely because of Qin Yi that they broke Lu Chengxiao's deception against them, and they could learn the truth. If you go here, even if you succeed, you won't escape death in the end. Is it worth it? Qin Yi asked with a solemn expression. It's worth it. How not worth it? This kind of dog official can't handle this person, wouldn't it be cheap for him? How afraid of death? Kill the dog officer, give me back a bright future in Yuanzhong city. The men of Yuanzhong city shouted and roared. Okay. You are interested, Xiao Wang admires. However, this time you are not in prison, Xiao Wang, as the 9th prince of the dynasty. How can he tolerate this person to continue to do whatever he wants? Today, I will definitely destroy the city guard mansion, kill Lu Chengxiao, and give everyone justice. Qin Yi's tone is sincere, and it affects everyone present. This king is not talented, swears to cut the dog official, cut out the Don of Yuanzhong city. Chapter 42, Enemy shame me to take off his clothes. His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, Chitos. His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, Chitos. His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, Chitos. Shouting loudly, the sound shook the sky, enough to overturn the clouds in the sky. Countless people in Yuanzhong city knelt on the ground, shouting Qiansui. This is how the people are, whoever treats them well, they will support them, and they will never change until death. Clang! The sword sounded long, Qin Yi held his sword high, the sword pointed straight at the sky. Everyone, Xiao Wang is here to make an oath, not to kill Lu Cheng and keep his oath not to be a man. Qin Yi's eyes were deep, and the firmness in his words was beyond doubt. Byakuya, follow me to destroy the city and defend the mansion. Afterwards, Qin Yi lifted his footsteps lightly and took the lead towards the city guard mansion. Bai Zhe carried the leader of the Black Wind Pirate, and followed closely behind. Lu Yiyi looked at Qin Yi's back with a vigorous look, and the obsession in his eyes became more and more intense. Everyone in the city lord's mansion, follow me and help the 9 princes. Immediately, Lu Yiyi said to the servant of the city lord's mansion. Lu Yiyi took the servants of the city lord's mansion and quickly caught up with Qin Yi. Qin Yi looked back, Lu Yiyi smiled, Qin Yi also smiled. It is more than words. Seeing the people in the city lord's mansion, followed Qin Yi, the men in Yuanzhong city could not sit still. His Royal Highness the 9 Princes is here to seek justice for us. How can we put the 9 Princes in danger? Everyone, follow me to help the palace of the 9 Princes. Help the palace of the 9 Princes, kill the dog officer. In the loud shout, the men of Yuanzhong city followed in a swarm. Even the young women and children wanted to follow, but they were stopped by the men. Soon, the people on the street walked away completely, leaving only the soldiers of the city guards looking at each other. The dog official is not benevolent, brothers, I don't work for him anymore. One of the soldiers hesitated and removed his armor, revealing his plain clothes. "This is a soldier from Yuanzhong City. The father in his family was from a village in Yuanzhong City. He died tragically at the hands of Black Wind Thief a month ago." In his eyes, the killing intent was so strong that it couldn't be removed. Killing the father's hatred is nothing to share. Immediately, the soldier carried a long spear, and strode the meteor to chase the army. "Go together! Go together! Go together!" That soldier was just the beginning. More and more soldiers removed their armor and left. After a while, only 2 soldiers dressed as soldiers remained. "Hey, the general situation of the city guard mansion is gone, you and I are also gone," said one of the soldiers who was not like ordinary people. "No, no, what do you think of the 9 princes as you saw today?" Another hero, with piercing eyes, looked at the other person and said, "The means are ruthless, it's the capital of the hero. It is a pity that he has no power, and lack of background. There is only the master named Byakuya under his hand, who is not enough to compete with the prince." The brawny soldier thought for a moment and said seriously, "Xiao Xiang, no, this is the true lord I am looking for." The eyes of the soldier of the British warrior burst out with an astonishing look, and he looked straight into the distance, looking at Qin Yi who was walking. "A few months ago, do you know why I brought you to this remote town, and then joined this Lu Jinshao's men?" The British soldier turned his head and smiled at the brawny soldier again. "I don't know about that." The brawny soldier was taken aback and touched the back of his head. "My teacher once said that if the king does not fall, the flower will fall to Mijiang County. Do not fall in the dynasty, the trend of great prosperity is also in this small city." The British soldier smiled mysteriously and said lightly, "What do you mean?" The brawny soldier was taken aback, and finally understood why a few months ago, the British soldiers would bring him to Yuanzhong City. Chapter 43, Boy, your men are running towards you. Ha ha ha, I will seek my lord and build a dynasty that will not fall. The British soldier laughed loudly. "I don't know, Brother Mo, what are your plans?" The British soldier looked at the brawny soldier again and asked. For some reason, there was a slight tension in the eyes of the hero, but he knew that the man in front of him was a rare general. It would be a great blessing to be able to recruit each other for his future master. "I am a home from all over the world, and the only confidant is you, Brother Bailey. No matter where you go, it is always best to have a companion." With a smile on the corner of the brawny soldier's mouth, he was insightful to the thoughts of the British soldier. However, he only has one friend of the other party, so he goes wherever he goes. Why not go with the other party, just because he can make a big show? Believe that with his and the abilities of the warriors. With the assistance of the 2 of them, even if the 9 princes have insufficient background, they can compete with the eldest prince for the position of the king that does not fall. "Okay, Brother Mo, joining forces with you and me will surely revolutionize the entire dynasty." Seeing that the brawny soldier agreed, the smile on the corner of the hero's mouth grew thicker. "Then, before going to find the Ming Lord, you and I should prepare a big gift for him." The British warrior immediately looked outside the city, looked somewhere in the distance, and said with a slight smile, "Oh, Brother Bailey," he was thoughtful. The brawny soldier was startled, and quickly reacted. "If you are a courtier, you must be a king drive." The British soldier let out a laugh, and said, "Brother Bailey, since I am interested, then I will accompany you on a trip." The brawny soldier also laughed loudly. "Then thank you, Brother Mo." The British soldier gratefully glanced at the brawny soldier, and understood that the other party was worried about him. Then, the 2 strode out of the city, appearing to be extremely independent in the trend where everyone was rushing towards the city guard house. City Shaofu. It is located in the west of the city, and stands in opposition to the City Lord Mansion, which is located in the east of the city. Before long, the gate of the City Lord's mansion was already in sight. The Scarlet Gate, the 2 mighty stone lions, and the 2 soldiers holding Ge, are full of style. Unlike the downfall of the city lord's mansion, the city lord's mansion controls the only army in Yuanzhong City, which is naturally different from the powerless city lord's mansion. Qin Yi took the people from the city lord's mansion, followed by countless men from Yuanzhong City. As soon as they appeared, they immediately aroused the vigilance of the two soldiers. "Who are you? What are you doing in the city guard mansion?" Two GE soldiers stepped forward and blocked the way of everyone. "Step aside." Qin Yi raised his eyes slightly, his indifferent eyes piercing people's hearts. When the two GE holding soldiers met Qin Yi's gaze, they couldn't help but step back subconsciously. After the reaction came, Qin Yi had already taken Bai Zhe and others into the castle mansion. A large group of men from Yuanzhong City followed, swarming into the city lord's mansion. The two GE soldiers looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Quickly, you go and inform the king outside the city, I will report to the city guard." One of the soldiers reacted first and immediately ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier hurried into the castle mansion. Looking at the posture of Qin Yi and others, the coming is menacing, and they are afraid that those who come are bad. The other soldier reacted and hurried to the army station outside the city. For some reason, the two soldiers had an idea at the same time. After today, Yuanzhong City is about to change. Chapter 44, Lu Chengxiao, Run, you are going to die. Inside the city guard house, Qin Yi took a large group of people, strolling around the castle mansion like a leisurely courtyard. The Chengxiao mansion is huge. It is the premier mansion in Yuanzhong City, with rockery and flowing water, everything you need. It can be seen that Lu Chengxiao is also a person of leisure, and the layout of the mansion is quite particular. Qin Yi couldn't help flashing a light in Qin Yi's eyes when the layout of the city guard mansion caught his eye. The guard of a small city could have such a rich family property and such a huge family property. If he is not greedy, no one will believe it. The salary of the city guard is only 1,000 taels of silver per month. In the eyes of ordinary people, this amount of money may be a lot. In the face of this family business, it's just a drop in the bucket. According to the law of the Buluo dynasty, a mansion equipped with a city guard is not so luxurious. It's a huge castle, without hundreds of thousands of gold, it can't afford it. Where did such a large amount of assets come from? Nothing more than from the people of Yuanzhong City. The man in Yuanzhong City obviously discovered this as soon as he entered the city guard house, and his eyes were red. "This dog officer! Take care of your own enjoyment, deceive the people, and treat the people as inappropriate. It's hateful to exchange their own daughters for gold and silver jewelry from high-ranking officials and nobles." An anger spread in everyone's hearts instantly. Qin Yi was silent, and led everyone forward slowly. Not long after Qin Yi and others entered Chengxiao mansion, Lu Chengxiao also reached the news and hurried over. "His Royal Highness, what do you mean by this?" As soon as Lu Chengxiao Gong appeared, he was shocked when he saw Qin Yi leading the crowd. "Lu Chengxiao, there are some things that people are watching. Today this king is here to ask for justice for the people in Yuanzhong City." Qin Yi's eyes were sharp, and his mouth was extremely tough. "Yes, you dog official, return my daughter. Damn, officer, go, pay back my family's life. His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, you." Faced with Qin Yi and others' compelling questions, Lu Chengxiao's expression changed. The situation before him completely caught him off guard. In the early morning, he sent the Black Wind pirate chief with dozens of elite soldiers to the city lord's mansion to Qin Yi and execute the orders of the prince. Why now, this Qin Yi suddenly appeared in the castle mansion with a large number of people? Could it be that there was something wrong with the leader of the Black Wind thief? Just thinking about it, Lu Chengxiao saw the wind pirate leader who was held by Bai Zhe like a dead dog. Lu Chengxiao's pupil shrank. Is this the leader of the Black Wind pirates? At this time, the leader of the Black Wind thief, his face was blood-stained, and his broken arm was dripping with blood, his whole person looked embarrassed. Where is the spirited congenital warrior, clearly a mourning dog? Lu Qinshao's brows frowned. This incident was clearly stable, why such a big change occurred? With the cultivation base of the Black Wind pirate chief, plus dozens of elite soldiers, it was enough to win Qin Yi. The result of everything was completely different from what he expected. Qin Yi was not taken down, but instead brought someone to come to ask the teacher. The leader of the Black Wind thief was like a dead dog, held by Qin Yi's people, and dozens of soldiers disappeared. For a time, Lu Chengxiao got confused and didn't know what to do. Lu Chengxiao, this king wants to ask you a few questions. Qin Yi said suddenly. His Royal Highness the Nine Princes, you ask. Hearing this, Lu Chengxiao quickly suppressed his panic and said calmly. No matter what, let's hide the tribulation in front of you first, this is Lu Qinshao's mind. However, can this disaster really be avoided? Chapter 45, Lu Chengxiao. This person, do you know Lu Chengxiao? With a pop, the leader of the Black Wind pirate was thrown to the ground by Bai Zhe casually. No, I don't know this beggar. Lu Chengxiao rolled his eyes and denied it. I wonder if His Royal Highness the Nine Princes brought this filthy beggar to my city guard house, what's the point? With such a large group of people, this officer really can't figure it out. Lu Chengxiao smiled and said to Qin Yi again, it seemed that he really didn't know the leader of the Black Wind thief. If it wasn't for everyone to know in advance, he would really be fooled by him. Shameless. This Lu Chengxiao is simply shameless. In just a few words, I want to push the blame away. Especially the leader of the Black Wind thief, his eyes were breathing fire, staring at Lu Chengxiao. He was actually called a beggar by him. If his eyes could kill people, Lu Chengxiao would have been killed countless times by him. However, what this person said, he is the leader of the Black Wind thief. It is Lu Qinshao's new commander of the Black Wind army. Qin Yi sneered. Lu Chengxiao wanted to shirk his responsibility. He really felt that everyone was blind. Oh? It turns out that the scourge of Black Wind pirates, the culprit of cholera Yuanzhong City. Thank you, His Royal Highness the Nine Princes, for taking this person for this official. Lu Chengxiao screamed in surprise, as if only then recognized the leader of the Black Wind thief. This person is very sinful. It should not be too late. This official will kill him to comfort the spirit of the people who died in Yuanzhong City. Lu Qinshao's tongue was like a tongue, and in one word he ruled the crime of the leader of the Black Wind thief. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for everyone to react, and punched the leader of the Black Wind thief. With this punch, Lu Chengxiao took the temple of the leader of the Black Wind pirates. It was as fast as lightning, and the sound was like thunder. This is Lu Qinshao's famous martial arts Ben Lei Shao, blasted out like thunder. Looking at this punch, Lu Chengxiao didn't mean to keep his hands in the slightest, and the punch was just an idea to kill people. Kill the head of the Black Wind thief. Lu Chengxiao smiled sensibly, as long as he kills the leader of the Black Wind pirates, then the Nine Princes will have no excuses or evidence to deal with him. Without evidence, it is impossible to convict a 7-rank city Shao. For wanton killing of officials, even if Qin Yi is the 9th prince, he will be convicted, and even the prince who is far away in the capital will be given an excuse to kill Qin Yi. Killing officials is tantamount to treason. In other words, as long as Lu Chengxiao killed the leader of the Black Wind pirates, and Qin Yi had no evidence in his hands, he could get away with it. Thinking of this, Lu Chengxiao couldn't help but increase his strength a bit. So courageous! The men in Yuanzhong City exclaimed, wanting to stop Lu Chengxiao. However, Lu Chengxiao was an innate triple warrior. With a punch, it was as fast as thunder, and everyone had no time to react. In the pale face of the leader of the Black Wind pirates, Lu Qinshao's fist has already blasted. In just a few meters, the thunderous fist wind was like the cold wind in the cold night, and the cheek of the cut person was sore. Dead. Lu Chengxiao snorted softly, and the hideous color on his face grew thicker. It is impossible for anyone present to stop him. As long as the leader of the Black Wind Pirates is killed, he is still the emperor of Yuanzhong City. How can this be good? Damn it! The crowd yelled, their faces anxious. None of the Black Wind Thief leader died, and they had no evidence to deal with Lu Chengxiao. In the end, let this dog official go unpunished. The hearts of everyone suddenly sank to the bottom, and their faces were desperate. Bold. Just when everyone was helpless, a cold voice sounded like a knife. Chapter 46, In this business, Bai Zhan is skilled. Ling Ran. A blade of energy, like a long-term horse training, cuts down in the air, and slashes away with a terrible rage. In anger, Bai Zai did not leave his hands, and took Lu Chengxiao's dantian with a single blow. A dying person who dares to resist, really treats him as a display. Laugh. With a soft sound, Zhan Po Dao pierced Lu Chengxiao's dantian. The endless qi in Lu Chengxiao's body poured out from his dantian instantly as if he was deflated. Wow! The true qi was reversed, and he scurried through the 7 meridians and 8 meridians. Lu Chengxiao's feet were soft and fell to the ground, opening his mouth and spitting out blood. Byakuya's expression remained unchanged, and he took another step with another blow. The shadow of the knife split, cut out 4 afterimages, and broke Lu Chengxiao's tendons and hamstrings. Byakuya is now very skilled in this business. Without Qin Yi's instructions, Bai Zai did not take Lu Chengxiao's life, but only annulled it. Qin Yi put his arms around his chest and stood quietly, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Lu Chengxiao had a good calculation, but he didn't count that Bai Zai under Qin Yi was so tough. I didn't even count it. With a single knife, Bai Zai's cultivation base was abolished, and he didn't even have time to react. Boom! Bai Zai fell lightly, stepping on Lu Chengxiao's body, holding the leader of the Black Wind Pirates in his hand, as if no one can rival the Black War God. The entire city guard mansion suddenly fell into a dead silence, and everyone looked at them dumbfounded. Lu Chengxiao, who was stepped on by Byakuya, was shocked beyond words. If Bai Zai easily defeated the leader of the Black Wind Pirates before, everyone did not feel that strong. That's because, although everyone understands that the Black Wind Pirate Chief is very strong, they don't know how strong the Black Wind Pirate Chief is. However, Lu Chengxiao is different. Lu Chengxiao is the #1 master of Yuanzhong City in name, and his reputation has lasted for at least 10 years. For those who live in Yuanzhong City all the year round, Lu Chengxiao's name is like thunder. And now, Lu Chengxiao, who was invincible in their eyes, was easily stepped on by Bai Zai. This contrast makes people feel unreal. Master Bai Zai is mighty, His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, Chitos. Master Bai Zai is mighty, His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, Chitos. After a long while, violent shouts erupted from the crowd. In any case, as long as Lu Chengxiao is already in control, it is a good thing for everyone. Everyone looked excited, with this powerful master, plus the wise and powerful 9 princes. In the future, Yuanzhong City's beautiful vision is not far away. At least, the banditry around Yuanzhong City will not be feared. Lu Chengxiao, killing people is not a good habit. Qin Yi paced up to Lu Chengxiao, lowered his body, and slapped Lu Chengxiao's face with a smile. His Royal Highness, this is tantamount to treason. Wanton humiliation and serious injury to the court commander are all serious crimes of decapitation. Even if you are His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, you cannot mitigate your crime. Lu Chengxiao's face turned blue and red at first, and being slapped like this by Qin Yi made him extremely humiliating. After all, it was guarded by a city and the city was extremely deep. Even now, he quickly recovered his composure and threatened Qin Yi. Ha ha ha, do you count this Yuanzhong City's parent official? For the defenders of the city, not for the welfare of the people, but to fill their own pockets. For the city guards, instead of guarding the people for the people, they collude with the bandits and cause disasters. For the city guard, he doesn't respect the royal family, but wants to murder me. These 3 major crimes can kill you. Qin Yi suddenly stood up and laughed. The sonorous words pierced Lu Jinshao's fragile heart, making him sweat. Chapter 47, Lu Chengshao is dying. Pirates good women, liaises with officials and nobles, colludes with bandits, and slaughters their subordinates. This crime was committed by the Fang Chenju in front of you. Qin Yi repeated the crimes of Lu Chengshao one by one. Every time he said something, Lu Jinshao's face became paler. Everyone said, "Is he still an official of the party?" Finally, Qin Yi looked around at the angry people around him, and suddenly raised his voice. "No. Such a dog official simply insults the prestige of the dynasty. Damn dog officer, death is not a pity. Mother, this city guard, I've long said that something is wrong with him, but today it turned out to be true." The crowd onlookers responded to Qin Yi's words. Many people clenched their fists even more, wishing to step forward and fix Lu Chengshao severely. What's more, the people whose relatives died tragically, can't wait to skin him and twitch him. A group of untouchables, shut up, the official is not guilty. Your Royal Highness the 9 Princes, you can't talk about things without evidence. After countless people's questions, Lu Chengshao finally panicked and shouted angrily. There is no evidence? Isn't this Black Wind Thief chief a witness? Qin Yi chuckled and looked at the Wind Thief leader. This kind of bandit's words are simply not credible, Your Highness the 9th Prince, you must have been deceived by him. At this point, Lu Chengshao was still trying to quibble and pleaded not guilty. Pooh! A spit suddenly fell on Lu Jinshao's face, making Lu Jinshao's eyes widened. Lu Jinshao, I know all the things you do. Moreover, I also know where you put the ledger. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it, why would I know about this, thanks to Mrs. City Xiao, who told me in the bed. This spit was done by the leader of the Black Wind Thief, and he smiled at Lu Chengshao. Lu Jinshao's beggar made the chief of the Black Wind Thief hate him. Moreover, Lu Jinshao's punch has already made him smell the breath of death. Lu Chengshao didn't keep his hand with that punch. Since Lu Chengshao has torn his face, then he doesn't need to keep his hands. You. Lu Chengshao shook his face turned pale, and his lips trembled with excitement. I don't know if it was because his wife betrayed him, or the leader of the Black Wind Thief knew where he hid the ledger, or both. Ha ha ha, I want you to die without a burial place. After speaking, the leader of the Black Wind Pirate turned his head to look at Qin Yi. His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, the place where this person hides the ledger is the backyard of this city guard mansion. Under the rockery, you can find it by sending someone to check it. The Black Wind Thief chief shuddered to reveal all the information he knew. Qin Yi watched the confrontation between the two with great interest. It was him who benefited from this kind of dog biting. Qin Yi nodded slightly when he heard what the great leader of Black Wind Pirates said. Immediately, Qin Yi looked at Bai Zhe, and Bai Zhe understood his mind, carrying the leader of the Black Wind Pirate, and headed to the backyard of the city guard mansion. No. As soon as Bai Zhe left, Lu Chengshao was completely confused. Even Lu Chengshao ignored his injuries, using both hands and feet, crawling outside the house. Boom! Qin Yi stepped on Lu Chenshao's body, and with a heavy kick, Lu Chengshao spit out blood. Before Bai Zhe returns, Lu Chengshao, you'd better stay where you are. Qin Yi said blankly. Chapter 48, What to do when facing a frenzied evil official. What? A miserable howl came from Qin Yi's feet, and Lu Chengshao was already overwhelmed. The broken dantian is already a double blow to the mind and body for a warrior. Then, Bai Zhe and Qin Yi had 2 feet in succession, making it worse. His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, you can spare my life. I swear, I will never fight you again. You can take whatever you want with the gold and silver treasures in the castle guard mansion, and just move away. Just ask, the 9 princes can calm down and let me go." Lu Chen Shaoqiang endured the severe pain and said flatly. Lu Chen Shao's words were very generous, but the pain on his face was obvious. For him who regards money as life, taking his property is tantamount to cutting his flesh. However, in order to survive, he had no choice. However, with his eyes down, a hint of spite flashed through his eyes. "The money will be given to you first, and when I find the prince, I will borrow reinforcements. What if you are the 9th prince? The prince will surely kill you." Lu Chengxiao thought he had concealed his expression very well, but he did not escape Qin Yi's eyes. Qin Yi sneered again and again, the killing intent in his eyes was gradually condensing. Of course he would not let Lu Chengxiao go. Cutting the grass will eliminate the roots. Qin Yi knows this truth very well. What's more, Lu Chengxiao is an innate warrior. Killing him can not only gain killing points and killing experience, but also gain the hearts of the people of Yuanzhong City. Why didn't he take this matter? Faintly abandoning Renze and begging for mercy, Lu Cheng looked at him. Qin Yi kept silent and waited for Baize quietly. Soon, Biakia returned with the leader of the Black Wind Pirates, and at the same time, there was an extra book in his left hand. When Baize appeared with the ledger, Lu Chenshao's face turned white again, and the fluke in his heart was ruthlessly broken. Qin Yi took the account book and read it immediately. Sweeping the line one by one, Qin Yi couldn't help but sharpen his eyes, and the aura he radiated at the same time became thicker. A sense of oppression came from Qin Yi, making everyone present slightly depressed. "Lu Chengxiao, you are so good." Qin Yi squinted his eyes and said quietly. This Lu Chengxiao is simply frantic, he really underestimated Lu Chenshao's greed. "Come on." Qin Yi closed the ledger in his hand and shouted coldly. "Husband." Hearing Qin Yi's shout, Lu Yi walked quickly to Qin Yi's side. Originally, the servant of the city lord's mansion wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Lu Yi. In fact, Lu Yi was curious about the ledger that made Qin Yi so angry. "Read it out loud to let the people of Yuanzhong City listen to what kind of dog official their city guard is." At this time, Qin Yi directly threw the account book in his hand to the opponent regardless of who came. "Yes, husband." Lu Yi took the ledger and turned to the first page, making her look angry. Lu Yi finally understood why Qin Yi was so angry. In the 995th year of the Emperor's calendar, the Su family in the east of the city clashed with the Li family in the west. The Su family paid 5,000 gold ingots and the Li family paid 3,000 gold ingots. Su Jiuzheng was paid more generously, so he was sentenced to Su Jiuzheng. Copy Li's house and get 30,000 gold ingots and 100,000 silver patterns. Selling 18 people from the Li family, earning 3,000 silver patterns. In total, he earned 38,000 gold ingots and 103,000 silver patterns. Lu Yi read the words one by one. Every time he reads a sentence, the anger on his face increases by 1 point. In May, in the 995th year of the king's calendar, donated 40,000 gold ingots to the county guard. The county guard was overjoyed and gave 3,000 elite soldiers. With these 3,000 elite soldiers, Yuanzhong City is still not letting me do whatever I want, ha ha ha. In March of the 996th year of the Emperor's calendar, I heard that the county guards loved beauty. Therefore, the Black Wind Thief was invited to take action, secretly seizing the beauties inside and outside Yuanzhong City, and offering them to the county guard. Anyway, some pretty beauties can't let go. As long as you win the favor of the county guard, promotion and fortune are all in sight. Chapter 49, The enemy still has cards, what to do? In September of the 996th year of the king's calendar, the leader of the Black Wind Pirates slaughtered the people around Yuanzhong City. Planted on the 9 princes, so that the great prince. All crimes are shocking. Lu Yi couldn't read it anymore, Lian Bei's small hands were flushed red, glaring at Lu Chengxiao. The ledger is not big, but there are dozens of pages. Every page on this page is Lu Chengxiao's crimes. Playing with the law. Want to buy and sell people. Fornication with the boss, sell and sell soldiers. Collusion with bandits, plunder the people, frame the royal family. Each one is enough to cut off his official hat and kill him. There are dozens of crimes similar to this one. At this moment, there was no need for Lu Yiyi to read any more. Everyone was angry and glared at Lu Chengxiao. This dog official simply regarded himself as the Earth Emperor of Yuanzhong City and acted recklessly. Don't take the law and the people of Yuanzhong City seriously. Only money and power are in my mind. Guardian, you should kill. Ba, his grandmother, don't kill this dog official, I am the son of man. Kill this dog officer. The guys in Yuanzhong City suddenly blushed and their necks are thick, and the hatred soaring can't be concealed at all. Shut up, a bunch of untouchables. This officer did this for the sake of Yuanzhong City. Lu Chengxiao roared, his pale face showed a trace of abnormal blush. Oh? Lu Chengxiao, you are talking about what you did, which is beneficial to the people of Yuanzhong City. Qin Yi looked at Lu Chengxiao coldly, and his cold killing intent was completely revealed. Facing Qin Yi's question, Lu Chengxiao couldn't help but don't know how to answer. Looking back at the time, the king of the dynasty did not fall, and the king prayed that the dynasty would not fall, singing and dancing would rise to peace, and the country would be peaceful and peaceful. It is precisely because of a corrupt official scum like you that makes the wish of opening the king fail. As the fourth grandson of King Kai, this king should fulfill his wish for the old man who was not close in the past. Qin Yi held a saber in his hand, pointed at Lu Chengxiao and said loudly. His Royal Highness 9 princes, no, no. Please, let the villain go. Lu Chengxiao yelled in horror, struggling hard, trying to escape from Qin Yi's feet. However, how could Qin Yi let him escape? He pressed his feet and crushed his chest. Ahem! Lu Chengxiao kept coughing up blood, and his whole person looked extremely desolate, looking at Qin Yi with fear. The sword of Qin Yi's sword was getting closer, and the despair on Lu Chengxiao's face became more intense. His Royal Highness the 9 princes, your Royal Highness the 9 princes. You can't kill me. Yes, yes, you can't kill me. I have sent someone to inform the armored army stationed outside the city. Lu Chengxiao yelled frantically and said, as if only then remembered that he still had 3,000 elite soldiers, his face could not help showing ecstasy. As long as I die here, you will all be buried for me. 3,000 iron armors, will all wait for Tur. Lu Chengxiao's tone suddenly hardened, and his face was mad. Indeed, he is qualified to be mad. The 3,000 iron armors are all elite, but he used 40,000 taels of gold ingots in exchange for them from the county guard. On weekdays, thousands of taels of silver are spent every day to maintain military supplies. Mean. Shameless. Many men in Yuanzhong City, their complexions changed abruptly and yelled. No. Husband, be merciful. Lu Yiyi also changed her pretty face and hurriedly said to stop Qin Yi. 3,000 elite soldiers, invincible. Especially these 3,000 elite soldiers, who are really veterans who have come down from the battlefield, are even more invincible. At least, not their group can resist. Chapter 50, What to do if Wanman persuades. Okay. Qin Yi's Jianfeng stagnated and stopped less than an inch from Lu Chengxiao's neck. Qin Yi frowned, clutching his sword tightly, as if thinking about something. His Royal Highness 9 princes, as long as you let go of the officer. These things, the officials can forget the blame, you can rest assured to go away. When Lu Chengxiao saw this, his face was pleased, thinking that Qin Yi was scared, and he quickly added fire. As long as he can escape, everyone present here will have to die. Lu Chengxiao looked worried on the surface, but in fact he was spontaneously ruthless in his heart. Now, Qin Yi only needs to put down the sword in his hand, then he will win. His Royal Highness, you have to think clearly. This is 3,000 elite soldiers, presumably even the hero under the 9 princes is not an opponent. Suddenly, Qin Yi's hand shook slightly, and the sword's edge drew a blood stain, scared Lu Chengxiao into cold sweat, and said repeatedly, "Ugh!" Many people looked at Qin Yi, who was hesitant, with complex expressions. Many people hope that the 9 princes can kill the dog official with one sword. But they all understood their fate. Indeed, as the dog official said, it was all within the thought of the 9 princes. To kill this dog official, everyone present must accompany his life. The 3,000 elite soldiers are not joking, they want to strangle everyone present, and don't give up their efforts. Don't kill, let this dog official live and continue to do harm to Yuanzhong City, they are not reconciled. However, what can you do if you are not reconciled? Do you want everyone present to lose their lives? What's more, there is also the benefactor of the 9 princes present. Without the 9 princes, they would always be kept in the dark and let this dog official oppress. The 9 princes who told them the truth were their great benefactors. Even if you can't kill your enemy, you can't hurt the benefactor of the 9th prince. His Royal Highness 9 princes, please stop, your kindness will be remembered by all of us. You can't pay for this dog official's life. Yes, His Royal Highness the 9 princes, you are the body of a daughter, different from our untouchables. If we were the only one present, we would kill the dog official even if we were fighting for our lives. However, you are different, you can't do anything. His Royal Highness 9 princes, stop, Madam is still here, you and Madam can't have anything to do. The guys in Yuanzhong City yelled violently. Some even knelt on the ground, begging Qin Yi to stop. Their idea is very simple, Qin Yi is their benefactor, and even His Royal Highness the 9 princes, so they can't be affected by these common people. Be the benefactor, pray for peace. This is the simplest and most unsophisticated idea of the lower class people. They didn't think about their lives at all, they thought about Qin Yi and Lu Yi. His Royal Highness the 9 princes, please stop. In the end, thousands of words finally converged into one sentence. Even Byakuya was a little moved by this trembling shout. Well. Lu Yi covered her mouth and her eyes were flushed. These simple people moved her extremely. I'd rather let go of my family's killer and betrayer, than let Qin Yi get hurt. Husband, stop. Lu Yi choked up, begging Qin Yi. Seeing the scene where everyone begged Qin Yi, Lu Chengxiao was overjoyed. Fast, fast, work harder, his life will be saved. Tread. 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 At this moment, outside the city guard mansion, there was a sound of uniform pace, golden and iron horses, fighting each other. The armored army is here. His 3,000 armored army is here. His life is saved. Lu Chengxiao's face suddenly showed ecstasy. Chapter 51, Don't listen, one word is doing. The heavy steps, neat and not chaotic, show that the coming team is an elite division. Even the narrow gate of the city guard mansion did not disrupt their formation. The original square formation was quickly transformed into 2 long dragons under the leadership of the 2 soldiers, coming in one after another from the castle mansion. An inky black armor, glowing in the sun. With a solemn expression, blue veins and knots on his arms, he looks like an unbeatable black armored army. This is Lu Chengxiao's trump card, 3,000 armored troops. Hiss. The people who witnessed the arrival of the iron armor couldn't help but take a breath. It's better to be famous than to meet. Everyone had only heard of the name of the armored army before, and had not really seen the military appearance of the armored army. This body of iron and blood, expensive armor, is worthy of the name of elite. There were rumors that 3,000 armored armies could besiege and killed innate warriors. It now appears that the rumors are true, and there are even reservations. The two long black dragons quickly surrounded the crowd, staring at the crowd in the circle coldly. Ha ha ha, His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, can you let me go? Lu Chengxiao was completely relaxed at this time, and when he spoke, he was full of confidence. With that, Lu Chengxiao endured the severe pain, got up from Qin Yi's feet, laughed, and walked to the armored soldier. During this process, Qin Yi did not move at all. Everyone was indifferent, looking at Lu Chengxiao unwillingly, unwilling to just let him go. But what can I do if I don't let it go? 3,000 armored armies have arrived, everything is too late. Who said, let you go? At this moment, a cold and merciless voice rang behind Lu Chengxiao, causing his heart to hang suddenly. At the same time, a sharp blade suddenly rested on his shoulder. His Royal Highness, what do you mean by this? Lu Chengxiao turned his head stiffly and said with a sad smile. Follow me, do you want to survive? At this moment, the smile on the corner of Qin Yi's mouth fell in Lu Chengxiao's eyes, it was the smile of the devil. No, no, you can't kill me, you all will die. The calmness on Lu Chengxiao's face disappeared again, and he shouted in panic. I am the city lord of Yuanzhong City, and I am the 9th prince of the Buddhism dynasty. The people of Yuanzhong City are the people of this king. Whoever offends this prince, I will kill them to return justice to the people. Even 3,000 elites can't stop this king's sword. This king is not talented, so why be afraid of a battle? Qin Yi's voice was not loud, but the indescribable sense of trust infected everyone present. Yes, why are you afraid of a battle? Yes, why are you afraid of a battle? Yes, why are you afraid of a battle? Infected by Qin Yi's words, the men of Yuanzhong City couldn't help but shouted with excitement. Many people looked at Qin Yi with fiery eyes. This is the city lord they want, this is the 9 princes they should respect and love. Today, I will kill this dog official, so as to make the world a bright future. Qin Yi shouted, the smile on his face was as bright as the sun. Hey! Jian Feng cut through the sky. Puff! Lu Chengxiao's head was thrown high, his face still retains the fear and panic at the last moment of his life. Qin Yi didn't give him another chance to beg for mercy. Such a dog official shouldn't give him a chance. Kill them as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Puff! The headless body fell to the ground, and the unconscious body was still twitching. The red blood is flowing continuously from the neck. Lu Chengxiao, die! Chapter 52, Boy, God is making you pretend. Lu Chengxiao, dead. Everyone stared at this scene blankly, shocked in their hearts. His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, really killed this dog official. Everyone's eyes were blurred, they didn't expect Qin Yi to really dare to kill Lu Chengxiao. In front of the armored army, kill their commander. This is disregarding one's own life and death, but also to avenge them. Everyone knew that Qin Yi didn't need to do this, even if Lu Chengxiao was allowed to leave, they would not complain. However, regardless of his own safety, Qin Yi resolutely beheaded Lu Chengxiao, for their great benefactor. Qin Yi stands proudly, Win Swexu in white, holding a sword, just like a hero. The sun fell from the sky, spreading all over his body, like a divine light. This is their Royal Highness the 9 Princes, the great benefactor of Yuanzhong City. Like a god, kill the dog official. His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, long live! The eyes of everyone were fiery, and they couldn't help shouting loudly. His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, long live! His Royal Highness the 9 Princes, long live! After this shout, countless people responded instantly. Even Lu Yi, even Bai Zhe, yelled. Thousands of people yelled in unison, the loud screams shook the sky, and the sound contained the clouds. Even if this slogan is out of courtesy or even a bit rebellious. Long live the name, it can only be used by the king of Beluo. Although Qin Yi is the 9th prince, he can't enjoy such a honorary title. However, these men in Yuanzhong City are willing to shout. Shout out. Convinced shout. Shouting. Shout that the whole city knows. Even, many people are already full of tears because of excitement. The iron-struck man does not shed tears, but he is not sad. They have been waiting for a Mingjun for a long time. But now, they finally waited. At this moment, His Royal Highness the Nine Princes is the king that no one can replace in their hearts. Qin Yi is the they believe in. It seems that in order to respond to the shouts of everyone, Qin Yi's momentum suddenly soared. In the sky, the wind and clouds stirred, and the spirits gathered. The aura of heaven and earth is like a dragon, gathering here quickly. A spirit storm suddenly formed over Yuanzhong City. Numerous heaven and earth auras poured down from the air and entered from Qin Yi's Beihui cave. But I saw that Qin Yi suddenly rose up with a hazy golden yellow divine light, like water waves, lingering. This beautiful golden light condensed behind Qin Yi's head. It was as if a round of brilliant days rose behind Qin Yi, making people afraid to look straight. The turbulence turned into a halo the size of a wheel, hanging behind Qin Yi's head. Against the background of this halo, Qin Yi is like a celestial immortal coming from above the nine heavens. The sacred aura radiating from one body makes people unable to help but worship. Puff! A series of kneeling sounds sounded, and everyone knelt down on the ground. His Royal Highness the Nine Princes, the immortal came to this world. This is what everyone thinks. God bless Yuanzhong City, let them usher in a fairy-like city lord. Byakuya's cold face could no longer maintain the original indifference, the incredible in his eyes was no longer hidden. This is my husband, fairy. Lu Yi opened her red lips slightly and muttered to herself. A group of armored armies, 3,000 elite soldiers, under this vision, have been shocked beyond words. Eyeballs stared at the size of copper bells, and their legs were swaying. It seemed that they could not help joining the worshipping team. Before the awe-inspiring Tianwei, they were able to stand, already resolute. If they were to take action against Qin Yi, it would be impossible. Chapter 53, Born Emperor, Emperor. South of Yuanzhong City. Willow House. This is the residence of the former Prime Minister and elder Lu family. No matter what kind of situation arises in Yuanzhong City, it will not be affected here. As long as the old man of the Lu family is still there for one day, this Lu mansion will be as stable as Mount Tai. Even if the contemporary kings and princes do not fall, they will often send people to visit the old man Lu family. At this moment, the vision in the direction of the city guard mansion spread from a distance, and spread over the Lu mansion in a live broadcast. This is an aura storm. It's an aura storm. The old man of the Lu family sat on the rattan chair in the courtyard, and suddenly saw the vision in the distance, and he was shocked. The direction of the city guard house. The old man of the Lu family suddenly stood up, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? Changshao Mansion, there can be no such a worldly arrogant. The old man of the Lu family was still wondering, he suddenly remembered that his servant had reported to him. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince took Yi to the city guard house. Couldn't it be His Royal Highness the Nine Princes? Elder Lu family murmured. It seemed to be a question, but the old man of the Lu family already had an answer. As expected of the face of the born emperor, as expected of her blood, it is truly extraordinary. The old man of the Lu family stroked the silver whiskers under his jaw and looked into the distance with blurred eyes. However, this vision is all over the city. Those who should have seen them, and those who should not have seen them. This is a blessing and a curse. After a long while, the old man of the Lu family recovered, shaking his head and sighed. His Royal Highness the Nine Princes is still very weak, and his power, foundation, and strength have not yet taken shape. I am afraid it is difficult to resist the reckless means of the great prince. The old man of the Lu family frowned slightly, his heart worried. If this matter reaches the ears of the prince will be frightened. Qin Yi's talent is enough to make the prince throw away his skin, just to get rid of Qin Yi. At that time, in terms of Qin Yi's current power, facing the great prince in hand, Qin Yi had no means of resistance at all, and could not be spared. No, I'm a bad old man, I'm going to the royal capital again. For His Highness the 9 princes, for her blood, for not falling into the dynasty. Old man, I should make a contribution too. The old man of the Lu family has solid eyes, firmness, and strength, not like a dying year. At this moment, the old man of the Lu family seemed to be back in his youth. Is this breaking through the innate realm? The 2 men headed by the 3,000 armored armies, among them the strong men who were not like ordinary people, couldn't help but exclaim. Kill the enemy Mingzhen, build a flyover. The born emperor was born to kill, and build a worldless celestial dynasty in suicide. This is the Mingzhen I am looking for. Another heroic soldier couldn't help but smile with joy. On the other side, Qin Yi's mind was still immersed in the breakthrough. This time the breakthrough also comes from the credit of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading the elite life. The current elite life cultivation is triple congenital. Higher than the 3 realms of the host, draw experience points, draw killing points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 experience points and 15 killing points. Ding! The host's current experience points are full. The system automatically judges, clears the current experience value, and advances to the next level. Because Qin Yi beheaded Lu Chengxiao and gained a lot of killing experience. Therefore, Qin Yi also broke through the innate realm. Regarding this point, Qin Yi had expected it long ago, but he did not expect the battle to break through, so big. Reiki Storm. Golden. These visions, only those super arrogant, or warriors with noble blood, will have such an astonishing formation when they break through. Chapter 54, We are here to serve His Royal Highness the 9 Princes. A word has been circulating in the Buluo dynasty. Those who can cause a spiritual storm will definitely be able to step into the realm of the master in the future. What is a master? A warrior who steps out of his own way is a master. Every gesture is full of rhyme. Do not fall in the dynasty, there are 3 masters. One is the of the army, General Mo, guarding the Wuyu Xiongguan, suppressing the ancient barbaric dynasty. It is difficult to invade the dynasty of the army for a century. The second is the master of the martial arts Holy Land, the master of Jinyu Mountain, who has crushed thousands of sects with his own strength and can't lift his head. The third is Xiao Ao Sangziu, heavenly swordsman. The Buluo dynasty is big, but let it be easy. These 3 people represent the peak personal combat power of the dynasty that is not falling. One person can be worth 100,000 heroes. If it is said that along the way of martial arts, under the master, it is possible to be besieged and killed by thousands of troops. But at the realm of the master, no matter how many sergeants are acquired, they can't cause much damage to the master. And Tian Jiao, who can cause a spiritual storm, not to mention 100% able to become a master, but also has a 70 to 80% chance of being able to become a master. At least, these 3 people have also caused a spiritual storm when they stepped into the innate realm. Now, Qin Yi is in full view of everyone, causing a storm of spiritual energy, which is enough to prove that Qin Yi is a peerless arrogant. A Tian Jiao who is enough to step into the realm of a master. As for the vision of golden, it is rarely mentioned in allusions. Therefore, not a few people present or in the entire Yuanzhong city understood the meaning of this. But anyone with a discerning eye can see what is extraordinary about Qin Yi. In any case, Qin Yi has already entered the innate realm at this time. Thanks to the help of the system, you don't need to spend time on solid cultivation, and you can stand firmly on the innate realm. A hint of joy flashed across Qin Yi's face, and soon he converged. Now, it is not the time to be happy, and the immediate trouble has not been resolved. 3,000 armored troops. Qin Yi's expression was solemn. He had already stepped into the innate, plus Bai Zai, there were 2 innate martial artists on their side. However, facing the 3,000 armored army, the chance of winning is still not great. After all, Qin Yi still has a lot of oil bottles. Moreover, the reason why Qin Yi didn't dare to relax the most was the 2 leading soldiers. The breadth of these 2 people is obscure and unspeakable. Even if Qin Yi broke through the innate realm, he couldn't see through the cultivation of the 2. Then, there is only one possibility: the 2 are both innate martial artists, and their cultivation is even deeper than Qin Yi. 2 congenital warriors, plus 3,000 elite soldiers. It seems that a fierce battle is inevitable. But this king is not afraid of a battle since he cuts the dog official. Zhang. The faint sword sounded, holding the sword in his hand, pointing at 3,000 elite soldiers. Helping the abuser, how afraid of a fight? Qin Yi coldly stared at the front and shouted. How afraid of a fight? Qin Yi raised his arms and shouted, drinking from the soundscape. Countless men in Yuanzhong City shouted in unison, glaring at their opponents. Even if they know they are not opponents, even if they will lose their lives, they will not be afraid. Today, the 9 princes kill the dog official, then I will kill the lackeys of the dog official. The 3,000 elite soldiers have solemn faces and are waiting for them. Byakuya's chi machine firmly locked the 2 leading innate soldiers. The battle between the 2 sides is about to start. I'm waiting to hear about the prestige of His Royal Highness the 9 princes, the dog-killing officer, and the heart-wrenching man. He is indeed the emperor of mine. I am waiting for 3,000 soldiers, here to serve His Royal Highness the 9 princes. Just when everyone thought that a fight was inevitable, the British warrior suddenly paid his respects. The 3,000 armored soldiers also knelt on the ground. I am waiting to come here to serve His Royal Highness the 9 princes. The shouting like Hong Zhong made everyone stunned. Chapter 55, this script is wrong. Hey? What's the situation? This script is wrong. Qin Yi was stunned. What's the situation? This valiant soldier and that fierce man actually led these 3,000 iron armors and knelt under his feet? These 3,000 iron armies were obviously Lu Chenxiao's private soldiers, and they should be loyal to Lu Chengxiao. Now, instead of surrendering to him so decisively, Qin Yi's heart was slightly condensed. Is there any conspiracy? Hey! Bai Zai's figure suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yi and stood in front of Qin Yi. Obviously, Byakuya also has such concerns. However, Qin Yi pondered for a moment and walked out from behind Bai Zai, standing proudly in front of everyone. Even stood in front of the 2 soldiers. Young master. Bai Zai spoke, as if he still wanted to dissuade Qin Yi. Qin Yi shook his head imperceptibly, indicating that Bai Zai did not care. He could see that the 2 heroes and soldiers had sincerely brought the 3,000 armored armies to serve him. If, just because of the slightest danger, and afraid of others. Well, this will only disappoint those who came to serve him. As proud as Qin Yi, he is not allowed to act so timidly. I am the king, so I am Ling Ran. Bai Zai had no choice but to follow closely behind Qin Yi, heightening his vigilance to prevent accidents. My heroes, please. With a small smile at the corner of Qin Yi's mouth, he said loudly to the 3,000 armored army. His Royal Highness Xieju. The 3,000 armored armies shouted together and stood up in an orderly manner. Kneeling together, the sergeant was solemn, and there was no uproar. Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction, such a military appearance, worthy of an elite teacher. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the first army and rewarding 20 killing points. Ding! The Legion system is on. In my mind, the cold mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded. Qin Yi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The system prompt finally arrived. It seems that these 3,000 armored armies are really dedicated to him. The judgment of the system should not be wrong. The reason why Qin Yi dared to face the 3,000 armored army was not without his own self-confidence. Qin Yi couldn't be careless, just standing in front of the two congenital warriors. Such a short distance, with the explosive power of the innate martial artist, is fleeting. Even though he has already been promoted to the innate martial artist, and has the guardian of Bai Zai, it is not completely safe. And Qin Yi's confidence in doing this is the system. The Supreme Conquest System. In addition to the main system, there are many auxiliary systems. The Legion system is one of them. There is only one way to activate the Legion system, and that is to subdue an army that belongs to him. The emergence of these 3,000 armored armies is in line with the conditions for activating the Legion system. As long as the Legion system is activated, it means that these 3,000 armored armies are really working on him, and vice versa. Fortunately, Qin Yi won the bet. 3,000 armored armies, all under your command. He also had his first army, a not weak iron-blooded army. Open the Legion system. Qin Yi couldn't help whispering in his heart. The Fang Fang Zheng screen appeared in front of Qin Yi, and it was no longer Qin Yi's attributes, but the army belonging to Qin Yi. Legion name, Iron Armored Army, 1-star Army. Army Soul, none. Military formation, none. Number of people, 3,000. Standard equipment, dark iron battle armor. Remarks: the black armor is like a mountain, the golden GE is the sky. This is an army baptized by war, but it is still 1,000 miles away from condensing the soul of the army. The content on the panel is very concise, with no superfluous content, but the information revealed in it is worthy of Qin Yi's careful consideration. Chapter 56, Intimate Intelligence, Non-Existent. System: what is the military spirit? Qin Yi glanced at the panel hastily, and then asked. Ding! The soul of an army is the soul of an army. Qin Yi's expression stagnated, almost wanting to explode. Of course he knew that the soul of an army represented the soul of an army. Qin Yi looked helplessly at the sky, why other people's systems were so old and smart, and why his systems were so rigid. Either you don't say it, or you say it without saying it. System: can you explain the army soul in detail for me? Qin Yi took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Ding! The soul of the army is the most important heritage of a legion. Man-made, soul is accumulated. Only when an army gathers its soul can it truly be called a legion. The soul of the army is immortal, this army is undefeated. An army with a military spirit, even if there are only a few dozen people, can display a combat power that exceeds the number hundreds of times. Hiss! Hearing this, Qin Yi couldn't help taking a breath, and exerted 100 times more combat power. What a corps can display hundreds of times the combat power, I am afraid that. Imagine an army that condenses the soul of the army, even if it has only 1,000 people, it can defeat 100,000 enemies. What kind of power Qin Yi could not imagine. Ding! The spirit of a corps is strong or weak, depending on the commander of the corps. At the same time, the minimum standard for condensing the army's soul is the Samsung Army. The system added such a sentence. Samsung Army? How is this army level divided? Qin Yi raised his brows and asked. The total rank of the army is divided into 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars being the highest. As for the classification criteria, please explore by yourself. I go. Qin Yi finally couldn't help but burst into a in his heart, feeling extremely helpless. It is said that the system is highly intelligent, but also my intimate intelligence. Explore on my own, I'll explore on my own ass. Qin Yi felt helpless and was already completely disappointed with his own system. Regardless, explore on your own. Just as Qin Yi was communicating with the system in his heart, the 3,000 armored army stood there waiting for Qin Yi's order. 2 soldiers, will you have time to ask 2 names in the future? Qin Yi returned to his mind and asked the 2 in front of him with a smile. In Xiaobalian, I saw His Royal Highness the 9 Princes. The British warrior said with a fist. Mo Meng, I have seen His Royal Highness the 9 Princes. The fierce soldier also smiled heartily, his majestic voice shook his eardrums. The 4 words sound like Hong Zhong are embodied in a glance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 2 generals. As the 2 blew their homes, the mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Hey! Open the properties panel. Qin Yi was taken aback for a moment, and immediately called out the property panel. I saw that there were 2 more character attributes under Byakuya's character list. Character, Balian. Identity, Hidden Gate 300th Generation Successor. Realm, Congenital Triple. Weapon, Bailey Jingyun Gun. Martial Arts, 100 Birds Chow Phoenix Spear. Talent, A. Character, Mo Meng. Identity, the grandson of the army. Realm, Congenital Triple. Weapon, Sky Knife. Martial Arts, Mo Family Sword Technique, Inverse Scale Sword Technique. Talent, A. Hiss. As soon as the information of the 2 fell into Qin Yi's eyes, Qin Yi immediately took a breath. Hidden Descendants. The grandson of the war. 2 fierce men suddenly appeared in this little Yuanzhong city. The identities of these 2 were more scary than the other, making Qin Yi even surprised. Moreover, these 2 people have to defect to his command. This immediately made Qin Yi overjoyed. Chapter 57, Congratulations, boy, for winning 2 more generals. Balian. He has a handsome face, a black armor, a black jade crown and hair, and his eyes are full of compelling light. This is a descendant of the Hidden Door. Mo Meng. The figure is burly, sturdy, and not like ordinary people, and the clenched fists are the size of a baby's head. At first glance, it feels full of pressure. This is the grandson of General Mo, the of invincibility. Qin Yi looked at the 2 people up and down, feeling extremely emotional. Unexpectedly, this small Yuanzhong city actually hides 2 such characters. It can be said that Qin Yi brought the 2 men under his command, and there were 2 more assistances. One is the Hidden Door. The dynasty does not fall, and there are thousands of sects, but the most powerful are the 3 sects. The leader of the right path, Jinyu Mountain. The leader of the magic road, the of the sky. There is also a mysterious hidden door that believes in neutrality. Hidden doors have always been mysterious, and the whereabouts of the people passing down the door are misty and untrackable. There are very few people in the hidden gates, and they are generally transmitted in a single line, but it is undeniable that everyone in the hidden gates should not be underestimated. Every time a person from the hidden gate is born and does not fall within the dynasty, a boundless situation will be set off. This time, Balian, the descendant of the hidden gate, belonged to Qin Yi's command. This also means that the resources and connections of the hidden gate will all belong to Qin Yi. As long as Balian is loyal to him, then the evildoers of the predecessors of the hidden gate and the predecessors will not escape Qin Yi's palm. Thinking of this, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile a little more. And another help is not to fall into the army. This Mo Meng is the grandson of the god of undefeated army. Mo Meng is loyal to him and catches this line, then General Mo will notice him even thinking about it. A little bit of planning and pulling General Mo to his side will make a lot of money. General Mo ranks among the generals of the dynasty, and is in charge of millions of soldiers in the dynasty. It can be said that most of the prestigious name of the dynasty comes from General Mo. Win every battle. Do not fall into the army. It was also because of General Mo's guarding the frontier that the surrounding dynasties did not dare to move around. General Mo's prestige in the army is even comparable to Wang Jun. As long as Qin Yi can pull General Mo into his camp, the difference in background between him and the prince can be made up instantly. Even if the eldest prince has the support of 100 civil and military officials, Qin Yi can be comparable to 100 civil and military officials with just one general. The only issue that needs to be considered is that General Mo is the veteran of the 3 dynasties. From the beginning of his army, He has been in the official position for more than 200 years, and he has never been involved in the battle of the royal family. The Mo family has always believed in Ming to protect oneself, and never participated in scheming between royal families. The only loyal to the Mo family is the dynasty, and the new king will be loyal to the new king. The Mo family never cares about things before the new king takes the throne. Now, what Qin Yi should have a headache is how to draw General Mo into his camp. Soon, Qin Yi relaxed again, with an evil smile on his mouth. The grandsons of General Mo are here. Are you afraid that General Mo will not come? What's more, even if General Mo won't make a move, it is enough for Qin Yi to harvest 2 generals. 2 generals with talents reaching A are already very good gains. Judging from the system's evaluation criteria, the talents of the 2 have been extraordinary. You know, even Bai Zai's talent is only a AA grade. The talents of these 2 people are only in vain. Qin Yi once asked the system, how powerful the AA level talent is. The system only answered one sentence, be sure to choose one. The talents of Balian and Balian are inferior to Bai Zai, and that is 1 in a million. It can be described as a Tianjiao. Chapter 58, Boy, your background is very deep. While Qin Yi was still thinking about it, Balian and Mo Meng felt differently. The 2 of them worshipped like this, and they were in a trance, as if they were linked to a strange world. In this world, there are countless terrifying existences sleeping. Everyone is full of vigor, and some bodies are even as large as a mountain, breathtaking. Some of these horrors have already awakened. One of them, Balian looked at him, and immediately cast his eyes down like a lightning strike. Between the dazzling colorful rays, a figure wearing a golden armor is looking directly at him. Balian didn't even dare to raise his head again, just a glance made his mind excited and almost broken. This is the reason why the other party has no intention to kill. Protect your majesty for me, there will be a great reward in the future. Also, you 2 must not mention our existence to your majesty. The huge voice, like a drum that resounded across the horizon, was firmly carved into the hearts of Balian and the 2. The next moment, the 2 of them were in a trance again, and they left the strange world in a blink of an eye. Call. The 2 of Balian felt relieved, the oppressive feeling of that figure was too strong. Even Balian guessed that if they stayed a little longer, both of them would be crushed to death by the terrifying aura. This is not a joke. Only when they face the existence of them can they understand the horror of each other. And the sentence the other party mentioned was even more deeply in their minds. Protect your majesty for him? Who is your majesty worth? Is it His Royal Highness the 9 Princes? Both Balian thought about this possibility at the same time. They looked at each other, and they could see the inexplicable horror from the bottom of each other's eyes. The majesty who exists in his mouth refers to His Royal Highness the 9 Princes. That terrifying existence actually honored His Majesty the 9 Princes, His Majesty. The 2 of them trembled and looked at Qin Yi again, with a little awe in their eyes. Also, strong admiration and curiosity. Curious about why such an existence would claim to Qin Yi. Even more curious, Qin Yi has such a terrifying background. If that person is present in this world, I am afraid that the entire dynasty will not be enough to crush with one finger. Of course, the 2 of them also kept in mind the other's warning. Although he deliberately asked Qin Yi, he still suppressed the curiosity in his heart and kept silent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully increasing the loyalty of Balian and Mo Meng to full value. Hereby reward 50 killing points. The mechanical sound of the system rang again, interrupting Qin Yi's cranky thinking. What's this? What is loyalty? The systematic words made Qin Yi stunned again. What is this sudden loyalty? Today, there are so many new functions in the system that he is overwhelmed. Except for the rebels conscripted by the system, the warriors that the host conquered from the outside world can also be counted as the host's rebels. However, the loyalty of the rebels recruited by the system is full, and there is no possibility of betrayal. The loyalty of the host's submission from the outside world is not necessarily full, and the host needs to actively improve. Every time there is a follower, the loyalty is increased to full value. The system will reward the host with certain killing points. For the first time, the system took the initiative for Qin Yi and explained the related issues clearly. Well, hearing this, Qin Yi was overjoyed. This function of the system is really intimate. The appearance of loyalty can allow Qin Yi to avoid the occurrence of betrayal by his obedience. Qin Yi opened the attribute panel again and saw that there was an additional loyalty option under the list of Balian and the two. Both are worth 100. Chapter 59, Your Highness is a God, all enemies surrender. Balian, Mo Meng. He has 2 more loyal subordinates. A smile flashed through Qin Yi's eyes, and he was very satisfied. Ha ha ha, Sergeant Balian, Sergeant Mo Meng, you two are here today, this king is grateful. Qin Yi laughed, stretched out his hands and raised both of them. Don't dare, don't dare. Balian said quickly. If the previous 2 people worked on Qin Yi, they were more to do their best and show their ambitions. So after experiencing the baptism of that horrible existence by Lion, and the 2 have been wholehearted about Qin Yi. The reward that the existence said really moved both of them. That kind of terror, and the little benefits that flow out at will, can benefit them for life. Moreover, Qin Yi has this background, they are also more ambitious, do what they can. The future is worth looking forward to. The 2 Balian had no complaints about joining Qin Yi. Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction, the full value of loyalty is really extraordinary. Balian's loyalty to him can be read from their expressions. Although Qin Yi didn't understand what happened, the loyalty of the 2 of them to him was raised to full value. But the loyalty of the 2 Balian is no less than that of Bai Zhe. What's more, the 2 also brought 3,000 armored troops. This undoubtedly filled the awkward situation that Qin Yi had no soldiers available. Because Qin Yi was demoted to Yuanzhong City, the prince would not kindly provide military protection for Qin Yi. On that day, when Qin Yi came to Yuanzhong City, there was only 1 servant and a horseman around him, which was extremely miserable. Otherwise, the city lord's mansion will not fall to this point. When the leader of the Black Wind Thief brought people to the door, only a group of domestic servants stood up to guard the city lord's mansion. On the way, the servants of the city lord's mansion were all the servants Lu Yi brought from Lu Mansion when she married Qin Yi. For Qin Yi, the 3,000 armored troops brought by the 2 Balians was a timely rain. The effect of Balian and others also made the surrounding people happy for Qin Yi, and they all smiled. What Qin Yi did before has completely won their hearts. Qin Yi is the only Mingjun in the world. This is the they should believe in. Even, everyone felt that Balian and others' refuge was justified. Your Highness is a god, all enemies surrender. Congratulations to Your Highness, for gaining 2 generals, and winning the 3,000 armored army. The men in Yuanzhong City all knelt on the ground, shouting for Qin Yi. Congratulations to Your Highness, for gaining 2 generals, and winning the 3,000 armored army. Even the 3,000 armored soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted. Thousands of people knelt on the ground, shouting for Qin Yi. The sound shook the sky, like thunder in the sky. On this day, the people in Yuanzhong City heard this neat roar. This is the men of Yuanzhong City, declaring to the world that their city lord, His Royal Highness the 9th Prince, is a Mingjun. Yuanzhong City, under the leadership of His Highness the 9 Princes, will move towards prosperity. This will be the cornerstone of my future. It can be said that the current him, in Yuanzhong City, shouted, Wanmen Jing Kong. With a smile on his lips, Qin Yi looked at the scene before him. However, this is not enough, this is only a city. In the near future, the Buluo dynasty will also fall into his hands, and even the entire Tianyao continent. He wants to realize everything in his dream, and his journey is the heavens and the world. Chapter 60, Boy, what the people want now. Yuanzhong City. The rising sun is full of joy. The people are still working hard for their livelihoods. But there was a smile on their faces, and their hearts were full of vigor. Because the people of Yuanzhong City ushered in a long-awaited Ming master. What happened in front of the city lord's mansion and inside the city guard mansion? After a day and night of fermentation, the whole city is already known. What Lu Chengxiao has done over the years has passed through the mouths of the Hans of Yuanzhong City who participated in this incident. Dog officer, the dog officer of the fish and the common people. This is the most intuitive impression of the people in Yuanzhong City for Lu Chengxiao. Now, Lu Chengxiao's reputation in Yuanzhong City has plummeted and everyone spurned. Correspondingly, the reputation of the ninth prince Qin Yi is soaring. Kill the bandits and avenge the people. Kill the dog officer, hate the people. Spread thousands of dollars to support the impoverished people in Yuanzhong City. This deed, Qin Yi's prestige has reached its peak in Yuanzhong City, it can be said to be in full swing. Many men in Yuanzhong City have spared no effort to promote Qin Yi. Describe Qin Yi as the only fairy in the sky and absolutely nothing on the earth. His Royal Highness the Nine Princes, Qin Yi, is the immortal who came to this world to save the people of Yuanzhong City. Some people even bought a fairy plaque at home. Above it, the book has the name of Yuanzhong Zhenxian Qin Yi. Over time, Qin Yi's reputation will continue to rise in Yuanzhong City. The discerning people in Yuanzhong City knew that after this incident, Qin Yi's reputation in Yuanzhong City was already unshakable. If someone dared to slander Qin Yi, the people of Yuanzhong City could drown them. In Yuanzhong City, it is not that no one wants to do something to deal with Qin Yi, but they dare not. According to legend, 2 soldiers took Lu Chengxiao's 3,000 iron armors to serve Qin Yi. In other words, Qin Yi now has 3,000 armored armies. Fame is unshakable, and there are 3,000 armored troops as the background. Qin Yi's general trend in Yuanzhong City is complete. Even if the leaders of many forces in Yuanzhong City wanted to deal with Qin Yi, they did not dare to act rashly. Even if the leaders of Yuanzhong City didn't see the spiritual storm of the day, they didn't dare to act. In other words, there is no strength and no courage to slap Qin Yi's beard. Moreover, the recent charity of the city lord's mansion continues. At this time, in front of the city lord's mansion, there were countless people from Yuanzhong City who were receiving food in front of the city lord's mansion. These are all the people whose families were destroyed because of Lu Chengxiao. His Royal Highness the Nine Princes obtained the treasures from the city guard mansion, but none of them were taken, and they were used for the people. On the same day, His Royal Highness the Nine Princes handed over these treasures to his soldiers in front of hundreds of people, and asked them to settle the homeless people. Yesterday, Qin Yi's instructions were also fulfilled, without any discount. This move caused a huge sensation among the people in Yuanzhong City. Countless people praised Qin Yi highly. At the cusp of this storm, no matter who it is, they dare not attack Qin Yi. Even Qin Yi's sage name has faintly spread to other cities in Mijiang County. Qin Yi's name began to spread throughout Mijiang County. The current Yuanzhong City is more and more prosperous, and joy fills everyone's face. The current Yuanzhong City is no longer as depressed as when Qin Yi came, but full of vigor. The current Yuanzhong City is no longer the poor frontier town before. There is hope for everything. And all this is because of Qin Yi's arrival. What the people want, His Royal Highness Qin Yi. Chapter 61, Boy, Money, It Doesn't Matter. Study. Qin Yi was listening to Bai Zai's report about the situation in the past 2 days. Master, in the past few days, we have spent most of the funds obtained by the city guard mansion. However, the counterpart is that most of the homeless people persecuted by Lu Chengxiao have been resettled. Bai Zai still had a cold face, and reported to Qin Yi blankly what he knew. However, although Byakuya has no expression on his face, he is very confused in his heart. He didn't understand what Qin Yi was doing. After all the money was dissipated, nothing was gained in the end. However, these things are not things he should consider. What he needs to consider is how to do what Qin Yi ordered. Well, yes, go down, and urge you to make sure that everyone is properly placed. Qin Yi closed her head slightly and exhorted Bai Zai. Yes, master. Byakuya responded, and immediately, his figure shook and disappeared. The system, you are so harmful. As soon as Bai Zai left, Qin Yi's face suddenly fell, and he muttered bitterly. The treasure worth 50,000 gold ingots was so much spent by Qin Yi. Ding! Host, you can choose not to complete this task. Ahem! The words of the system caused Qin Yi to choke and cough non-stop. This broken system, when will it make up for it? Had it not been for the generous rewards, the ghost would be willing to complete this task. It turned out that when Qin Yi found Lu Jinshao's savings for many years from the city guard mansion, the system also refreshed a mission. Task: disperse all the money. Simple task. Explanation: the people of Yuanzhong City have been hungry and cold for a long time under the oppression of Lu Chengshao. As the city lord of Yuanzhong City, the host should save the people in the fire and water, and take the name of Zhengxian. Reward: Black Armored Cavalry Training Formation. The so-called training array is a treasure from the hands of the system. With this treasure, specific units can be trained. The Black Armored Cavalry Training Formation is one of them. According to the system instructions, this Black Armored Cavalry is a class of the Samsung Legion. Compared to that, the current level of the Iron Armor is 2 stars higher. Even, it has reached the minimum Legion standard that can condense the soul of the army. This reward really made Qin Yi's eyes hot. Immediately, Qin Yi took the task. The Black Armored Cavalry Training Formation is undoubtedly a treasure that can enhance Qin Yi's influence. With the training plan of the Black Armored Cavalry, he can train the Armored Cavalry into a Black Armored Cavalry, which greatly increases the combat power of the armored army. Greatly increase Qin Yi's power against the prince. Time is long, and there is less than half a year. Qin Yuji will be forced by the prince to marry that Wang Jiawan. Qin Yi must have the power to fight back to the royal capital within this half a year. In this way, Qin Yi can save his sister and his mother and concubine in the water and fire. Therefore, even if the cost of completing this task is high, Qin Yi has no regrets. Moreover, completing this task, he gained more than just system rewards. Come back after all the gold is gone. The so-called money, in Qin Yi's view, is not as good as popular support. He dissipated all the gold, but reaped the hearts of the people of Yuanzhong City. Use some money in exchange for the respect of hundreds of people. Simply earned. Now, his foundation in Yuanzhong City is already as solid as a rock, and others cannot shake it at all. People are like water, and water can carry and overturn a boat. With the support of hundreds of people, Yuanzhong City is his most solid rear. Qin Yi even heard the news that some residents of other cities in Mijiang County came to Yuanzhong City with their families. All these are Qin Yi's tight hold on 10,000 gold, cannot exchange it. And now, all this belongs to Qin Yi. Chapter 62, Boy, another squire is coming to you. Whether it was for system rewards or popular support, Qin Yi chose to dissipate all the money. Judging from the current situation, Qin Yi has made a profit. As for now, it is not the time for Qin Yi to care about these gains and losses. Now, it is more important to call the obedience. A new rebel. Rebel from the unknown world. The summoning opportunity this time originated from the system task completed by Qin Yi to eliminate the Black Wind Thief. In the city guard mansion, the leader of the Black Wind Thief cooperated with Qin Yi very well. But from the beginning to the end, Qin Yi never promised letting him leave. Qin Yi didn't have any reason to let this wicked leave. In the end, Qin Yi did not do anything, but instead handed it over to the people of Yuanzhong City. This undoubtedly made the fate of the leader of the Black Wind Thief even more miserable. The people whose families were destroyed and their relatives tragically dying at the hands of the Black Wind Thief have long hated the great leader of the Black Wind Thief. If you have the opportunity to vent the hatred in your heart, how can the people of Yuanzhong City bear it? In the end, the leader of the Black Wind Pirates was beaten to death by countless angry people in Yuanzhong City. Thinking of the anger of the people in Yuanzhong City that day, Qin Yi couldn't help but feel shocked. The people who were oppressed at the bottom, the accumulated anger suddenly broke out. It can be described as earth-shattering. However, this move made the people's gratitude towards Qin Yi to a higher level. Because it was Qin Yi, helping them fulfill their wish. This undoubtedly gave Qin Yi another wave of prestige. Call. Qin Yi shook his head, abandoning distracting thoughts. At this time, Rao was also quite nervous with his character. Every opportunity for summoning is precious to Qin Yi, and it is related to the growth rate of his power. If so, he can summon a strong man who is comparable to Bai Zhe, then he will make a lot of money. With 2 innate quadruple warriors as his subordinates, in terms of masters, they are no weaker than the masters that the prince can mobilize. By then, he will have the confidence to face the prince directly. Whether it can be achieved depends on this call. System, use the summoning opportunity. Qin Yi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Ding! A crisp sound, followed by a powerful suction appeared out of thin air. This absorbing power became stronger and stronger, and in a blink of an eye Qin Yi's consciousness was sucked into a dark space. In this dark space, there was darkness everywhere, and there was only a huge disk that was 1 person tall. Profound and mysterious patterns are carved around the disk, revealing a strange beauty. The whole disk is white, crystal clear, exuding a faint light, which really attracts people's attention. The disk is divided into 7 areas, with 1 to 7 written on them, and nothing else. Qin Yi looked at this scene in surprise. This turntable should be a system prop used in the lottery. But there were only a few numbers written on it, which was completely different from the way Qin Yi expected the lottery. Without waiting for Qin Yi to think about it, the disk slowly began to spin. As time goes by, the speed of the disk is getting faster and faster. At the beginning, with Qin Yi's eyesight, he could still see the numbers on the disk, and soon the numbers on the disk were blurred. Even, the more Qin Yi stared at the disk, the more he felt his head dizzy, and the light on the disk became more dazzling. As a last resort, Qin Yi had to move his eyes away and stopped looking at the disk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the chance to summon a character. Now in linking the world. It didn't take long for the system's mechanical prompt sound to fall in Qin Yi's ears like the sound of heaven. Qin Yi raised his head and looked at the disk. The pointer on the disk steadily stopped on the area where 6 was written. Ding! Link to the true Qi version of the Qin and Han world, whether to extract it. Chapter 63, Silver Robe, Champion Ho. Qin Han world. Qin Yi looked happy and excited. The world of Qin and Han dynasties, this is a world where the fairy traces lie, where Kikai practitioners and warriors coexist. In this world, Qin Yi can summon the obedience. There are many options. Kill the gods in vain. Tiger General Wang Jian. Guo Shi Wushu and Han Xin. Seek wisdom to defeat Zhang Liang. This familiar invincible soldier or counselor belongs to this world. Summon one at will, and Qin Yi's power can skyrocket. Qin Yi was excited, he was looking forward to what kind of rebels he could recruit this time. With the sound of fluctuations, the complicated lines on the disk light up slightly, exuding dazzling light. The disk is engraved with a 6-character semicircle, and it gradually enlarges, occupying the entire disk in a blink of an eye. Quill, a blood-red light flew from a place in the dark space. The red light beam falls on the disk, infecting it into a blood red. The red light dissipated, and the disk seemed to become a space channel covered with a red film. Blood red lightning flashes and jumps on it, leading to the unknown depths. Strike thousands of miles and defeat the Huns. Fenglang Jugzhu, howls the sky. Silver robe armor, Champion Ho. In the faint, there seemed to be the roar of the sergeant, coming from the passage. shaking people's hearts. Champion Ho! At this moment, Qin Yi couldn't hold it anymore, his expression agitated, and his fists clenched. Even Qin Yi kept looking into the blood-red channel. If the rebel who was recruited this time was really him, then Qin Yi's summoning this time would be a profit. And it's a lot of money. Wow! A strong arm came out of the blood-colored film. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly stepped on the bleeding channel. This person is not tall, no more than 7 feet tall, but his whole body exudes a feeling of heaven above his head and feet on the ground, supporting the boundlessness. I saw that he was wearing a red-winged handsome helmet, silver armor and white robe, gold armor on his shoulders, and military boots. Champion Ho, Huo Qubing. Qin Yufa came to his heart and said with surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting the famous Han family, Huo Qubing. At the right time, the prompt of the system also sounded. Ha ha ha, it's really Huo Qubing. Qin Yi smiled madly, he didn't expect that he actually summoned Huo Qubing. This is a general who bravely crowns the whole army, and his record is passed down forever. Huo Qubing fought all his life, victorious in all battles, and killed the Xiongnu. Under his leadership, the Han army ran for thousands of miles to break the court of the Xiongnu king and destroy the ancestral court of the Huns. In front of him, the Xiongnu ended in a long escape. More importantly, Huo Qubing was still good at cavalry warfare. Attacking the Xiongnu thousands of miles is the best proof. Just in time, Qin Yi had already obtained the training plan of the Black Cavalry. The Black Armored Cavalry, paired with the champion, the two are one. What kind of spark Qin Yi expects from them? At least, Qin Yi felt certain that the Black Armored Cavalry would bloom even more dazzling light in Huo Qubing's hands. This is the strength of Champion Ho. Chen Huo Qubing, he should be called by Your Majesty, waiting for Your Majesty to send. After Huo Qubing left the Scarlet Passage, he strode to Qin Yi and knelt on one knee with a poof. The minister will use his talents to open up new territory for Your Majesty. With the blood of the minister, fight for Your Majesty. Huo Qubing stroked his shoulders with one hand, lowered his head, and solemnly swore to Qin Yi. The sound is sonorous and loud, representing Huo Qubing's loyalty. This is Qin Yi, the second follower from the system. Champion Ho, Huo Qubing. Chapter 64, Courageous Champion, Champion Ho. Ha ha ha, it doesn't have to be that way to get ill. You are my champion, so don't be too obsessed with these etiquettes. Qin Yi laughed loudly, and reached out to help Huo Qubing up. Your Majesty, etiquette must not be abandoned. Huo Qubing retorted with a solemn expression. Qin Yi smiled and didn't care much. A little etiquette is not necessary for him and the servants recruited by the system. Innate full value of loyalty does not need these complicated etiquette to prove. However, since Huo Qubing is interested, he is not good at opposing it. Then, Qin Yi opened the Properties panel and checked Huo Qubing's character properties. Character, Huo Qubing. Identity, Ho, Champion of the Great Han Heavenly Army, General of the Shenlong Army. Realm, Congenital Sevenfold. Weapons, Champion Wanghao Sword, Ghost Bow. Martial Arts, Qing Long Breakthrough Skill. Talent, AA. Hiss. Qin Yi looked at Huo Qubing's attribute panel in shock, nothing else he expected. AA level talent, not weaker than Bai Zai's talent. However, Huo Qubing's cultivation base shocked Qin Yi. 7 and 8. This level of cultivation is already in the late congenital stage. In this era when masters are scarce and traces are not obvious, this kind of cultivation has already belonged to first-class masters. At least, Qin Yi had stayed in the capital for a full month. Hearing that the name of a master is no more than Xian Tianzhuhong. Moreover, Guan Huo Qubing's face is less than double 10, but with such a cultivation level, the name of the young Tianjiao is well deserved. Qin Yi's face was red, and his goal for this summoning had been fully achieved, even exceeded too much. Prior to this, his goal was to summon an innate fourfold rebel. However, the system gave him a big surprise. Huo Qubing not only reached the 4th congenital level, but also reached the 7th congenital level. Moreover, Huo Qubing is still a victorious general who has won all battles. High cultivation base, strong leadership ability. This time it can be said that Qin Yi has taken a big advantage. A champion Ho is comparable to a million army. The appearance of Huo Qubing has filled the gap in the shortage of Qin Yi's masters. With the 7 innate martial artists, perhaps looking at the entire Tianyao continent is nothing. But in this 1/3 of the land of the Buluo dynasty, that is the overlord of one party. Huo Qubing alone gave Qin Yi the confidence to face the prince directly. At least, for so long in the capital city, I have never heard of the great prince recruiting martial artists above the 7th level. In other words, Qin Yi's subordinates have completely crushed the prince in terms of masters. The only worry left is the army that the prince can mobilize. As the prince of the dynasty, the prince must obey the dispatch of any army in the dynasty. Even the execution power of this may not be fully realized. However, such an advantage is still a huge pressure for Qin Yi. Thousands of troops and horses, besieged and killed extremely masters. This kind of thing did not happen in the Buluo dynasty. It can be said that if the prince sends an army to siege Qin Yi will not be spared. Therefore, Qin Yi's situation remains dangerous. However, Qin Yi was not a force to resist. 3,000 black armored cavalry, plus the command of Champion Ho, is enough to explode dozens of times the combat power. Qin Yi smiled and glanced, Huo Qubing with a solemn expression, thought to himself. A 3-star army, plus the champion of the 3 armies, Ho. If the prince dares to send an army to besiege him, then he will give the prince a big surprise. Huo Qubing is definitely willing to use a big victory to announce his arrival. Chapter 65, Magical System. Call. Qin Yi took another deep breath, calming his excitement. Go sick, go, I will take you out of here. Qin Yi stepped forward, putting a hand on Huo Qubing's shoulder. This dark space is a special summoning space for the system. Only when Qin Yi came in contact with the summoned retinue could he be brought out of this space. Yes, Your Majesty. Huo Qubing said respectfully. Exit the summoning space. Immediately, Qin Yi said silently in his heart. That familiar absorbing power appeared again, and in a flash, it swallowed the 2 of them. Qin Yi and the 2 were in a trance. After recovering, they already appeared in Qin Yi's study. Hi, it hurts every time. After returning to the study, Qin Yi rubbed his eyebrows and mumbled. According to the system, Qin Yi's mental power will be consumed every time Qin Yi takes his followers out of or into the system space. As for the mental power expended, it depends on the strength of the obedience. Last time, in order to bring Baize out of the system space, he let Qin Yi lie down on the bed for 2 days before he eased. This time, Qin Yi was originally worried that Huo Qubing could not be taken out of the system space. Simply, Qin Yi's strength has improved greatly compared to the previous time. After breaking through the innate realm, not only the physical body will be nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the time of the breakthrough, Qin Yi's soul was also nourished by the aura of heaven and earth. Therefore, this time it is so easy to take Huo Qubing out of the system space. Your Majesty, how do you feel? Do you need a minister to summon the imperial physician for you? Seeing that Qin Yi was not feeling well, Huo Qubing asked quickly. It's not in the way, just wait for me to take it easy. Qin Yi waved his hand and signaled Huo Qubing not to care. On the contrary, Qin Yi glanced at Huo Qubing's expression and nodded slightly when he saw his expression as usual. Just as Baize came to this world indifferently, Huo Qubing didn't have any resistance to coming to the other world. Even Huo Qubing and Baize are quite familiar with the customs and culture of Tianyao mainland. Once, Qin Yi asked Baize about this issue. Byaqia's answer is, when the young master created us, he has informed me about the world. It can be said that in the hearts of Baizé and others, Qin Yi is the who created them. This made Qin Yi couldn't help sighing again. The magical power of the system was vast. Falsify memories and instill new memories. However, this is also a matter of course. If the system does not tamper with the memories of Huo Qubing and others, their loyalty to Qin Yi will not reach its full value. By the way, Go Sick, this king has not yet ascended the throne to become emperor. In front of outsiders, please call me a young master, and please do not call yourself a minister. Immediately, Qin Yi thought of another question and turned to Huo Qubing. This. Your Majesty, it's not polite. Huo Qubing hesitated for a while, a little hesitant. Just like Baizé's hesitation, Huo Qubing disagreed with Qin Yi's proposal at first. Go Sick, this is an order. However, Qin Yi, who has experience, said with a solemn expression. Yes, sire. Master. Huo Qubing had no choice but to respond. Ha ha ha, that's right. Seeing Huo Qubing's response, Qin Yi laughed. Baizé, you go call Balian and the other two. Immediately, Qin Yi said loudly to Baizé outside the door. Yes, master. Byakuya responded outside the door. Since the Beiwalangjun incident, Baizé has paid more attention to Qin Yi's safety. Even, he directly took over the matter of guarding Qin Yi, which is not fake. Qin Yi tried several times to persuade it to be useless, so he had to go with him. Chapter 66, Meeting. Tread. 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 Soon, there was another footstep outside the door. Crunch. 3 figures pushed the door into the study, and it was Baizé, Balian, and Mo Meng. Master. The 3 bowed to Qin Yi. Master, who is this? The 3 people who raised their eyes suddenly noticed Huo Qubing standing beside Qin Yi. The 3 of them were taken aback, and they became even more nervous in an instant. Among them, Byakuya was very nervous. Observing the status of this person, it is estimated that he has been in this room for a long time. No matter it was just now or now, Byakuya could not perceive the existence of this person. The breath and sense of existence were suppressed to the extreme by the opponent. If it weren't for the naked eye, the 3 of Byakuya wouldn't even believe that there was a person standing here. The only explanation is that this person is far superior to the 3 of them. Now, such a master is standing beside Qin Yi. With such a close distance, how could they not worry about Qin Yi's safety? I will introduce to you, this is the new general this king has recruited. Huo Qubing, General Huo. Qin Yi didn't realize this, laughing and introducing Huo Qubing to the 3 of them. Quick, these 3 people are my capable men, Baizé, Balian, and Mo Meng. Qin Yi turned to Huo Qubing and introduced Baizé to the 3. I have seen General Huo. Hearing this, the 3 of Baizé looked happy and hurriedly gave Huo Qubing a fist. It turned out that this was a new general recruited by the young master. The 3 people who understood it secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they were not enemies. To be honest, with the strength of the 3 of Baizé, facing the unfathomable Huo Qubing, they have no confidence to win at all. If Huo Qubing is the enemy, then the 3 of them are ready to trade their lives for Qin Yi's life. Simply, Huo Qubing was a subordinate recruited by Qin Yi, and this prevented a fight. Huo Qubing, I have seen 3 of you. Huo Qubing also clasped his fists and responded. At the same time, Huo Qubing nodded slightly, and recognized the 3 of them. The 3 people around your majesty are not bad. Especially, that Baizé's strength shocked Huo Qubing. Huo Qubing could clearly perceive that Baizé was in a state of weakness, and a terrifying power lurked in his body, bursting out, even countless times stronger than him. As for the 2 of Balian, they are not weak, and their talents are not weak. Your Majesty has this background, and with his help, big things can be expected. The 4 of you can be considered to know each other. Next, go to the disease, Bailey, Mo Meng, there is something that needs to be done by the three of you. Qin Yi suddenly said with a solemn expression. Master, please make it clear. Huo Qubing's trio immediately replied respectfully. The king's men now have 3,000 iron armors, who are elite divisions. But this was not enough. According to the dynasty's laws, the city lord could recruit 6,000 sergeants as the city guard. Qin Yi knocked on the table and said to the three of them. The imperial dynasty admired martial arts, and there were no particularly strong rules for the guards of each city. As long as the number of people does not exceed 6,000, the city lord himself can afford it, so every city lord can recruit. As a result, these city guards can protect a city. Secondly, these city guards can also be regarded as the reserve of the regiment of the dynasty. If there is a major war, they can all be transferred away. This move can be regarded as the help of the city lord and city guards to train troops for the dynasty and share the military expenses of the dynasty. However, the general city guards and city owners would not choose to support too many city guards. Also like this, Yuanzhang Chengshao only supported 3,000 iron armors. Chapter 67, Black Cavalry Training Array. Because the more sergeants supported, the higher the military expenditure. With the power of one city, there is no way to support too much military expenditure. Even if the city guard of Yuanzhang City can support 3,000 iron armors, it is because it is greedy. Greedy and angry. This allowed him to have such a huge family business, able to support the munitions of the 3,000 armored armies. Like other cities, being able to sit on 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers is already pretty good. But Qin Yi is different. Although Yuanzhang City is big, he will not stay for long. In half a year, with only half a year left, Qin Yuji will be forced by the prince to marry Wang Jiawan. Qin Yi must hurry up and try every means to increase his strength. Only in this way can Qin Yi have the strength to return to the royal capital and rescue Qin Yuji and his mother concubine. The 3,000 armored troops were not enough, so he recruited 4,000 armored troops. 4,000 armored troops were not enough, so he recruited 5,000 armored troops. Until no one can recruit. In terms of military expenses, the three of you don't have to worry. I have replaced the real estate in Qinshaofu. This sum of money is enough to support the military expenditure of 8,000 sergeants. Qin Yi said confidently, with a strong tendency not to treat money as money. All the properties of Lu Chengshao and the luxurious Chengshao mansion were sold in batches by Qin Yi. In total, Qin Yi won tens of thousands of gold ingots. Qin Yi now has the confidence to release such bold words. Yes, master. The three of them said in a deep voice. In this matter, the main thing is to get rid of the disease, with Bailey and Mo Meng as the supplement. Qin Yi thought for a while and added another sentence. This sentence undoubtedly confirmed the trio's leading position with Huo Qubing. Yes, master. However, the three Huo Qubing had no opinion on this. Not to mention Huo Qubing, Balian, and the other two had no opinion. Huo Qubing's unfathomable strength was enough to make Balian respect Huo Qubing. What's more, watching Huo Qubing's face, he is the same age as them, or even a lot younger. Such a arrogant, how unconvincing the two of them. In that case, this thing is also handed to you. With that, Qin Yi took out a scroll-like item from his arms. The material of this scroll is neither gold nor silk. I don't know what material it is made of. The whole body presents bright golden, light silver mysterious lines, engraved around the scroll. This thing is the black armored cavalry training formation obtained from the system. This is an exercise formation. Bai Lion glanced at the black armored cavalry training formation in Qin Yi's hand, his pupil shrank, and suddenly exclaimed. Oh! Bailey, do you know this thing? Qin Yi raised his brows and asked in surprise. He didn't expect Balian to know the training plan in his hands. Although the title is different, it should be clear about the role of the training array by looking at his expression. The battle formation map is a treasure created by the great military master, using the method of formation and the way of the military master. Holding this item can greatly shorten the time to train specific units. This is a treasure coveted by all dynasties, and it has spent a lot of money to offer such treasures. According to rumors, the top military maneuvers, within a few months, will be the best soldiers. Balian hasn't answered yet. Mo Meng on the side, staring at the training pattern in Qin Yi's hand with fiery eyes, said. That's it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's eyes flashed with a light. In this world, there are also treasures similar to his training array. However, this military formation was created by the great master of military strategists, and it is divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades. From the time of training arms, the black armored cavalry training formation produced by the system is comparable to the top military formation. Master, what kind of military training is this thing? Mo Meng withdrew his gaze from the black armored cavalry training formation and looked at Qin Yi blankly. Chapter 69, Recruitment Plan. This thing can train invincible cavalry called the Black Cavalry. In a few months, you can become an army. Qin Yi smiled indifferently as he felt the scorching eyes of the two Balians, and said proudly. Hi! You can become an army in a few months. Balian and the others all took a breath of cold air, their eyes widened, and they looked at the array in Qin Yi's hand even more fiercely. Become an army in a few months. This shows that this formation is the top military formation. The great fortune is conceived in a formation. Priceless. Balian and Mo Meng looked at each other and saw each other's thoughts. No matter what kind of military pattern, it is a priceless treasure. And this kind of treasure is extremely rare in the world, so it is naturally extremely precious, let alone one of the top ones. It is not an exaggeration to call it a priceless treasure. With this Qin Yi's mouth, the black armored cavalry's military training pattern, the combat power of the armored army will undoubtedly skyrocket. This will be a qualitative leap. Moreover, this qualitative leap is of course, it does not take long, and within a few months, combat power can be formed. The two of Balian thought that it was not easy for Qin Yi to have a military plan. But who would have thought that they still underestimated Qin Yi's military formation? A top-notch soldier formation is even worth a small dynasty. In other words, the military performances in Qin Yi's hands are already worth the entire dynasty. These treasures appeared in Qin Yi's hands, which further deepened Balian's thoughts. Qin Yi has a big background behind him. However, the two did not understand that Qin Yi's background would be demoted to this point. Although they did not understand, it did not prevent them from deepening their determination to follow Qin Yi. Not bad. Huo Qubing took the array picture handed over by Qin Yi, with a slight smile on his mouth. For Huo Qubing, a man who is addicted to fighting for a living, having no soldiers is the most painful thing. Of course, it is also a pity for him to have no strong soldiers. At this time, Qin Yi sent him such a strong soldier, how could he not please him? I will live up to you. Master, hope. Train an invincible cavalry for the young master and open up territory for the young master. Huo Qubing knelt on one knee and was excited, almost blurting out the word Your Majesty. Then I will wait quietly, your good news. Simply, Qin Yi didn't care much about this, and smiled lightly. His Royal Highness, Mrs. Lu is looking for you and is already waiting in the hall. Just as Qin Yi, Huo Qubing and the others asked, the servant knocked on the door. Master Lu. Qin Yi was taken aback for a moment, and soon reacted. I see, you can go down first. Qin Yi said loudly to the servant outside the door. After speaking, Qin Yi had already stood up. Master, let's retire first. At the right time, Huo Qubing and the three also said goodbye. Go, I look forward to the appearance of my black cavalry. Qin Yi no longer stayed and closed his head slightly. Subordinates, I will live up to my trust. Huo Qubing's three people solemnly agreed. Immediately, the three of Huo Qubing left the study. Under the leadership of Balian and the two, Huo Qubing went to the place where 3,000 iron-armored troops were stationed outside the city. Huo Qubing's idea was simple, to train black cavalry for Qin Yi as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. If a black armored cavalry is trained as soon as possible, Qin Yi will be able to kill back to the royal capital one day. As a minister of Qin Yi, you must share your worries. As for Qin Yi, after the three of Huo Qubing left, they also brought Bai Zhe to the lobby of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 69, Father Liu's Plan. In the hall. The hall of the city lord's mansion is not luxurious. This is related to the suppression of the city lord of Yuanzhong city by Lu Chengshao. Now, although Qin Yi has already killed Lu Chengshao, but Qin Yi did not make any changes to the furnishings of the city lord's mansion. As far as Qin Yi is concerned, he doesn't care much about these things outside the body, he cares more about his own strength. At this time, there was an old man waiting for Qin Yi in the hall of the city lord mansion. This old man, with a childlike appearance and strong spirit, sits here, with a sense of not anger and prestige. Elder Lu is coming, Qin Yi has missed a long way to welcome him. Qin Yi, who had just stepped into the hall, recognized the old man. However, Father Liu's costume surprised Qin Yi a little. A black official gown is embroidered with red moire on the collar, extending to the back of the ear, and a dark blue ribbon around the waist is tied tightly around the waist. A high mountain crown, this dress is what Mr. Lu always wore when he was the Prime Minister. Mr. Lu has been at home for several years. Today, Mr. Lu put on his official uniform again and came to visit him. What did he mean? For a while, Qin Yi couldn't figure out Father Liu's thoughts. As an old fox who has been in officialdom for decades, he has never liked appearances. Qin Yi couldn't see any clues from the face of Mr. Lu. His Royal Highness the Nine Princes, the old man doesn't talk to you much anymore. This time, the old man is here to bid you farewell. Simply, Mr. Lu didn't talk nonsense, and directly stated his purpose. Farewell? Father Lu, where are you going? Qin Yi was shocked and asked quickly. After all, Elder Lu was once the official to be the Prime Minister of the dynasty, and he was also the veteran of the two dynasties. Even if Mr. Lu has been in office for many years, his influence in the court has not completely declined. Mr. Liu's every move affects the hearts of many people, and Qin Yi is no exception. What's more, Qin Yi had an agreement with Mr. Lu, and now Qin Yi is also Mr. Liu's son-in-law. For public and private, Qin Yi needs to ask. The old man is going here, just going back to the capital to see old friends. Old man Lu smiled lightly and explained to Qin Yi. Back to the royal capital. Qin Yi was suddenly shocked, but he knew how much old man Lu had spent in order to escape the muddy waters of the royal capital. In the memory of his predecessor, Qin Yi, it was precisely because of the accidental collision of his predecessor, Qin Yi, that he helped Father Lu. When Mr. Zuyan left the capital, he got online with Mr. Lu. However, at this moment, Mr. Lu was about to return to the royal capital and go to the muddy water again. How could this not surprise Qin Yi? The royal capital now is more chaotic than it was a few years ago. The struggle for the position of the king has already caused the undercurrents to flow in the capital. At this time, Mr. Lu chose to step into the royal capital, and if he was careless, he was in danger of overturning. Ha ha ha, this old bone has not been alive for a few years. Your Royal Highness the Ninth Prince need not worry about me. Mr. Liu's eyes were like torches, he could see through Qin Yi's thoughts at a glance, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. The old man will go to the capital now, and he will hold back the prince and others for the 9 princes. At least half a year, as long as a year, the prince and others can't make a move to target your highness. Your highness can take this opportunity to develop your power. With a smile on his face, Mr. Lu gave Qin Yi a deep look. Master Lu, this. Qin Yi was shocked and hurriedly said. It turned out that Father Lu suddenly stepped into the royal capital to help him hold the prince and the others. This was completely beyond Qin Yi's expectations. He and Mr. Lu are more friends of interests. Mr. Liu's move is completely against his interests. Chapter 70. His Royal Highness the Nine Princes, you have killed Lu Chengxiao in recent days and won the hearts of the people. This is a good move, but it also attracted more attention from the prince and others, and plunged himself into a more dangerous situation. Old man Lu pointed out the current plight of Qin Yi. Qin Yi was silent. As Mr. Lu said, Qin Yi's current situation is not too good. On that day, Qin Yi beheaded Lu Chengxiao, seemingly awe-inspiring, but actually exposed himself. It not only exposes the cultivation base of his own innate realm, but also exposes the fact that it breaks through the innate auras. Only this difference will inevitably increase the prince's murderous intentions towards Qin Yi. Even the third and fifth princes who were confronting the eldest prince in the king's capital would intervene if they could not. After all, Qin Yi, who caused a storm of spiritual energy, is very likely to step into the realm of Zhen Yuan Grand Master. A highness with royal blood flowing in his body, plus such talent. If this news spreads to the royal capital, for the great prince and others, vying for the king's position, there will be waves of trouble. After all, Buluo dynasty and even Tianyao continent, warriors are respected. As long as Qin Yi possesses such talents, it is enough for many people to choose to support him on the throne of kings. Regardless of the reasons, the prince and others will no longer tolerate Qin Yi's existence. As long as the great prince and others in the royal capital learn this news, the ultimate move will definitely come. For them, beheading Qin Yi to avoid future troubles is undoubtedly the most correct choice. And when the old man goes to the royal capital, he will definitely be able to hold the eyes of the prince and others for His Highness the Nine Prince. Presumably, with an old body, you can have this weight. Elder Lu smiled and said to Qin Yi. Qin Yi didn't have the slightest doubt about Mr. Liu's words. It must be a storm to appear in the royal capital as Mr. Lu. The attention of the prince and others will be more on Mr. Lu. After all, it is true that Qin Yi can provoke a storm of spiritual energy, but that's all. Qin Yi couldn't grow into a master-level powerhouse for a while. The birth of a great master, even if Qin Yi is extremely talented, takes a long time. During this time, Qin Yi could not pose a threat to them at all. As for Mr. Lu, it is different. Winning the old man Lu, undoubtedly he attracted the countless officials who had received the favor of him. For the prince and others, it is clear which is more important at a glance. By then, the pressure on Qin Yi will inevitably be shared by Mr. Lu. Elder Lu, please speak frankly what Qin Yi needs to do. Qin Yi's eyes were condensed, and he remained silent for a long while before speaking. The friendship between Qin Yi and Mr. Lu is not deep. Even with Lu Yi as a bond, the two understand that this relationship is not strong. Therefore, Qin Yi has reason to believe that Mr. Lu must have something for him. However, since Mr. Lu is willing to take risks for him. So, as long as Mr. Liu's request is not too excessive, he will agree. Ha ha ha, Your Highness doesn't have to think about it, the old man has no other intentions. Old man Lu smiled heartily and shook his head cheerfully. If Mr. Lu needs Qin Yi, he can do something, but it doesn't matter. Qin Yi was taken aback for a moment, obviously not thinking that old man Lu was telling the truth. No, the old man really has no intentions. If the nine princes have the heart, remember our original agreement that he will be crowned the king in the future and make the little daughter Yi a concubine. Hearing this, Mr. Lu smiled and stroked his beard. Chapter 71, Boy, someone is blocking your knife. Master Lu. Qin Yi was stunned, completely unexpected that old man Lu would say this. This was the agreement that old man Lu had with him at the beginning. If he is not a king, he will be named Lu Yi a concubine. Qin Yi didn't even need to pay anything, he only needed to respond to this request, and old man Lu would strongly support him. Regarding this point, Qin Yi really couldn't understand, how could Mr. Liu's self-confidence, believing that he could ascend to the position of king. If Mr. Liu chose the eldest prince, it would be excusable. In the current dynasty, more than half of the officials set out to support the prince. No matter who it is, he will think that the great prince ascends the throne of the king is a certainty. Elder Liu was sure that Qin Yi could win the position of the king from the hands of the prince. If he didn't believe in the power of the system, Qin Yi would even suspect that Mr. Liu knew he had the system. His Royal Highness, anyway, the old man is also your father-in-law. Father-in-law helps son-in-law, as it should be. Facing Qin Yi's hesitation, old man Liu said, he bit the word father-in-law very hard. It's the kid who is taking pictures. Qin Yi's expression was stagnant, and he took a deep look at Father Liu. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said. As Mr. Liu said, in any case, Qin Yi and Mr. Liu have a relationship with his son-in-law. Since Liu Yi married as Qin Yi's concubine, the relationship between the two has moved closer. The relationship between the two is no longer purely a relationship of interest, this relationship has been mixed with a touch of family affection. This relationship between husband and son, in some respects, made Qin Yi and Mr. Liu connected as a whole. If Qin Yi still discusses matters with interests, it is undoubtedly inappropriate. His Royal Highness, it's best to think about it. Seeing Qin Yi wake up, Mr. Liu smiled and stroked his chin's beard. In that case, it's almost time for the old man to leave for the capital. With that said, old man Liu had already stood up. Master Liu, don't wait for Yi, say goodbye to Yi. Qin Yi hurriedly got up, politely trying to stay. No, it's not a farewell to life and death, please let your highness tell it on your behalf. Elder Liu shook his head and refused. But Qin Yi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Mr. Liu. His Royal Highness, let's not pass this. After speaking, Mr. Liu bent over and bowed. All right, please, Mr. Liu. Qin Yi hurriedly responded. Immediately afterwards, Father Liu stopped staying anymore. Elder Liu strode out of the city lord's mansion and stepped on the carriage that had been prepared. Your Highness, the old man is in the capital, waiting for your arrival. Standing on the carriage, Mr. Liu looked back at Qin Yi and said. Qin Yi was not surprised that Mr. Liu could see through his plan. Half a year later, Qin Yuji will be forced to marry Wang Jiawan. With Father Liu's understanding of Qin Yi would definitely prevent this from happening. Old man Liu would only say this, waiting for Qin Yi's arrival in the king's capital. Ha ha ha, it is so. Qin Yi's tone was confident, and within half a year, he was bound to return to the royal capital. Not for anything else, just for Qin Yuji and his mother and concubine. The word family affection means going through fire and water without hesitation. Then wait and see. Father Liu laughed and said loudly. Immediately, Mr. Liu stepped onto the carriage. The coachman spurred the horse, and the carriage moved slowly and began to move forward. His Royal Highness, please take care of Yi for me. Before leaving, Mr. Liu opened the curtain and said to Qin Yi with a serious expression. Boy, live up to your expectations. Qin Yi smiled and responded loudly. The carriage drifted away, Qin Yi still stood in place. Looking at the carriage going away, he was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Today, he didn't have much communication with Mr. Liu, but it gave him a great touch. Although Mr. Liu tried his best to cover up, Qin Yi could perceive his concern for Liu Yi from his words. It's just that this concern is so deep that it can't be noticed. Blood is thicker than water. Family affection can never be replaced, even if Mr. Liu has been in officialdom for decades, he also values this point. Qin Yi understood that Mr. Liu's trip was not only for him, but also for Liu Yi. Although it was Mr. Liu who married Liu Yi as a concubine. But Father Liu couldn't sit back and watch his daughter's happiness being ruined by others. To be a father, to be his daughter, to be happy in a lifetime, to abandon everything. Chapter 72, The Anger of the Prince. Do not fall in the city. This is a 1,000-year-old city, the royal capital of a dynasty, simple and prosperous. Do not fall into the palace. Located in the most central area of Bulongchanj, a huge and solemn palace is repaired here. The Hall of Cultivation of the Heart, also known as the Palace of the Lord. Since the old age, the king of Bulow was sick in bed, and the decree of Bulow dynasty, large and small, all originated here. But today, the person in charge of the Hall of Nourishment is the prince. At this time, the lights in the Hall of Yangzhen are brightly lit, as bright as daylight. Look carefully, there are several figures kneeling in the Hall of Yangzhen. Interestingly, this is what you call the best. The prince was angrily scolding the few people in front of him. His Royal Highness, the subordinates did not expect that there is a master hidden beside the 9 princes. Facing the question of the prince, the kneeling crowd did not dare to breathe, but one of them gritted his teeth and explained to the prince. Did not think of? Oh, this is your reason, my Lu Sima. Hearing this, the prince's face suddenly sank, his face as deep as water. Anyone can see how bad the prince is at this time. Send an innate triple master to assassinate Qin Yi, and in the end it was nothing. This makes the prince, how not to be angry. As the superintendent of the Bulow dynasty Sima, the head of the largest intelligence department of the dynasty. You actually told me that you didn't expect it. The prince patted the table, and Huo Ran stood up, looking at Lu Sima with cold eyes. The master who followed the 9 princes is just like the one who suddenly popped out of the rock. The subordinates tried their best and could not find any information about him. Lu Sima's body trembled, and hurriedly bowed his head to the prince, and explained. Do your best? Do your best, you can't find the least information? A living person, or a strong man who can kill 100 flowers Lang Jun, is not a nameless person. The prince laughed so furiously that he dismissed Lu Sima's explanation at all. His Royal Highness, your subordinates have really done their best. Jian Tianzi, half of his staff were sent out to investigate by his subordinates, but nothing was found. Lu Sima was frightened and desperately explained to the prince. Half of the staff can't find out why? Oh, a bunch of wine and rice bags. The prince sneered, and the dissatisfaction in his eyes became more intense. His Royal Highness, please give me another month, no, half a month, my subordinates will be able to find out the identity of this person. The prince's gaze made Lu Sima's heart trembled, and he quickly assured the prince. If the prince is dissatisfied, then Sima, the superintendent, will come to an end. Half a month? This king doesn't want to wait for a day, this king wants the result now. The prince's face was filthy, and he said with hatred. I'm afraid you don't know yet, Qin Yi has already planted me in the guard of Yuanzhong city and killed him. Use his blood in exchange for a large piece of popular support. Every time he said something, the anger in the heart of the prince rose by a point. Use my people to exchange people's hearts, my dear 90 brother, I will do business. Moreover, my 9th brother, in front of everyone in Yuanzhong city, stepped into the innate realm and caused a storm of spiritual energy. It even attracted 3,000 elite soldiers to be cast under his command. This is Lu Sima, you don't know how to learn, but the 9 princes who are cultivated in the 4 heavens. In the end, the prince could not contain the anger in his heart, and roared at Lu Sima. Lu Sima, what do you think I should do? The roar resounded throughout the whole hall of cultivating the heart. Chapter 73, The Calculation of the Prince. His Royal Highness, spare your life. The subordinates have been doing their best for His Royal Highness, never slacking off. The roar of the prince made Lu Sima tremble with fear, and kept kowtow begging for mercy. Spare you? Do you think it's possible? This king allows you to live until now, it is a kindness. The cold words of the prince made Lu Sima's heart fall into the ice cellar. Come on! The prince gave a cold cry, and the two soldiers who held Ge immediately walked into the hall of nourishing the heart. Take Lu Sima down and hand it over to the prisoner's person. The prince waved his hand and motioned to them to take Lu Sima away. Yes, your highness. The two soldiers who were holding the Ge suddenly promised. Immediately, the two Ge soldiers set up Lu Sima one by one and walked out. His Royal Highness, spare your life. Your Highness! Lu Sima shouted sorrowfully, with all blood on his face. He knew better than anyone about the place of the chief prison officer. Falling into the hands of the big prison secretary, not only is it impossible to live, it will be better than death. The prince smiled coldly and turned a deaf ear to Lu Sima's begging for mercy. He doesn't need useless subordinates, and waste should not exist in his subordinates. Moreover, if Lu Sima is not dead, how can he kill the chickens? You guys! Tell me what I should do next. The prince once again looked at the other people who were kneeling on the ground, and asked in a deep voice. Facing the question of the prince, the heads of the people underneath were lowered, and they did not dare to answer at will. Lu Sima's screams were still faintly echoing in the hall, and no one wanted to be a second Lu Sima. Could it be that this king's subordinates are all rubbish? You should know that what this king cannot tolerate most is waste. The prince frowned and said in a cold tone. His Royal Highness, the 9 princes seem to be beautiful, but in fact they are already standing on the edge of the cliff. Once the news that caused a storm of spiritual energy comes out, you are not the only one who wants him to die. Finally, a scrawny old man said cautiously. As the old man said, paying attention to the expression of the prince, seeing the expression of the prince as usual, he finished the words in one breath. You mean, the 3rd and 5th? The prince suddenly lit up and laughed. Your Highness wise! The old man sighed in relief and flattered the prince. Ha ha ha, you deserve to be the brains of this king, Master Zhang, this is a wonderful strategy. The prince laughed and became happy. The dark clouds covering everyone's hearts also dispersed. His Royal Highness has been rewarded. With His Highness's wisdom, this kind of strategy can be easily figured out. The subordinates just said from the bottom of His Highness's heart that they wanted to. The old man did not take credit for being proud, but instead gave all the credit to the prince. Ha ha ha, Master Zhang will just talk about your thoughts and see if they coincide with the king's thoughts. The elder prince smiled and sat back on the throne again, seemingly very helpful to the old man's flattery. As long as the 3rd prince and the 5th prince learn the news that the 9 princes can trigger a spiritual storm, we only need to provocation a little, and they will definitely take action against the 9 princes. At that time, even we can take advantage of the fisherman's profit without even having to shoot. Hearing this, the old man first twitched the corners of his mouth, and then he smiled helplessly, revealing all the thoughts in his heart. Good. 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 This plan is exactly the same as the king's thoughts. It seems that Master Zhang has the king's heart. The prince said 3 good words, and said with a smile on his lips. Thank you, the prince, for the compliment. The old man cursed shamelessly in his heart, and on the surface he had to flatter with a smile. However, this king doesn't want to just let old Ju go. This king wants him to die without a place to bury him. The smile on the face of the prince gradually converged, a trace of killing intent flashed under his eyes, and he said with hatred. For the sake of Qin Yi, to break a top assassin under his men. In the eyes of the prince, which is unbearable. What's more, Qin Yi also beheaded a city guard who worked for him. Although, a city guard is of little importance to the prince. However, Qin Yi's move undoubtedly slapped him in the face. If the prince didn't say anything, it would undoubtedly make others look down upon. He is the prince, the crown prince of the dynasty. If Qin Yi's face is broken, and there is nothing to say, wouldn't it be a laughing stock for others? Moreover, the prince couldn't swallow this breath. He wants Qin Yi to die. Old Ju, Can't you cause a storm of spiritual energy? Then I will abolish your cultivation base, and make you suffer." The eldest prince smiled grimly, showing cruelty. "If the order is passed on, I will inform the county governor of Mihi County, Zhuang Xixian. Tell him what I mean, he knows what he should do. Abolish the old nine and bring it to me." The prince thought for a while, and then he spoke to the people below. "His Royal Highness, I have a word, I don't know whether to say it or not." However, the Lord Zhang had different opinions, so he hesitated for a moment and still spoke. "But it doesn't matter." The prince waved his hand, motioning him to speak out. "I want to come to your Royal Highness, but I have also received the news. Prime Minister Liu has already left and is coming to the royal capital. At this juncture, I think it's best for your Highness not to cause trouble." The Lord Zhang bowed in a salute, and persuaded with all his heart. "At this time, your Highness's move to deal with the 9 princes will inevitably arouse the resentment of old Prime Minister Liu. 9 princes, leave it to the 3rd and 5th princes to deal with. The top priority now is to win over Prime Minister Liu." After a pause, Master Zhang continued. "It's okay, I want to come to the county government to handle this matter. He will do this without knowing it. Let him use the old 9 anti-decree and disrespect to bring him." The prince pondered for a moment, then shook his head. The hatred in his eyes was not reduced by half. Qin Yi's insult to him, he must let him use his blood to repay it. As long as Zhuang Jun's guard Qin Yi brings him, he will definitely entertain the old 9. "Yes, your Highness." Lord Zhang sighed, helplessly. The decision made by the prince cannot be changed at all. To say that it sounds good is to be determined, and to say that it is not to sound is to be self-sufficient. Lord Zhang's persuasion was also out of consideration for the prince. Since the prince would not listen, he was helpless. However, this adult actually feels that he is too worried. With the ability of Mihi County, this matter must be sufficiently hidden. In Mihi County, that Zhuang Junshao was the 2 emperor. It can be said to cover the sky with one hand, let it deal with the 9 princes, naturally. Moreover, in any case, the order not to fall was issued, even if the 9 princes proved that he was framed, it would not help. If there is no imperial order, there will be no destruction without other imperial orders from the royal family. In this way, as long as the 9 princes do not go to the border for a day, it would be disrespectful. The eldest prince also has enough reasons to deal with the 9 princes, people can't find a reason. "I want to come to Prime Minister Liu, but I can't make any sense." Since the prince wants to vent his anger, let him go. It was just the 9 princes, who had no power and influence, and could not overcome any storms. Even if it did not know where to find a master. In the face of the great prince in hand, he is unable to recover. Chapter 74, Yo, boy, you have a peerless sister. Beautiful Dream Palace. This palace is not to mention the most luxuriously decorated palace in the royal palace. But the Palace of Dreams is considered to be the most famous palace in the palace. Countless young talents, the most dreamy palace, want to step into it and see the owner here. The master of this Qimeng Palace is the first beauty of the Buluo dynasty. Princess Qingcheng, Qin Yuji. Gentle and graceful as promised, all over the country, just like his noble name. Prosperous appearance. Anyone who has seen Princess Qingcheng can't help but admire her graceful posture, like a fairy face. At this time, there was a sad face in the Palace of Dreams. The arrogant prince ordered to revoke the title of Princess Allure and marry him to Wang Lei, Wang Jiawan. Half a year after the order limit, the wedding will be held as scheduled. Everyone in the Qimeng Palace was lamenting that the princess was such a beautiful woman, but she had fallen to this point. Hey, the princess is thinking about his brother of the 9 princes again. If it weren't for the waste 9 princes, how could the princess fall to this point? Shhh, silence, the princess can't tolerate others the most, and speak ill of her brother, otherwise she will inevitably scold her. I don't know what is good about the 9 princes, let the princess protect him to this point. On weekdays, the princess treats people kindly. Only when the 9 princes are involved, it will seem like a different person. After all, the princess and the 9 princes are brothers and sisters of the same female compatriots. But, what a pity, the princess is going to marry that dude. Yes, that's right, the princess married that Wang Jiayan, oh. But, what can be done? Whoever gives people a good father, the dynasty military is second only to General Mo, a powerful general. Even the prince must marry him and win him. Poor Princess Ching Cheng. The full moon rises high. The soft moonlight falls on the earth. The dark night and the bright moon are the best time to place worry and thoughts, and they can also stir up people's longings. In front of Zhu's window, there was a young girl leaning against the window, her beautiful eyes staring at the moonlight. Brother, I wonder if you have a good time in Yuanzhong City? If you are in the royal capital, you will definitely call me stupid again. But, I don't regret it, who made them insult your brother? The girls whisper, like missing, firm, and confused. Thousands of silks are like flowers, just for the king, one person. Brother, do you think Yu Ji is useless? In the past, someone sheltered me and my concubine from the wind and rain, and everything was yours. Now, when it's my turn to shelter my mother and concubine from the wind and rain, but... The girl choked up, her eyes were reddish, and her crystal tears seemed to exist and disappear. But, brother, don't worry. Even if it's dead, I won't let that succeed. The catkin lifted gently and wiped away the tears, the girl said firmly. This is a young girl, the most stubborn side, but also the last resort to protect her innocence. Bing Ching Yuja, the meaning of these 4 words to a young girl is so important. It's so heavy that it can't compare with life. You can only prove your innocence by life. Brother, Yu Ji has been waiting for you, waiting for you. When you return to the king's capital to see Yu Ji again, Yu Ji has no regrets in this life. Yu Ji always remembered the last words you told me when you left the capital. Brother, I will wait for you until the eve of the wedding, waiting for you to come back, and take me and my concubine out of the sea of suffering. The girl leaned against the window, looking into the distance, whispering softly. The expectation and sorrow in Xing Mu's eyes make people want to wipe it away. Brother, I am waiting for you. I wonder if this sorrow has been received by him from afar? Chapter 75, Boy, the future is bright. Yuanzhong City. Qin Yi is working hard to deal with political affairs. Except for some government affairs related to the people, he will take care of it himself, and he ignores all other government affairs. He is now focusing on strengthening his own power. The army is now Qin Yi's most important support. Go sick, how is the recruitment of the new army? Qin Yi raised his head and moved his neck that was a little stiff from sitting for a long time. Return to master, it has been 3 days since the notice was posted. In these 3 days, a total of 2,000 soldiers were recruited. Huo Qubing, who stood by, bowed slightly and replied. 2,000 soldiers. Qin Yi was a little surprised and couldn't help but wonder. Please forgive me, master, his subordinates only recruited 2,000 soldiers. These 2,000 soldiers were carefully selected by their subordinates. As for the other men who were called, they were persuaded to leave by their subordinates. Huo Qubing looked at Qin Yi in reverence and recruited troops, which fully demonstrated Qin Yi's prestige among the people of Yuanzhong City. On the same day, as soon as the recruitment notice was posted, countless Yuanzhong men flocked to it. Even some are dragging their family and taking their mouths to check. Once caused, the alleys in Yuanzhong City were empty. It is enough to see how high Qin Yi's prestige is among the people of Yuanzhong City. These 2,000 soldiers were all chosen by Huo Qubing from thousands of men from Yuanzhong City. No, these 2,000 soldiers are just right. I found 2,000 sets of black steel armor from the castle mansion, the number of people was just right. Qin Yi shook his head. It was not Huo Qubing who was surprised that he had fewer recruits. Instead, he was surprised that Huo Qubing had recruited 2,000 soldiers. He knows how high Huo Qubing chooses candidates, and 7 feet tall is the minimum standard. In other words, these 2,000 soldiers are tall and powerful, and after a little training, they are good soldiers. Also, Yuanzhong City has good soil and water, and so many strong men can be found. In that case, get ill, you arrange manpower to distribute the 3,000 black steel armors. And disperse these 2,000 soldiers and integrate them into the original 3,000 iron armor. Leading recruits with veterans can train them faster. Qin Yi thought for a moment, turned his head and ordered Huo Qubing. Then buy a good horse with $1,000 to serve as a mount for these 5,000 soldiers. I named this army the Black Cavalry. Leave it to you. Qin Yi looked at Huo Qubing directly and said in a serious tone. This is what Qin Yi has entrusted to Huo Qubing. Hand over the only army under him to Huo Qubing for training. The subordinates will live up to the young master's expectations and will create a good soldier for the young master. Before March, the Black Cavalry will be able to take shape. Huo Qubing made a wow, and knelt on one knee, sounding like a stone, throwing the ground. Ha ha ha, get rid of the illness, then I will wait for you to build an invincible cavalry for me soon. Qin Yi laughed. Qin Yi never doubted Huo Qubing's words. Huo Qubing's ability, coupled with the black armored cavalry training plan handed over to him, is enough to make the black armored cavalry take shape in March. With these 5,000 black cavalry, Qin Yi's background is complete. 5,000 black armored cavalry who can conquer good combat, no matter what Qin Yi wants to do, he has confidence. 5,000 black armored cavalry, enough to be worth 50,000 ordinary troops, even more than that. Soldiers are expensive, not much expensive. The black armored cavalry is also a cavalry, plus Huo Qubing who is good at attacking and cavalry warfare, that is simply even more powerful. Qin Yi believes that if this army is 10%, it can win even if it is against a 50,000 army. At that time, it was the day Qin Yi stepped back to the royal capital. Yu, mother concubine, waiting for me. Soon, I will come to rescue you. Qin Yi sat on the chair, his eyes faint, and he thought to himself.